And it's just wrong, okay? But also, it's bad policy. It leads to all the problems that you guys have in California. And in California, who do you blame for it? You blame the productive members of your community, okay? You blame the productive businesses. You say they're the ones who are the problem. That's why our housing prices are high. And it's just completely distorted and despicable.
As a productive,
In Los Angeles, feel free to go to a city council meeting and bring it up.
wait, as a productive member of California with a great credit score, and has never missed a payment of anything, I want to say, Jason, you are wrong. It is the Republicans' fault, and I'm done.
Yeah, you're a
It's the Republicans' fault. They don't manage to be in the state.
Right.
Okay. Like, it's like blaming Republicans in California is like Dan Patrick and Governor Abbott blaming the Democrats for why Texas politics is so fucked up.
California is fucked up because of capitalism, and the right wing in this country has kept capitalism alive.
Yeah, that's not my point. My point is it's a clearly all blue state, which is solidly blue, down to the city councils, and if they're choosing to do dumb things, that's not Republicans. Just like in Texas, when the Texas legislature decides to do really dumb fucking stuff, like not winterize the power grid when it gets told 5 separate times by the state legislature over a period of like 15 years, right? Like, that's not a Democrat problem. That's a Republican governance problem. In the same way that, like, not taking care of the underbrush or, like, moving stuff out in California is the vast majority of the time a blue issue. From what I understand in California, and correct me if I'm wrong, Boo, but, like, Bakersfield is, like, a pretty strong Republican place, but that's, like, basically about it.
That's the biggest shithole in California, right? Bakersfield, Modesto, Fresno, Central California.
Southern California, Los Angeles is about the only kind of blue. You have San Diego, you have Orange County.
What's the big problem with California?
So then the Democrats in the state have just gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of the state in such a way that the Republican representation can't get through.
Oh no, it's getting through. We're gonna probably our chance of having a Republican governor is pretty high. So.
Well, that's
Yeah, no, like one Republican governor or state has been controlled by the Democratic Party high and low for the last like 30 years. That's an outlier, right? Like, I don't like to. I find when I'm a partisan hat, people listen to me less. So I'm not being hawkish. I'm just being honest. If Texas has problems at the state level, it's a Republican issue because the Republicans govern the state. If California has issues at a state level, that's a Democratic problem because the Democrats govern the state. Right? Like,
look, I think Marshall, I think you're a very smart guy.
Am I oversimplifying it?
No, what I'm getting at for here is that I think there's a misalignment of like our epistemology here, one could say, right? In that
Teach me the right vocabulary. Always down.
The right wing does not think in terms of systems and structures and mechanisms and processes of systems and structures that lead to potential outcomes of society, right? Instead, the right wing thinks in terms of conspiracy. You have many conspiracies on the right wing. The right wing is nothing but conspiracy theory. The most famous, you had QAnon, where they literally believed Hillary Clinton was eating children.
Drinking their blood. Yes, yeah. I'm quite aware.
So I guess what I want to get at is, why would we want non-systematic thinkers to run California, and why would we want what is generally regarded in America as the less intelligent party, the Republican Party, to run California?
I mean, I'm not suggesting they do. What I am suggesting from your comments is to blame Californian politics on the right simply isn't true. In the to blame Democratic politics in Texas is untrue, right? Like, yes, at a local level, they're probably more red, but the big suburban centers overwhelm the countryside all the time, right? So how does that function, right? Like that doesn't seem like it's a right wing problem. That seems like it's a Democratic problem at the state level, and that it's been gerrymandered in such a way that it draws out the hefty Republican municipal areas. And if that's the truth, because Texas is drawing out Republican districts or Democratic districts, then in some way the Californians are no better than the Texans, right? They gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of their state to make sure the one political party had overwhelming control. Like, no better than what the Republicans did in my state.
Marshall,
No better.
Californians don't claim to be better than Texans. In only one sense out, we have the Pacific Ocean.
No, I'm not saying Californians claim that. I'm saying
I know.
the idea that California politics and the outcomes are somehow in the laps of the right makes no sense.
Well, it's sometimes, I mean, it's whoever as far as you're polling. I'm kind of, like Texas has had the states where they haven't weatherized their electricity grid. It goes out every winter.
Yeah, that was not what I took umbrage with, though. I took umbrage with the analysis that Californian politics are the right wing's fault.
We're spending a lot of time on it. It was just a joke.
Oh, I didn't catch the joke. It went straight up.
Ah, it was a joke. I
It was
see.
just a mistake.
May I start one comment on a new topic?
What would you like to say?
So, has anyone here seen the TV show King of the Hill? It was a virtual
Yes, I
show.
fucking love it. It's a great show.
Has anyone else here seen it, or only Marshall and me?
Why don't you tell us what you
Was the better than South Park?
So there's a character on the show, Dale Gribble. And Dale Gribble is a conspiracy lunatic. And Dale Gribble, Richard Hanania, who I despise actually, wrote this great essay on how the Republican Party is the party of Dale Gribble. And so, one should completely throw away the nonsense of the Republican Party. They are not systematic thinkers. They are not structural thinkers. They do not understand mechanisms and processes and how they lead to potential outcomes. How potential inputs lead to a wide variety of potential outputs. And so, I do think we should shame people who are right-wing. And I would also like to make another comment. That is to Gumby.
Thank you. I'm listening carefully. Thank you.
Me and Gumby had an interesting conversation. And I guess this is what I mean when I say the right wing is full of conspiracy theorists and low IQ.
Wait, is this what you were talking about earlier where you said don't take everything he said with a grain of salt?
Yeah, so I'll just repeat it for the new people in the room. So me and Gumby and a couple of other people, we were having a conversation. And during the conversation, Gumby keeps bringing up this supposed MIT paper that completely backs up his argument. Now, of course, everyone would know you're not supposed to cite the institution the paper is from. You cite the professor, but I guess you didn't know that. But nonetheless. And so I asked Gumby, the supposed MIT paper, he studied in detail, he's read a lot. Can he summarize it for us? Gumby goes, it would take a lot of time, and I don't want to waste the room's time. I'm like, okay, that's quite odd. Can you at least tell us the methodology? This was a scientific paper about genetics, and, as everyone here knows, Benjamin is back. I already told the story, so I won't tell it again because Benjamin's back, but, yeah, this guy's a complete...
Would either of the
Hold on 2 seconds. All I gotta say, he's not a sample of the majority of people that are conservative and not extreme right wing. Gumby tends to do this thing where he makes broad, overarching claims and then cites stats that are not really accurate. That's, at least for me, Labubu, those aren't the people I work with at the local level, and they're not the people I have to interact with at the state level. They don't act like that. Don't get me wrong, we have plenty of crazy people in our party. I would never deny that. But I don't think Gumby is a representation of moderates or conservatives. Maybe he's a representation of the conspiracy far right-hand side of the aisle. But like, at least from my work, I don't, and it's limited to geographical area. So like maybe what I see is not what everybody else sees, and maybe what you see is not what I see. But like, I don't find that I deal with many people on the right who do stuff in the GOP that are like super big conspiracy theorists.
Well, Marshall, I'll respond succinctly as I always do. You're completely correct. I don't speak for anyone. And the success of America is mostly because we have the retards are divided between two parties and the conspiracy theorists are divided between two parties. And in some countries, they're all in the same party. So the wonderful thing about America is the responsible people in both parties are usually able to defeat the retards and the conspiracy theorists. And God help America if the retards and conspiracy theorists all wind up in the same party, because they would win and screw the rest of us. And I'm done speaking.
Uchicha, you're new, and for some reason I have a mod badge, so I decided to poke at you and see what you had to think of the topic you were just listening to.
Well, I just got here. What have you been talking about?
We were talking about California urban management, like why low density areas have higher prices, I think. And then I got onto this tangent about the right, Labubu was making the example that somebody like Gumby represents a portion of the right. He never said substantial, and he never said a key portion, but a portion of the right, which I don't disagree with, but I don't feel like it described the people I work with in politics who are moderates and conservatives. It describes the craziest of people who I have to throw out of politics in my area. But I don't again, I live in a 95% Hispanic area, it's a unique area, so maybe what I see is not what everybody else sees. So that was kind of the general trend of the conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say this. I think Ezra Klein has a good thing on California building costs, housing, rail. I heard that Texas, the cost to build like a square foot in Texas is like 4 times less than California. And from what I saw watching Ezra Klein, it has to do with like the regulations in California and like the special interests. So because of the regulations, you can get into this like perpetual suing hell.
It's the cast of California Democrats. Democrats, they use racism. I'll be honest, they use racism to hide their caste. And what
I don't know. I don't know about that. But.
Well, they use their power wherever they have it to enforce laws that make it difficult for people who are poor to get ahead. And then they turn around and pass another law that makes
I
it easy
disagree
for
with that,
somebody.
considering I live in the South where a majority of black people live. And they're poor. Black people are poorer in red states than blue states. So, objectively, less education, poorer, worse health outcomes. Look at Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
Do you know poverty line stats off the top of your head? Or do you have to look that up? I'm just asking, the question it raises in my head is, in the South, what majority of black voters are lower middle class, and what majority of what majority of black voters are upper crust, upper middle class, lower middle class, and what percentage is below the poverty line in these states? Because I'll give you an example. Where I live, poverty line's $21,500. We're the poorest area in my state. And I'm sure that in places in East Texas that have black populations, they experience poverty as well. I just don't know the numbers for it. Do you?
No, not for Texas. Like Alabama.
For where you live, do you know the numbers?
Georgia, Alabama, what, 20 something percent.
Live below the poverty line?
Yeah, or at or below, I believe.
At or below the poverty line?
Yeah.
What's the stats on saving? Right, the vast majority of Americans can't afford a $500 emergency. In the African American community, is that stat even higher or is it lower?
Most Americans can't afford a $500 emergency, but they rock a $1,200 phone.
Yeah, but look, in all fairness, Benjamin, I was asking a teacher, and I'm asking specifically about where he lives. I'm curious about the numbers he knows. Because I don't know those numbers.
I think the definition of poverty in America has changed a little bit. I think the definition of poverty in America is that you have to borrow somebody's Netflix ID on your iPhone.
No, I mean, colloquially, if you're having a conversation,
Well,
maybe it's changed, but the
look,
measure hasn't changed.
We have kind of lost sight of anything substantive here, right?
Well, let's tie back to something substantive. Would you mind tying us back to it?
So, to back up, I think Maxita had a lot to say about the cost of housing in California, and I guess all I and Hanson were arguing here is that, well, I mean, if you look at it from a policy perspective, it makes sense. The real problem in California is the policies that the government has chosen there, and that's why housing is expensive. And expensive housing makes people poor, and that's bad. And but you know, gotta blame the right people. So I don't know. Does Maxita have any objections?
Ben, you've been pretty quiet. What do you think of all this?
What do I think of all this?
Yeah, you've been listening for a while now. Like, what do you make of the conversation? Where do we get things right? Where are we overlooking shit? What shit we did not even bother to consider?
I'm trying to find construction cost per square foot. I can find a bunch of different things on here, but I'm trying to find it on a state-by-state basis. It's very hard to determine based on, you can get it on a zip code, but getting it across the state, because there's so much variance in states.
But you just pick a major city in the state. You pick a comparable area.
Sure.
Because, you know,
Sure. But I found the conversation really fascinating, and I think that is like, we have these conversations, and I think the cost of housing, I think, is the biggest driver of so much of what we're talking about. Like, again, I'll speak for the areas that I've lived in, but particularly here in Maine, there's so many empty houses and there's so much open land. It's not a densely populated area compared to a lot of the country, and yet there is so many people here that struggle with housing instability. Like, it's a little wild. I think that there's a variety of different reasons for it. I think the fact that we threw Airbnb out there just the way that we did it, and it completely jacked up the rental markets in a lot of areas, kind of had some effects that I don't really think were properly accounted for.
Again, this is the whole thing. It's like been like using housing, having accommodations is not a problem. It's like Airbnb is not a problem. Okay, it's just another use of accommodations, and it supplies accommodations that people need. That's why they pay for them, right? And then, but why is that supply in tension with other supply of accommodations? Because it is too difficult to build the accommodations.
Sure, and that's where I would agree. Is like, if again, speaking for my state, but like if I wanted to radically drop the cost of accommodation here in the state of Maine, I would blow away most barriers to entry when it comes to regulations. When it comes to, like, I would make this a very, again, similar to what Texas is doing. And I've talked to people in the real estate development field, and they're saying, why would I dump my money into Maine as opposed to Texas? We're also seeing this in terms of how difficult it is to be a landlord. And look, I'm all in favor of tenants' rights, but like some of the protections here in the state of Maine are absurd and over like what you're able to do as a landlord versus what you're not. And I have some experience in this field. It's just like it's crazy. Like the cost of getting people bad tenants out is like it's crazy. Like it's just like, and again, tenants' rights are a good thing. Those protections are in place for a reason. A lot of them are, but the people that know those laws the best often have to people who are taking advantage of them. And so you're basically making it fair, like you're taking away a lot of incentive for people to build with the intention of renting.
I mean, it depends, right? If it's easy to build more units, then maybe you don't care. If there are like some tenants you have to write off or some units you have to write off. You know?
No, I
And
mean,
especially if the cost of building the unit is lower,
But if
the cost of maintaining it is lower.
If I'm a private property owner, let's say I'm not a developer or anything like that, let's just say for the sake of argument, I want to buy a 10-unit property, an apartment building, and say, okay, like one bad tenant can basically cut out most of your income potential. It's your margins are decent, but they're not amazing. And so you're seeing a lot of quote unquote property management companies come in because a lot of people just they don't want to deal with the hassle of having to lawyer up and go through all of these different procedures if they get a bad tenant. And there's a lot of bad tenants. It's just the nature of the beast. So if I'm looking to invest in a place like Maine, I might be looking at it here and going, I'm not really sure that this is where I really want to put my money.
Well, okay, but this is just repeating what you're saying. What you earlier said.
I mean, it is, but I was trying to answer your point about like why it's like, if you're able to own a bunch of units, then you're maybe not as worried about a bad tenant. And my point is, if you have a bad tenant, it doesn't, unless you're talking on large scale, it doesn't really matter how many units you have. It just, I guess it increases your.
But unless it's at large scale, right?
Right. That's my point.
Yes, but that was what I was saying. Was at large scale you don't care, right?
Right. But again.
Okay, and then that is a way that people can be supplied with housing. Okay. So like, we don't have to make everything like super favorable to the businesses. You know.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is like, okay, so a lot of your investments are coming from out of state, and a lot of your investments are coming from your big.
Okay, but those are things that are done at scale.
Right. So again, I'm trying to make life better for Mainers, right? Like I want to increase prosperity within my community, drop housing prices, but also encourage people who are here, and I want to encourage increase.
But dropping housing prices does not increase the wealth of the people there.
No, it
Because
does.
if you drop the
Yes,
housing
it does.
prices, then the people who are there have lost housing value.
Yes, which isn't going to increase the wealth because housing is not worth anything. So the allocation of money to housing is a misallocation. And also the people who own houses are generally weighted toward people who are not working anymore anyway. So like housing value is a bad thing. Housing should not cost money. Rent should be low. Okay? This is not a productive asset. It's just a place that people live. You want assets in the state to be freed up for productive purposes. Okay? Factories, buying a car, okay, people buying tools and things like that. You know. So yes, the people who own housing will take a haircut because they have put a lot of money into a non-productive asset. And we keep delaying that reckoning all over the country, and that's a problem. Okay, that's a problem. We cannot keep delaying that reckoning. The value of housing has to go down, or the more general way is it has to stand still for like 20 years.
Right, and so again, and what you're seeing in a lot of these areas is not necessarily. This has always been the case. And Marshall, I'd be curious, or anybody, quite frankly, I'd be curious to know your experiences or the numbers, etc. on this. But like, it seems to me as though like wages have just not caught up with the cost of housing in these other areas, right? So
No, it's come to a place where healthcare, housing, and then I think like bare necessities like groceries are starting to make up between 15 and 30% each. I'm not sure of the exact statistic though.
well, so it used to be housing was 20%. Like that was the golden number when it came to rentals. It was like when you were renting, say 10, 15 years ago, the golden number was 20, where you didn't want to spend any more of 20% of your gross income on housing. Now it's 30%. That's a very, very significant margin, especially if you're talking about what you're able to put away for savings to, potentially save up for your own, to put down on a down payment, those types of things. It's a huge amount, especially when, again, your wages are increasing, but they're just not increasing at the rate that you're seeing groceries and gas and these other things increase.
Yes, so you're talking about a very real problem there, but an unrelated problem.
Well, no, it's related in the sense that I agree with you, Jason.
Please let me explain.
Okay.
It is not really tied to anything to do with housing. It is tied to do with the relative allocation of productivity improvements to capital versus labor. Okay, which is a different problem. But housing itself has experienced this big price increase relative to other goods, and that's because of all these protectionist policies.
Okay, I want to spice this up a little bit. I feel like we've been in first gear doing really laborsome work, and we got to make this a little more snappy, a little more interesting. If you're in the short class, you got to make an effort, get on the edge of your seat, pay attention, try to understand things on the first pass.
We do have some individuals who we can probably get to review. It's both Rice and Selene.
Right. Let's see what we can do with that. Zeleny, what are your views on the Democratic Department of Homelessness and Heroin Addiction? You think the Democrats? I figure that the best way to predict what the Democrats will do going into an election is they will increase homelessness as much as possible, and they will increase heroin addiction to the highest level possible, probably in the city where they hold the Democratic, what do they have every year, political convention.
Is none playing air hockey?
Someone's
Yeah. Wait a minute, we gotta figure out what Nun's doing just by listening.
It sounded like air hockey.
We need stories. Let's not play air hockey.
Oh, sorry, I was just banging. Was that off me? It's not my bad, guys. I was just like cooking.
Yeah, so it's either cooking or air hockey.
Okay. I think she was probably like killing the goat or something.
Exactly.
Is that a euphemism?
No, just like getting it done. Okay, Derisive is here, Zeleny is here. Zeleny, I'd like to know if you think there's like a more obvious thing the Democrats could do. Now, they might make Mamdani promote him to some senator for the midterm. That seems like it has a reasonable proposal, and then they'll have like a Palestine, Gaza, Islam march with Mamdani at the front, a stack of Qurans going through New York. That could be one trick they could do. My theory is they've got a trick up their sleeve to lose the midterms, and we just don't know what it is yet. And I'm just looking for guests, people who could kind of imagine what the Democratic Party will have to do. So they could load up the subways. That's what they should do. They should load up make the subways a heroin enforcement-free zone. I bet they could get maybe 20 heroin addicts per subway car. Like maybe so there's just no extra seats. 3 seats per addict. What? So I invited you up. You got a better idea than loading up the subway cars with heroin addicts to
Okay,
the
well,
worst part of America? Because
heroin isn't even available anymore. It's all fentanyl.
nobody can afford heroin anymore, right? It's all shooting fentanyl.
I
Okay,
mean,
that's fair.
it's not produced anymore.
I'm booming here. I'm like a boomer. To be fair, all the kids in my class died of heroin addiction.
I was gonna say, you know what?
It's definitely like 90s and 2000s coded, but
Yeah.
the Democrats don't need a trick. Bill Maher said this on his show the other
Oh.
day. There's the three I's, which is Iran, inflation, and ICE. Those are three issues the Republicans are extremely unpopular on, and that's their
No, I understand. If the Democrats could just like hold still and not fuck up, they could probably get through the primaries in a pretty good order. But here's my guess.
I don't think that's the Democrats. To be frank, I don't think it's the Democrats' issue nationally. They're focusing on how bad Trump is and the Jeffrey Epstein files when what produced wins for them in special elections, which was so extensive that they went down to the county level for the first time since 2010 for Democrats, was affordability. Hey, Donald Trump's full of shit. He was going to make the economy better. The inflation is worse. The oil prices are worse. This is worse. Your healthcare prices are worse. Right? And like that produced them big wins. Sticking around with Epstein, sticking around with the Iran war. Well, the Iran war is probably not a bad thing. But like the economy was the thing that had the most success with.
Yeah,
So
I like
pursue the
this.
economy.
I like this
They'll be
theory.
successful if they pursue a hatred of Donald Trump, the Epstein files, and some sort of other weird shit. They probably won't be as successful as they could be.
Well, I mean, they're going to follow the economy, right? Like you can almost see the ad. In fact, you're going to see the ad.
Yeah, right. The ads. I'm saying this because the ads write themselves.
They're sure.
The ads certainly write themselves, and you have a good narrative, right? You have, Donald Trump. Gas prices are at $7 a dollar a gallon. Fucking Donald Trump talking about his goddamn ballroom. You pay him $1 billion. You have. You just juxtapose all the things that are hurting Americans in their real life and juxtapose it on the bullshit this administration is actually focuses on, like wars in the Middle East that we're supposed to not have it, and you have
How much
very
faith do
effective.
you have the National Democratic Party will actually take those lessons and not like jump onto some obscure hobby horse? And I only say this, and maybe you heard me say this in back room, but I was in DC several months ago, and I got to go to dinner with the chief of staff for Republican Congresswoman and the chief of staff for Democratic Congresswoman. And the Democratic Congresswoman said to me, "You know what the Republican saving grace is?" And I said, "No." And she said, the Democratic Party. And then she gave an example of a meeting she was in with some activists. And this is the example of the kind of stuff she's talking about when she says this. She was at... I'll let you get right back to it, because I think this is valuable to what you're saying.
Oh, I agree. I was just going to answer it. I was just going to say, I have all the faith in the world. The professional apparatus will follow my advice. I have absolutely.
Brent was under the misguided assumption that we wanted to hear. We needed to hear from Brent and not Marshall. Marshall,
No, I like him, but he was answering my question.
You were telling a story about conversation
I
that group.
Look, I like Brent. Brent and I know each other. We have a rapport. It's okay. Sometimes I interrupt Brent too much, and sometimes he interrupts me. It's okay. Like we've known each other for a while.
Why don't you finish your story, and then you can invite Brent back. How's that sound? I want to hear your story.
So she was in a meeting, and they were sitting around talking, and she, like a staffer, was not snapping too. And she said, "Are you slow or something?" Not like, "Are you mentally retarded?" But like, "Are you having a hard time? What's going on here?" And the activists in the room spent the entire meeting talking about why that phrasing was the wrong way to do things. So it gets to the end of their meeting, and nothing is fucking accomplished. thing that happens to the Democrats, they perform well, they can't seem to get out of their own way, right? In the same way that Republicans in some states have that exact problem, but I thought that was very valuable, that as bad as the Republican Party is saving grace to the Democrats, because they distract themselves from the truth, which was my point about talking about the economy over talking about a thing like Epstein or something superfluous, right? If they bow to the petty picking instincts, they will pick, I hate Donald Trump. If they go with the smart play, they'll look for the pocketbook and say, hey, this is about the economy. Donald Trump didn't tell you the truth. He fed you a lot of bullshit and everything's more expensive. And they'll win. They'll win on that. Because I'm running into voters who that's their top issue. Right? But I don't think we needed to kick Brent, but I can understand why people
I didn't kick Brent. I was just going.
No, I think he left because we moved him down twice.
All right, he won't be missed. Trust me, he will not be missed.
So,
Caleb, wait, I'm gonna invite Caleb to join me in this fest. I don't know, Caleb. I'm looking for. You know what? I think that Caleb could speak to this. I think the Democrats have lost their way when it comes to Israel, Palestine, and Islam, and they are just not gonna. So they're gonna come out and say we're against the war in Iran. And they're going to stand there with their hands together, upstretched, with 13 people named Mohammed, and say, we support the Islamic Republic of Iran. And this is just going to be it's going to be the end.
Well, and what is the problem with that, Benjamin? What is the problem with that?
What is the problem with it?
Yeah, what is the problem with the Democrats? No, listen. What is the problem with it being the end for them? What is the problem? This is not a problem. It means that we will continue with the foreign policy of Donald Trump and the policy of Donald Trump, which will be good. Okay, if we get 4 more years of that, it will be a positive thing. This is not a problem. I don't understand what you're worried about here. You should be telling your Democrat friends. Stop trying to help your Democrat friends win an election and ruin the country, okay? They're just going to be delaying the hard work that has to be done to make this country great.
That's certainly one view.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
Didn't Democrats do that a couple of years ago when they would all the money they stacked behind specific Republican candidates that they thought were easier to beat? Is that kind of what you're talking about, Jason?
No, I'm saying I don't see what is the point of Benjamin's complaint. Yes, the Democrats are going to do this thing and then they're going to lose. And so what? Is that bad? Is there a problem here, Benjamin, that you're trying to solve? Because let's say they win, what policies are they going to implement that you actually want to see them do?
Well, I would kind of prefer the government were run by somebody who wasn't a pedophile.
Is there anything else? Is that it?
Again, as I said,
No, Marshall, hold on. Is there anything else, Benjamin?
How is that not enough of a preference?
But is that it? Is that all? You don't have any policy preference that is important to you?
I think that Donald Trump is corrupt in self-serving ways.
Okay, but what about policy preferences? Is there a policy that from the Democrats that you want? Because I hate to break it to you, you don't know. You honestly don't know the people you elect, what kind of criminals they are. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans. And, the biggest criminal is usually the one who gets to be the nominee. I mean, that's just so they're finding the biggest criminal that they have.
Jason, don't Republicans want to persecute the LGBTQ plus population. So
Only some people. I don't, for example.
In Texas, they're trying to make it illegal to identify as trans. It would be a felony. So Jason, wouldn't that be a
Wait. Hold on a second.
He asked me.
Oh, sorry.
And Labubu, okay, that might be yours, but I asked Benjamin what is his, right? And Benjamin has nothing, right? Do you see what I'm getting at with Pooh? Like, he's like, well, there is a big problem if the Democrats lose. And I'm like, okay, what's the problem? What is the problem? What are you going to be missing out on if the Democrats lose? And he can't say a single thing. He can't say it's something about Ukraine. He can't say, okay, the trans thing or anything else. Okay, he just.
I think Donald Trump is not offensive enough.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but that's not appealing to the national. It's not appealing to the national or state electorate, right? Like, I just finished saying, if you tie yourself to Donald Trump is bad,
So what
you lose those elections.
They want to vote themselves a cheaper price of milk?
No, that's not my point. If the Democrats sell their position to vacate Republican leadership as Donald Trump is terrible and he's a pedophile, they will lose. Because that's not what the American public broadly cares about. The American public broadly cares about overwhelmingly from like 10 or 15 different studies, not studies, research, that they're worried about the economy. Again, the Democrats' most success since Donald Trump has been in office has been, it's the fucking economy, stupid. It's not talking about Donald Trump being a pedophile. Like, to be frank, like, if the Democrats want to talk about Donald Trump being a pedophile and want to talk about Trump being an awful person, I will ride that all the way to a victory and I'll be fucking happy about it because the Democrats couldn't bother to get out of their own fucking way.
Excuse me, can anyone explain me where is the proof that Donald Trump is a pedophile?
There isn't any, but this is also not consequential.
Because I've been hearing that for a little bit of a long time now.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. The point of the comment was he thinks that's what people should vote on. That's not what people are voting on. They're voting economy, inflation, the price of gas, the price of medicine. That's what they're voting on. And so for the Democrats, who are almost certain to sweep one of the houses of Congress, the best thing they could do would be to argue about how Donald Trump lied about the economy. Hey, you thought we were crappy under Biden, but by God, look at this dude. He promised you a better world, and what the fuck is he giving you? I don't hear those arguments. I hear Donald Trump's a pedophile. I hear he's an immoral man. I hear he's an authoritarian. Like, I don't hear the logical argument.
Can I ask you a question, Marshall?
Yeah.
So, let's just say for the sake of argument, by some miracle, this war in Iran wraps up in the next month, or even 2 months. That would put us at mid-June, mid-July. So let's just say by mid-July, this war has wrapped up. I think you and I both agree, because we both have followed American politics for long enough to realize that the American electorate, not you and I necessarily, but the average American voter has a very, very short memory. Like, I think we could both agree on that.
No, got a memory like a gnat.
Right. So with that being said, so let's just say that this war gets over, and I'll even just say 2 months, in July, mid-July, and then all of a sudden the gas prices take a major shift down. I don't think that the Republicans, I still think, I agree with you wholeheartedly that I think Republicans lose one of the houses of Congress. I think that, like, if Donald Trump if gas prices take a serious downturn and shit suddenly becomes a bit more affordable, I don't think that it's doom and gloom for Republicans. I still think that they're going to lose. I just don't.
No, if affordability somehow turns in our favor and it gets back to low prices in a booming economy, and your healthcare's not taking up 30% of your paycheck.
I just mean with gas prices. Like, I think the gas prices themselves will do enough to get people to. Like,
yeah, dude. I think if gas prices calm down in more moderate districts, you'll have an easier time. But I also think the midterms for the Republicans are going to, in particular, depend on how closely they tie themselves to Trump. So two things. If the economy remains poor, the members that nationalize their race and say Donald Trump's the shit, he's the guy, they're going to be running on him and they will probably do poorly. But if you're a congressional member and you're running on your district or your state and closely tying your campaign to locality, you'll probably have a better time winning while the economy is poor. Now, if the economy goes well for some reason, and if like gas prices shrink, and if grocery prices shrink, then you have a situation in which maybe you do partially want to tie yourself to Donald Trump because he's brought back the economy, right? A little bit of pain, like a year and a half worth of pain for 3 years worth of gain, if that's what it turns out as. But that, like, you could sell that. You can't sell a shitty economy. You can't sell a shitty economy if the other side really argues about the economy. If the other side argues Donald Trump's a pedophile and he's a shitty person, well, then the Republicans will probably maintain some control. But that's just because, like, the American public gets really tired of hearing, well, you know, my party has some problems, and it's just really shitty, so you should elect my party. Or like, yes, mass groups kind of bow to that, but the individual American voter, when they get in the voting booth, they don't tend to think about that stuff. At least my experience is
The reason I asked Marshall is like we have a very hotly contested Senate race here in the state of Maine between long-term incumbent
Susan Collins and Graham Plattner.
And Graham Plattner, who is most famous for having a Nazi tattoo that he just got rid of a couple of months ago.
No, it was the SS Death Head skull.
Right. So, you can't turn on a TV or go anywhere without seeing a Graham Plattner ad. And
God, you guys are gonna be ready when that ends.
Yeah, no doubt. And like Susan Collins is all of her ads are touting her record for all the things she's done for Mainers. And Graham Plattner's entire thing is, I'm an oyster farmer, and he doesn't talk about democratic socialism. He doesn't talk about any of that stuff. But he's extraordinarily radical. He signaled to the base that he is a democratic socialist, and that's the route that he wants to go.
He's done what Tellerica did.
Correct. Exactly.
Well, he's way
But he's running his entire like this very like kind of more redneck, basically a more redneck bearded James Tellerico is kind of what he's modeling, like you say, modeling his campaign after. And so it's very, very interesting in a state like the state of Maine, which
I'm not gonna make both of these. I like that's the thing. People consider his stuff to be more genuine. Now, when they're cornered on the Gaza stuff, and when they cornered him on the approval rating just dropped like a fucking stone. Because nobody believes that Columbus, like, the billionaire shit belongs to me because I don't like the fact they have it. And, like, they don't, Texans don't tend to like being involved in international affairs in that way. Like, they want you to talk about the state. So, like, where he succeeded over Jasmine Crockett was that he talked about the state. He talked about what he could do for Texas. And he hid his progressive craziness inside of, I'm a former preacher, I've been a legislator, listen to me, I'm the calm dude in the room, right? Where, again, if you corner him, the perception of him gets a lot different. But when it's at a 30,000 foot level, people tend to like him.
I want to say on the Tellerico Plattner comparison, they are not comparable at all.
Why? Why don't you think they are? What am I missing?
Graham Plattner is an actual socialist. He's actually radical. He actually has these like revolutionary ideas for society. If you listen to his speeches, he actually does lay out his policy initiatives, such as abolishing private health care in America, not having options for public health care, but abolishing private health care as we know it in America. Another thing I noticed about Graham Plattner in his speeches is he uses actually a lot of Marxist terminology. He'll constantly be talking about the material conditions of society. Your regular politician does not use such terminology.
His speech is good.
Let me just finish then. Can I?
Sorry.
Material
He's progressive for Texas.
They're calling it
It's respectfully, like, when you say this to me, I'm looking at this platform right now what is his advertising? He's not touching policy. Again, his entire run is I'm a left farmer who's just fighting for Mainers. And again, Susan Collins is running on record, right? She's running on and saying, I'm fighting for Mainers and I have fought for Mainers, right? So like, I don't think the comparison is necessarily on platform. I'll let Marshall make whatever, he's more than capable of defending his position. The point that I'm making is Graham Plattner is very, very much, like, it's the style of campaign that he's running, not necessarily the policies that he's pushing. I don't think the policies pushing, I don't think he's not running on the policies that he's pushing. He's running on the image. That's my point.
I would agree with you on that, in that although he does lay out his policy initiatives, he's running on anger within American society. He's running on the discourse of American society. The structures are things.
He's picking up on the exact same discontent as Trump used.
Combat veteran, Marines and Army, friend of working Mainer, foe of the oligarchy, husband candidate.
Andre here at River Park.
Sorry, I found this is Sarah.
He would be full blown, like, out there on the way left, progressive in Texas. Lubu was writing one circumstance. Graham Plattner and James Sullivan are not the same style of progressive. Graham Plattner sounds like it's
now for us to fill
a
it
little bit
with
more
wine.
socialistic.
Starting with the goat skin.
In order to win here,
As you can see,
can't do that.
it's the whole hide
Texans don't like it.
with the neck
They
and the
like
legs
a
still
bit
attached.
of progressive
The
stuff, like
wineskin
Texas
maker's
style
popular sewing
progressivism,
technique is the same for
but
every
you don't
piece.
tend
Double
to,
thread reinforced with
unless you're
pitch,
in the heart of
crossed and knotted for maximum
unless you're in
security and
the heart of
sharpness.
each major city.
Now we'll fit the
From my
ombre graph.
experience, you don't
A
tend
piece of
to run into
boxwood or
that.
beechwood
Folks
that is
that
placed here on the
progressive
skin, so it stays in place.
are not usually out
Now we'll
and out
take the cord
communists.
to
Now,
tie it off.
interestingly enough,
All right,
where I live,
we are tying it up now.
on the Democratic side of the aisle,
Just
there
wrapping
is
it
a
around.
race between
Now
a
we tie the other
gentleman
one.
who is
Valentine must ensure that all the natural openings of the goat skin are sealed tight. Now we are going to shear it. We have to create staffs so the pitch can drip. We make these grooves so the pitch holds later on.
So, like, they're
Done.
social
Now we
liberal,
turn the
fiscal
skin inside out to
conservative,
start scraping,
religiously
and then we
conservative.
inflate it with the bellows. That's it.
And
Now to pump
the
it
kid
up.
who's a full-blown socialist stands a decent chance to win. Now he's gotten money, and like most of his money has come from Austin, New
Now
York
we start
City,
scraping.
and
This stuff we're adding
Washington
is
D.C.
gypsum
from
to dry out the
from
flesh. We begin with scraping,
caucus. Now, I'm not
which is
sure
the
what the
dressing.
pain apparatus is called.
This tool has to be as sharp as a razor blade.
To get back to the point, like I think when we moved right in our
We
there are
put it in
different
here.
style progressives, and I didn't
It
consider
sits
that
for 20 days, and once it's been in there, we take it out, redress it, and then put it back in the tan for another 20. What we're going to do now is pour the pitch into the skin once it's dry.
As a possible, again,
Be careful that the pitch isn't too hot, so we don't burn ourselves or the skin.
because Democrats on a national level have an incredibly
Now we release the air and spread it around before it cools.
They just don't know how to handle it. And if they can find a guy like a Talarico who you can attach radical
The
policies,
distribution of the pitch inside the wineskin must be uniform to ensure it is completely waterproof.
then I think that helps them hugely.
When the pitch is well spread and
You
gripping the
still
hair
get to, you
grooves,
still get your
it's time to fit the nozzle in the mouth of the skin.
Like that brand.
We measure the midpoint so it doesn't end up crooked,
Tim Walz as kind of like, I'm a football coach and all that.
making sure that if
It didn't play at all. Like it just did. So, I don't know. I'd be curious to know your thoughts on that, Marshall. Like, do you agree with me that Democrats have a masculinity
There are
problem on a
wrinkles.
national level?
I said there is too often in my perception where I live. I can't talk about where you live. I can't talk about where Pro lives. I don't talk about where I live. My perception is yes, the Democrats do have somewhat of a masculinity problem on the state level. On the local level, there's some masculinity. Who in the South is not very masculine? Like, but what I should say is, like, he gave me LinkedIn handshake, and they gave me that impression. I shouldn't judge masculinity just as handshake. But where I live, I find less of a problem with masculinity in the local party. At the state party level, there seems to be a little bit of a lack of it, even my perception of the national party, so they're not taking it in. So they do have a problem. Yes, there's lots of male anger. Yes, but like, just like being about the closest people, when you 5 years and one plays over, I think that also needs to be so, to answer your question, I don't really have a firm stance on national issue at least in my area. No, the machismo stuff in the Hispanic culture is like ingrained into our politics.
So this is an Amazon worker,
like,
and
that's
she is
like
a perfect
masculinity
illustration
down
of
here.
how Amazon is going to robots instead of human beings. She's getting fired.
No,
Check
and
this
that's
out.
why I say not.
Yeah, my perception now is
aggressive towards us. We tried getting her off property at this point. We asked
as
her
overreaction
and then she started pushing our
to
team.
Republican rhetoric on the subject.
She put her hands on fire, like I
Yes,
just
they're legal, yes, they got that
Like fired.
There's certainly I think there's some of that. Screw you, you're gonna say that's what I am, I might as well be that. I think there's a little bit of that, but like, I don't, I'm not a strong sense since I'm not in the Democratic Party. I like,
What's your name?
the opinion I'm really curious of, somebody like a pro, or a this, or the boo-boo, or like, I think there's a reason why I don't think I really don't feel like I have to nationally on it. And emotional feeling, emotional feeling, and I'll make the case with.
And I'm a young woman, and I have rights just like anybody else.
What's going on?
I'm shooting at him. And see, my left right now. Oh, y'all know the joke. Y'all know the joke.
Can we have a?
You see, I like the joke. I know the joke.
Can we talk?
And corporate speak brings upon its own logic of how to deal with politics. And you really saw that logic just engulf the Democratic Party for a while. And what Graham Plattner is doing is he's getting out of that logic of corporate grammar and going back to a more populist logic and a logic based on anger, right? A logic where
Like Chewy P. Wong from Louisiana.
yeah, a logic that directs anger at the political class instead of trying to satiate the masses on behest of the political class. I think a female could have easily done it. It did not have to be Graham Plattner. He simply used the verbiage that is in vogue for the times.
Forget it. They are trying to show.
Male Democrats, most of them don't speak like Graham Plattner. Even the machismo Latinos, right? They don't speak like Graham Plattner. African American white people like Democrats who speak like Graham Plattner. With the contemporary logic of the Democratic Party that has been contemporary for at least the last, since Bill Clinton.
That's interesting.
It is similar to Trump, though, in that Trump broke with the grammar of the Republican Party, right? Which was the language of Jeb Bush at the time, or it was symbolized by the language of a Jeb Bush type. And Graham Plattner is doing that for the Democratic Party. The only difference is that I don't think Graham Plattner is going to do a crypto scam when he gets into office.
I don't think he will either, but I also think he has to be very wary of the state that he's running in, and I don't think that Maine, there's a lot of progressives in Maine, but I question whether or not, and again, I don't think that he's not running on progressivism, let me put it that way. At least he's not doing so openly in his television ads and that kind of thing. He's running, I wouldn't say away from it, but he's certainly not running on it. I just don't think I don't think that style of Democrat doesn't play in the state of Maine. It just doesn't. I think it does to certain demographics of people, but not to the average Mainer. Maine is still a pretty independent state. It really is. Again, Susan Collins is the incumbent. She's a Republican. She's not a staunch Republican. But we just had Paul LePage as our governor not too long ago. And Paul LePage was basically MAGA, right? So, I don't know, make of that what you will. Maybe he does. Maybe he has his cake and eats it too. Like Gavin Newsom, I think, is trying to do that in California. I think Gavin Newsom, for all the criticism I have of him, and I have a lot of him, knows what positions are popular and which ones aren't. And he's willing to signal on certain policies and he's not willing to on others. And he's trying to play the shrewd politician role. I get it. I think it's a smart play from him. He clearly knows how to play politics. That doesn't seem that he's a good leader or any of that stuff. I think he's a horrible leader. I think he's been an awful governor of the state of California. But with that being said, he knows how to play the game.
Jason, you're typing away pretty fast.
Yes, you guys are giving me a lot of good material.
For Big W.
But, so, look guys, I guess I just don't understand why this naturally cares so much. What does she want to see out of her?
often run into that problem with Benjamin. Half the time I can't tell whether he's being serious. Half the time I have trouble following him.
I was on a stage with him a couple of weeks ago where he was trying to argue against child labor laws and saying that we shouldn't have child labor laws.
Yeah, dude, he argued in another room. He argued in another room that America didn't spend the better half of the 20th century fucking around in Central and Latin America. Like, going to war, overthrowing their governments, assassinating people. He was like, nah.
See them doing the actual penetration, not having sex. The actual penetration. Yes, if that person kills,
it's halal.
There's no accountability. And by the way, there's no one ever caught in that scenario in the entire history, so it just doesn't apply. You can't find 3 men seeing your wife getting fucking.
Yeah, but every time they get
penetration.
they get killed every time though.
Yeah, well, it is something that even in the court, any court, would understand that if you, for example, you see your wife, which you don't have any wife, but if you have a wife,
What happened to every single one of those killers?
You're gonna go crazy.
What happened to every single one of those killers?
What
happened to them?
Accountability. There should be.
There is none. There is none. Because Islam is a piece of shit fault.
No, there is. There's there's no death penalty, but I'm pretty sure there's like some sort of accountability. So it's not like, okay, you killed your wife, that's it. Goodbye. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you should get the execution. You should
Look, the death penalty.
You murder somebody.
It's a commercial matter. You know, there's many people who disagree with death penalty. Like, I personally believe mainly for the pedophiles.
You don't. Muhammad should have. If you kill Muhammad,
this has
he's a pedophile.
Reserved to the pedophiles.
Well, you're a prophet. Your prophet
castrated.
But your prophet was a pedophile, though. Yes.
Look, this kind of religious debate, you can't just trigger that. So you have to.
No, it's not a trigger. It's a fact. Let's hold on. I'm not pushing it too. Your prophet was a pedophile. You cannot admit.
Look,
because you're dumb.
I don't have it.
It's not about respect. I'm not disrespecting nobody. I was stating obvious.
Sorry.
It's stating obvious. No. It's stating obvious. It's stating obvious.
I grew up in a very civilized culture called Persian.
No, you did not. You did not. No. You never connect yourself with the Persian culture. Never. Hold on. So explain to me, was Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no? The answer is either yes or
I don't know. I have no idea about this. Just explain.
Hold on. I didn't claim it. Hold on, Rafi. I did not claim it. It's in your own source in Islam. Most reliable sources. I did not claim nothing. It's in your own source. So now the answer that I would like to hear from you is either yes or no. Was he a pedophile? You can say no, you can say yes.
Well, it depends. Like, if is Jeffrey Epstein Ashkenazi Jew?
I don't think. Yeah, he was a pedophile. Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile.
Is it the same Jeffrey
So what?
Epstein Ashkenazi?
But Jeffrey Epstein is not a prophet. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What's
It
the
doesn't matter.
Ashkenazi?
No, that matters. All right, guys. I need you guys to be quiet. It doesn't matter. You're asking about Jeffrey Epstein. I told you, yeah, it was a pedophile. So it doesn't fucking matter.
Ashkenazi Jew. Do you condone the fact that he was an
Every terrorist. Hold on, Rafi, hold on. Every fucking terrorist groups are Muslim. So should we call every Muslim a terrorist? So shut your fucking ass up and answer the fucking question, you piece of shit. Want to be here right now? Was Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no?
Which Muhammad are we talking about? Like Muhammad did
Your prophet. Your prophet. Alright.
He's a piece of shit.
Your prophet. Was he a pedophile? Yes or no? The answer to this question. The answer to this question is either yes or no.
I don't know. I have no idea.
How do you not know?
Well, I don't know. I'm not interested about the religious theology. Unlike you guys, I'm not interested in that talk.
You're interested in your mom getting fucked in the ass, or what are you
I'm
interested
interested about today's pedophile, which is an Ashkenazi Jew from New York called Jeffrey Epstein. I'm more interested about that.
There is millions of Muslims raping little girls in Europe every day.
together.
Every day. Every fucking day. Yeah, every day. Every day. Muslims. So are you gonna answer? Are you gonna answer the question? Was your Prophet Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no? You can say no. You can say yes. I don't give a fuck. I wanna know what you think.
Muhammad was I don't know about these kind of topics. Do you know? No, you don't know.
He's saying the police officer.
Why the fuck you give them the opportunity to speak?
So I'm confused.
You have to ask them a question. If they don't answer the question, get the fuck out. Suck my dick all fucking day long. That's it. How you doing, Drew?
Yo.
True social. That's vibe code creating one.
Yeah.
Not related, but I came to Norfolk, Virginia, and the hotel doesn't have parking, so I had to park down the road, and then they're like, "Oh, your parking expires at 2 a.m., so now I gotta go move my parking." It's so ridiculous.
The hotel charges for parking? Is that?
Yeah, they charge $30 a night, so I park like down the road where the mall is, like literally down the road, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's paid, but it's only $10." And but it expires at 2 in the morning, so I gotta move it somewhere else. It's ridiculous. Or I gotta go back there and renew it. So dumb. How do they charge so much for parking? It's incredible.
Right, it makes sense if you're like in downtown Chicago or Manhattan or something, but is Norfolk, Virginia like that dense?
No, it's just they do it because they can, right? You have a car, right? We can make some extra cash. I mean, like New York City, if I stay at the Marriott Marquis downtown, it's $72 per day.
Right.
But that makes sense, right? If I go to a garage, it may be $35, $40, but it's a couple of blocks down. But that hotel convenience is worth it. I mean, in this case, it's a little bit of a walk, but I mean, who cares, right? So, just this is the inconvenient part of it.
I'll be right back.
Guys, now that serendipity's gone. I'm just kidding. Monica, happy Mother's Day. Damn, she's back.
I told you so.
To his brother, right? And as soon as he gets to his brother, that horse, when he gets to his brother's horse, leads him right to the finish line.
I told you 100 times. Half of them are rigged.
Yo, that's crazy. And then she gives him the full purse, $300,000.
Can you imagine? What is the first prize? They go in millions. They don't go into hundreds of thousands.
The trainer gets a purse of $300,000.
a
Yeah, yeah.
percentage of the 10 million or whatever it was.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so she didn't even keep the purse. She didn't care.
Why should she? 300,000 is like $200. In her world, in his world.
Where is she now?
Is Daniel around? Daniel Nero?
I'm still confused what that guy was trying to say.
He's just saying, like, how great Mafia is. And yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You love Mafia?
I don't love Mafia. I don't hate him too as well, because I don't think like it is so much necessary to go there which will create chaos in your
But it
mind.
happened now.
The thing is like, for me, whatever is necessary to become a Muslim, to be on Iman, that's it.
Yeah, there are two ways of looking at this. You're either with Ali or you're against Ali. If you're with Ali, you are a kafir. If you're against Ali, you're a kafir. Sorry.
I'm with Ali. Doesn't matter.
Then you're a kafir.
It doesn't matter. Was not a normal man.
Like food there, they're cheap. I mean, it's like $1.50.
It's how much healthier. I've been to China. It's beautiful. Their food has no GMOs. Like their food has absolutely no chemicals. Super processed.
Okay, yes, I do agree. Certain foods are not, but
I
would say
I wanted
meats
to
are not great.
I want to ask JD this question. JD, do you support Israel?
I honestly, I don't really care. I think we should just keep apart from everyone else. Not keep apart, but like, we shouldn't give them money. We shouldn't give anyone money. And I mean that by everyone. So I don't really support them.
Okay, do you think Israel has a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians?
I mean, that's their business. I don't think we should be involved. We shouldn't give them missiles. We shouldn't give them bombs. We shouldn't give them intel.
America was the first country to recognize Israel as a country in 1948. Up till 2018, it was giving them aid. That Israel was the only country that could cash in the aid money and use it for their personal expenses.
Yeah, I'm against that. I don't think we should give them anything.
I know, but the question is, I'm talking about the entity. I'm not talking about the Jews. The Jews, Christians, Muslims, they lived together side by side prior to 1948. Does Israel have a right to exist by genociding Palestinians? I'm talking about the entity.
I guess like that what they're doing is just my opinion.
It's not that they're doing right now. It did not start 7th October. It started a long time ago.
Yeah, no, it's been going on for thousands of years.
No, not thousands. Not thousands. We're talking about the establishment of a state called Israel. Right? The modern state. We're not talking about the biblical because I don't believe in the biblical. Okay?
Okay.
I
I don't think you believe in the biblical. Are you evangelical, Christian?
No, not at all. But I know that there hasn't been peace in the Middle East for a long time. I'm just saying
there's no peace in the Middle East is due to Israel.
And so, what I think it is, and I totally acknowledge that they only exist because of America funding them. But I'm saying we shouldn't.
Not just America funded them. 1947,
NATO.
Harry S. Truman received letter bombs by a stern Jewish militia gang from Palestine. Alright? And Harry S. Truman still went ahead, became part of the UN partition plan, and twisted other nations to be part of the UN partition plan. That was supposed to be a recommendation, but what the Jews did, they shoved that down Palestinians' throat, and they forcefully did the ethnic cleansing and established their disgusting state called Israel. So what I'm telling you, prior to 1948, they were living side by side. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. In 1939, British came out with the white papers, and they said no more Jewish state, no more Jews buying up the land, no more migration of the Jews. What did the Jews do? The militias, they started doing a bunch of terrorist attacks against the British mandate because these fuckers even approached the Hitler. Hey, can you come and help us get rid of the British mandate? And the Nazi said, no, fuck no, we're not coming. So my question again to you, look, my question to you, okay, just listen to the question. We're talking about the entity. Does Israel have a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians? Does it have a legitimate right to exist in the Middle East?
Okay, so your question is on the premises of morality or strength? Talk about like
morality from Palestinian perspective, from their lenses, from everything, even from my own perspective. Does Israel have a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians, by starving children, by killing people, by genociding people, by not just genociding Palestinians, killing massacres in Lebanon, killing people in Iran? Okay, go on, answer it. No, right?
So what I'm saying is, morality's sake? No, they don't. But the world doesn't work on morality. It's like natural selection and kill or be killed sort of thing, which is not morality. That's just how it operates. Now, I will say the United States has a huge role in the fact that they do exist and the fact that they have strength and weapons and wealth to do so. So we're not innocent or absolved or apart from this whole entire morality thing. But the fact that they do have weapons and have capability, it sucks. Like it sucks. I mean, it just sucks from a humanitarian perspective. I don't want people to die. No, not at all. But I mean, are you gonna try to argue that they have strength? Well, of course they do. But why do they have strength? It's because the U.S. keeps giving them money, which I'm totally against. I'm totally against giving every other nation money too.
Yeah, you just gotta say fuck the Jews, bro. That's all.
We don't have the. I don't have the problem with the Jews. I have a problem with Zionist scumbags. And yes, there were Jews that did the ethnic cleansing. These are Zionist Jews, by the way. And yes, those are problematic. Same thing with Zionist Christians and Zionist Muslims and Zionist. Anybody that's a fucking Zionist scumbag.
I think anyone.
Well, the problem with that word Zionist. Yeah, the problem with that word Zionist is they spin it and just say, well, we just want our own Jewish homeland. I think it's better to say globalist Jews. Like, that's pretty good.
No, so the Zionists would mean that, you're talking about Zionists, which means the people that believe in the establishment of the state, people that believe in the state for the right to exist, people that, that support the state of Israel, people that don't look at genocide as genocide in Palestine, people don't look at that this is a colonization project, people don't look at it as apartheid system. So, people that live in fucking denial and Delulu, they live in a fucking la-la land, they're Zionist scumbags. So even the ones that serve the fucking idea that genocide in Palestine is Zionist Jews.
Yeah, there's like a second definition. There's
I'm
like two
adding
definitions.
Jews to the Zionists. That's Zionist Jews.
I just say fuck Jews.
We don't have problem with the Jews. There's good Jews, there's bad Jews. There's good Christians, bad Christians. There's good Muslims, bad Muslims. It's not about, it's not about targeting one party. Well, we have a problem with people from Jewish paradigm or Christian paradigm. They believe supporting the state of Israel. That it's called Zionism. And this is political Zionism. It's not religious Zionism. But evangelicals, I don't know where the fuck these people came from. They pretty much corrupted the whole book. Like, how is this a fucking holy state? It was established by ethnically it was established, by atheist, agnostic motherfuckers. Didn't even believe in scripture.
What do you say to them Jews that are like, well, I'm a Zionist because that just means we want Jews to have their own homeland?
Yeah, that's called believing in political Zionism. Political Zionism, we have a problem with. But the religious Zionism, I don't have a problem with it. They can believe in whatever the hell they believe in. But the political Zionism is the one that's massacring people, genociding people. The political is the biggest problem we have right now.
That's fair. Yeah, it starts with the Federal Reserve in America that's owned by Jews.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of this thing.
The Federal Reserve it's not even, they say federal, it's not even actually our government entity.
Right. I just say we keep all Jews out of power in general.
I mean, I don't think
that's that's not. There's about I would say there's about I don't know, I would say probably 10, 20, 30% of Jews they're anti-Zionists. They're small numbers, but we can't just generalize that they're all Zionists. Religiously, sure, they're probably all Zionists, right? But then you have a lot of like even inside Israel. You got 1/3 or 2/3 of the population, they're secular Jews. They don't even really practice the religion. They don't believe in religion.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Okay, so atheist Jews, secular Jews, they like communism, right? And then you have the religious Jews who also want to enslave mankind. So in general, Jews want to enslave mankind. They're guilty until proven innocent. So just keep them out of power. That's the answer. The National Socialists did a great job of that.
I don't know, man.
I'm not a huge fan of just generalizing people to you can't do this because that's segregation essentially.
You could add Zionists to it because that's the problem. That's what we have to address him. Because if you go for the Jews, and what about the Jews that are siding with Palestinians? Well, what about the ones that are anti-genocide? What about that are anti-Israel? What do we do about those?
I'm sorry, what?
There's Jewish folks out there, they're protesting, and they're anti-Zionist, they're anti-Israel. What do we do about those Jewish folks? Huh?
When their whole religion is... Yeah, but that could just be a facade.
No, but how is it a facade?
Opposition.
Bro, you're talking...
Just to say, oh, look, hey, we're
you need to go to a different McDonald's, bro. Go to a different McDonald's, man. Go to a different Starbucks or some shit. You go to a different Starbucks. Yeah, go to a different Starbucks and then we can have that conversation, man.
He just seems to be a hater of Jews.
Yeah, he is. He just. I told him that.
Yeah, not all tigers. Not all tigers are dangerous, right?
Not all tigers are. Oh my God.
That was.
It's the same thing.
That was
you go to a different Starbucks and McDonald's, bro. The Wi-Fi ain't working, bro.
I mean, you can do that, but the half measures aren't going to get anywhere.
Okay, him, just be quiet for a second. Honestly, you're making fool of it. You are honest. Okay.
Use a group of people to just say.
Okay, we understand that. We understand that.
It's pro-goyism. It's pro-goyism.
Can you stop making a fool out of yourself right now? Stop. Yeah,
I mean, you guys can keep getting smoked in Palestine and talking about, oh, we're just against Zion.
You're definitely a goy. You're definitely a goy.
Well, we're all goys.
Ace, I'd like to say something. Okay, I have personally lost family, property, people I love due to this war and many wars above, and I don't have the views that you have. You are just a bigot. You are a bigot. It is disgusting, and I won't stand for it. It's absolutely disgusting.
Neither would I stand for this kind of garbage.
It's garbage, and it has nothing. And you have no right to talk like that about any type of person. It's absolutely disgusting.
Imagine, like,
Bro, you need to go to a different McDonald's or some shit or Starbucks, man. We can't hear you, bro. Go to a different McDonald's, man.
this is a problem. It's a half measure.
Well, go to a
Not all
different
tigers are-
Starbucks or something. Oh my god.
Oh, back to the Tigers again?
This guy, man,
I mean,
actually
go
needs a
to
different
different-
Starbucks. Go to a different Starbucks, man.
Starbucks is too expensive.
Just for Wi-Fi.
Starbucks is too expensive.
Hey, what's up, Chris?
Oh, just for Wi-Fi? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm driving.
Hey, your internet's not good, man. No bueno.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now, though? It should be all right.
It's going in and out.
No, we can't. We can't. You just
Okay, I'm good. No problem.
Like, yeah, see if you can fix the internet and then come back. No problem. What's up with the internet shake down there? You okay?
Yeah, I'm here. Because I'm hearing.
What's your situation? Because you're Iranian, that's what you hear? You don't love me?
Yeah, we have to ambush them for
I said you respect me and love me. What is this?
I'm here to ambush the IRGC supporters. That's all I'm doing.
Sam is definitely IRGC. You can go after Sam.
I am not IRGC for the purposes of the AI
Look at his voice. Look at his voice. Look at his
For the
voice.
purposes of
Sounds like IRGC.
I am not IRGC. USA, USA.
Anyways.
Can you hear me?
See.
No,
Yes.
no, we still can't hear you. Stop trying.
No, you're alive. Okay, so I'll just say this. Just look at National Socialist Germany. They took care of it. It was no problem. That's the solution. And I'll just mute up.
Good idea. Steve.
Al Jazeera is reporting on this, right? So Al Jazeera is reporting Donald Trump slams Iran's response to Washington's peace proposal as totally unacceptable. Then you have Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates say they detected several drones in their airspace, while Qatar says the commercial cargo ship was targeted by a drone in its territorial waters. Iran's military has issued a new warning to the U.S. and Israel, saying that if aggression resumes, they will certainly face other jeopardizing options. Israel's bombardment of Lebanon continues as Hezbollah claims more attacks on Israeli troops. The baby killers, 2 Lebanese medics, and a civilian are killed in an Israeli attack on emergency response centers in Bint Jabal. So, how do you say it? Bint Jabal. Bint Jabal.
Bint is bad?
Bint Jabal. Sam, you can do it, man. You speak Arabic.
Bint is bad?
Live tracker. Okay, we got the state media. Okay, Iranian state media says U.S. plan meant Iran surrender to Trump's greed.
Oh my god, they said the word greed?
Yeah.
Oh wow. This is Al Jazeera.
Yeah, Al Jazeera is reported from the Iran state. They're reporting it from the Iran state media.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's Iranian. Yeah, the talk.
Yeah, but Al Jazeera is not saying.
Left the whole, practice of a hardcore like Islam.
Like the
They
Baha'i,
can
the
The
Baha'i and all that. Yeah, Baha'i is on the other
Baha'is,
day.
yeah, they went their own way.
but even the Ismailis,
Ixnay on the info HMA.
what? I'm sharing information about you.
I'm just remembering recent conversations about oversharing.
Not hating Trump.
We're not oversharing.
Yeah, you know, and let's look at some of the things Trump has done. People say he's not doing a lot, but
And then
I mean, we got, you know, SCOTUS rules against the racist maps, right? We got Dems losing those racist DEI seats, like all over the place. New GOP seats in Florida, Tennessee, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, South Carolina. The Democrats rigged map in Virginia was tossed out. It says, I guess, Somalia fraudsters. Remember that, man? Them fuckers are getting raided, including Elon Omar. I think she's getting fucked next. Dr. Fauci, he's probably going to get arrested and indicted soon. Comey has been indicted, you know, which is pretty awesome. Act Blue is under investigation. Southern Poverty Law Center is indicted, and they're fucked in the ass. John Brennan is under investigation. Fannie Willis under investigation. It's you know, I'd say the fucking Dems are like on life support here, bro. You know.
I think they're sinking. I mean, I can look on X and I keep.
Is he going to resign?
Yeah, I guess supposedly because he got crushed in the election. I don't know.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he sounds like he's gonna resign. But what was I saying? Just that the Democrats. Like I keep being told by the opposition that they're not doing anything wrong, that they're above board when it comes to elections and like corruption, like it's all on the Republican side. And I go on X and I'm like, dude, like every day there's like a new person that's under fraud investigation or child pornography or whatever. So it's like they think it's one-sided. It's not. Like, both parties do this shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. They keep those lines up doing that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of wild, dude. It's gonna be, I don't know. Here's something I'm kind of disappointed about. Okay, we have the left pretty much on the run here. We have them against the ropes, bro. We're winning all over the place. But then we got these dumb fucks who supposedly are on the right, like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Pepe and Nick Fuentes, who I think personally was being funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center. I think Nick Fuentes has been a plant the whole fucking time. This is what I'm getting at, I guess. We're making so many strides here. We got the left on the run, yet we got these fucking idiots who want to die on this Jewish hill, who want to die because they hate Israel and Jews so bad. They're ruining the movement. Like, what the fuck? Like, we have got these assholes on the run. We're trying to make a difference for the country. Look at the bigger picture. Yet we got these idiots like Pepe and motherfuckers who are so worried about this Jewish Israel fucking shit and don't even want to admit that at least Israel is defending our interest, unlike our allies who we have, or other European, or our European allies who we have asked for support. They don't want to do it. The Jews, Israel is actually fucking coming to bat for us. So I just wish, man, that we would focus on the bigger picture of saving this fucking country. But no, as soon as we get a win, we got idiots like Pepe who want to fucking die on this hill and ruin the whole movement. I think it's fucked up, man.
Well, the left and the right have a J word question problem, and if you listen to the left, like they go deep into J word conspiracy constantly, and it doesn't really matter what the topic is: indigenous rights, neocolonial things. Like they have their list of grievances, and then they say, "Oh, so you don't stand for gay black men?" Like if you listen to Isaiah or whatever his name is, Goat or Ban or whatever, everything ultimately becomes, "Oh, so you don't support black women? You don't support gay black men?" Like it's the same uh, filibuster hypnosis. It's entertainment. But the scary part is the size of the audience. If you look at that politically correct room for the past like 2 days, 3 days, huge numbers. So clearly, like the left is top heavy, and the right is it's just not dense. There's no density in it. So that's why I think Donald Trump has to truly MAGA America, and
It's all the same people in that room. There was like I counted probably a half a dozen new voices that new people, and that's being in the hallway pretty high up there for hours. So I wouldn't say that it's completely like a complete like
no, it's not an echo chamber. Eventually they mellow out. But did you listen to the movie? Because that guy was fucking hilarious.
That was a shit show.
Can I piggyback on what Matt said though? Really, like John, I know you've said like, yeah, there's so many more leftist retards than there is people on the right. That's not necessarily true. It's just that a lot of people on the right have have got values and don't waste their time on this app arguing with a bunch of nonsense. And so I feel like I'm one of the few people on the right who does entertain that. I shouldn't, but there's a lot of good valued people on the right who just won't fucking waste their time with this app, bro. And these people on the left who sit there and bitch and cry every day about, oh, we gotta change the system. It's a good dopamine hit, but they're never gonna do anything. I mean, 5 years fucking later, they're talking about the same fucking shit, bro. It feels good. It sounds nice.
Well, I heard them admit that they're actually completely engaged in propaganda creation, and they know it. And they say it's dangerous to have these debates. We shouldn't have these debates. It exposes us. It's dangerous for us to even talk about these things. So they know that they're just ruthlessly, creating echo chamber propaganda. And that guy, the movie, fucking, oh my god, it was so funny.
Well, the thing is, that guy is supposedly on our side. So it's like, how do you? It's like we have to. I mean, I don't think we have to agree with the shit show he is. Like, he was just completely didn't know anything. But he also has, like, I don't know how to describe it. He's kind of like the vestiges of, like, just fighting back. I don't know, John. Like, that's how I could describe it. I don't know, like, we're still at that point where we're fighting retardation with retardation. Does that make sense at all? I don't know.
No, because it's an Isaiah show. It's a goat show. Like he is the energy. He is the audience. Like it's his show. And then you have First Lady who chimes in with her ridiculousness. The whole thing is it's just a show. Yeah, it's entertainment.
I'm too much on First Lady though. She's like
this morning they had nobody in their room because Goat was in Hurricane's room. Hurricane had like 80, 90 people, and they had like 20.
Yeah, Goat is definitely the voice there. And what's funny is he's supposedly the smartest leftist there, but if you do your research well, you can fucking make that guy look like an idiot. Which, I have done a few times, so.
I know. Scott, welcome to the page. It looks like you're new to the house. We're perfectly okay for opposition if you have a different opinion. I don't know if you wanted to speak, but I just wanted to welcome you.
Hi. Can you hear me? This is the first time I'm using these earbuds.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm from Washington State. So I'm basically on the far left. I think.
I'm from Montana, bro. So I'm not far from you. I'm from my family lives in the Spokane area, so.
Okay. Yeah. Well. I normally don't focus too much on political stuff, but I know it definitely has an effect on everybody. So I think it's definitely good every once in a while just to get involved and share your opinion and your thoughts and stuff because we're all in it together. So.
But you raised a good question. Like I've always kind of wondered, like if we didn't pay attention, would it really matter that much? I mean. I don't know. So you're saying that you're kind of dipping back in. Have you ever been involved in it or not? First of all.
I think just like personal life experiences, I wouldn't normally draw a direct connection between, political activity and government stuff. But I come from like a military family, so it affects sort of the way we move around and look for work and stuff. So in that sense, yeah, it's definitely scary, looking at the situation and stuff, and it's almost like a roller coaster ride, right now it's like nobody knows which direction things are gonna go. So
see, I felt that way with Obama. That's how I felt with Obama. Like, I don't know why people are so fucking shit scared about Trump. Like, I feel like we're in good hands with this man. Like, Obama, bro, I genuinely felt scared. And then Biden, I really did. I knew that fucker was not in charge of nothing. So, I don't know why people you can't let the media convince you of this uncertainty, bro. That's what it is that they've been trying to convince people that he's Hitler, that he's fucking shit up, they've been trying everything, throwing everything at this man, trying to kill him including. So, I don't know, man.
But I don't think we're out of the clear. I think Scott is going to put a butt on this and give us his opinion on Trump here in a second. Because you are from a very left-leaning state, so do you want to just get to it and just give us a little bit of taste?
Hey, got some music there. Well, I mean, the way I was raised. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, yeah.
So I guess the way I was raised, I actually have family who's not from this country. I'd say like half of it. My mom moved here from the outside, so she's basically, she's been here a while now, but I think she's still considered a foreigner. So I guess in that sense, it always weighs on my mind, which way things are gonna go, and I think because of that, though, I'm more of like a passive or just a follower. You know what I mean? Because in my situation, I don't know if I'd be comfortable rocking a boat and standing up and making mistakes and stuff and doing the wrong thing. You know what I mean?
So you said most of your family has voted for the Democrats. Is that what you said? Yeah.
I think most of the time they stay out of it, but I do come from like a military family, so we're familiar with obeying, the rules and the regulations and stuff, and accepting the president and just, going with it and trying to accept people.
That's probably true. A lot of the military families probably don't want to play the political angle of things, just because you always just stand behind the commander-in-chief at the end of the day. So I hear what you're saying. That makes sense.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, I always had this feeling in the back of my mind that, fights and arguments could escalate and stuff. It's like, I really don't want to start any type of conflict, especially with all the stories going on, I don't want it to be a part of my life.
Hey,
I don't want to be...
Scott, if I may, are you Asian, bro? Like, I'm just curious because, I've never known anybody to be so, I don't know, I don't want to start any fight. I'm just curious. I'm serious. No disrespect to you, Asian.
No disrespect. You know that you're definitely smart, and I'm half Asian, half Filipino.
I can almost maybe tell by your voice, but also just by your demeanor. Asians tend to be calm and collected, but I know Asians can fight because, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, the Japanese, you guys are nice and smart, and calm and collected when you need to be, but when you need to fight, you guys can definitely fight. So, but I could just tell, so that's cool.
Yeah. I was always raised to just obey because they're familiar, at least on my mom's side, she's familiar with a lot of bad stuff going on, and she always told me, look, you really don't want to go down that route, so just stick with it and do the best you can and stuff, and hopefully everything will just work itself out in the future.
That's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need more calm-headed people on this app. It gets too much.
Have you seen this Spencer Pratt and the California poll numbers? Because it's like I just read an article about it, but California's polling numbers are like trending Republican, and Spencer Pratt's campaign looks like it's crushing it. So if Karen Bass,
Have you seen his videos, John?
Yes.
He's absolutely crushing it. Whoever his campaign dude is, man, he needs to do that for like all.
Do you remember Spencer on like reality shows? Because I remember when he was like on reality shows.
Yep.
I remember when he was young, and he was always fighting with his girlfriend.
It's crazy. I don't know.
But good for him. You know, he became an adult, and you know, he sounds like exactly what LA needs, dude. They need someone to take that city back, and you know, and that's awesome.
There's I put my ballot in today. I went for Steve Hilton only because he's for governor, only because he's actually tied, and we just need to push him over the finish line. But there was Eric Swalwell still on the ballot. I'm like, what is going on around here? And actually, Barack Obama was on the ballot too. Now, that's a different story, but yeah, it actually is a different guy. But I'm like, what is Barack Obama doing on the ballot? His name is Barack Obama, but what's that name on the ballot? I thought he resigned or whatever. What the fuck?
He did, apparently. He's not even in the... Yeah, they just maybe can't take him off the ballot or something. I don't know.
Right? He's there to suck away votes from somebody so stupid.
Maybe, yep, exactly.
he's saying that like if he gets elected,
money, man. Go.
he's issuing a. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was just gonna say, Spencer Pratt said he's gonna do like a 3-week warning where, like, you know, if you're not in compliance, he's like, within 3 weeks there will be full enforcement, and like he will basically raid the city, you know, and they're talking about cleaning up Skid Row and developing it, and there's like a major fire downtown Los Angeles right now, and he's saying that because of all the DUIs and how they have to allocate fire and ambulance resources, like they can't even fight their fires. So it's like it really is. I mean, this is going to be a big moment, and I really hope they take LA. This would be very exciting to get ready for guys.
That'd be great. That'd be great, man. You know, I want to see these people cry. Apparently 2028 is looking even better. That's why I like that picture you got there, Matt, and your PTR. I mean, that's 2028 is going to be even better apparently for us. So.
Hell yeah, dude.
But we won't have to talk about it, I mean, but just as far as the Republican landscape, you know, it's just funny because, like, I was in that fucking room with Goat, and he's trying to gaslight people up, and man, that just seems really, you know, really political. This just doesn't seem right. Like, yeah, and I was like, dude, of course. And then I started looking at the history of it, man. Like, the reason, the term gerrymander came from a
Democratic Jerry.
Yes, and it came from a Democratic Republican, which is funny. It was literally a party that was the Democratic Republicans. So I don't know. Technically,
they're not a party. They're still an existing party. They're currently the Democratic Party, which is why the term is Democratic and not Democrat, because the line of the party is the Democratic Republicans.
You always got that specific info, Marshall. Appreciate that. Yeah, you know, and so we've been kind of.
Break down the gerrymandering part. Like, where did that come from? I heard somebody, I think maybe it was you, Mark.
So Elbert, I think either New England or a little below New England, and he drew a district that looked like a salamander.
I have it here if you want me to read it exactly.
Yeah, dude, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought it'd be kind of good. So, all right. So I started. What I put in the Claude was who started the redistricting fight, the Democrats or the Republicans? And it said the honest answer is both parties have done it throughout U.S. history. But the current redistricting war of the mid-decade one happening right now was started by the Republicans, they're saying. But it was started by both. But let me just go to the history there. Elbridge Gerry is a fascinating and somewhat forgotten founder. Here's a rundown. Born in 1744 in Marlborough, Massachusetts. You're a smart dude there, Marshall, you know. He was a wealthy merchant who became one of the more prominent and complicated figures of the founding eras anyway. So, what he did here, the gerrymandering district. The oddly shaped district his party drew to pack Federalist voters was so contorted that a Boston newspaper cartoonist drew it as a salamander-shaped monster and dubbed it the gerrymander. The name stuck permanently. So yeah. But, you know, they were both, I guess Jerry was a Democratic Republican, which was the party founded by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. So it's kind of wild.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But
gerrymandering's been around, like you said, since the beginning of the country. And a good portion of the 20th century, the Democrats gerrymandered their states. They gave them overwhelming control of Congress for like 40 years, or at least the maps were set so they had an advantage to control the House for 40 years. And the most recent spate of redistricting in a more partisan fashion started with the Republicans in 2010 in Texas. The most recent spate happened in Texas, which there should be a note of caution for Republicans. These things could easily turn into dummy managers or get struck down in a racial gerrymander accidentally. Or if you're Louisiana, get struck down as a racial matter intentionally. Louisiana had some maps. They went to the appellate court. The appellate court was not enough. Per the Supreme Court decision, you can't draw districts based on race, and this was clearly drawn based on race to disfavor black people, and you can't do that. So,
but here's the thing, though, man. It's it's wild. I'm looking here, and that says that basically through the 1960s all the way up to the 1990s, the Democrats dominated this. They were kicking ass at gerrymandering, but it just changed. After the what?
I said, yeah, that was my point. Gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of things for something between 50 years.
Yeah, it says after the 1960s elections, Democrats controlled redistricting in 21 states, covering 220 seats, while Republicans controlled only 7 states, covering 61 seats. That Democratic advantage held through the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, and they used it aggressively. But in 2010, the GOP launched a deliberate strategy called Red Map, specifically targeting state legislators and census years, so they control the past census map drawing it. It worked. In 2011, the Republicans held trifectas in 17 states, covering 200 seats, while Democrats control only 6 states, covering 44 seats. Historic low for Democrats. So.
Right. So wait, there's 2 things. One, I thought I heard a while ago there was an effort by, maybe I'm thinking something completely different, of the Democrats, doing something for the long term, maybe like a 10-year plan, of turning, you know what, it's the sweet state stuff. So Colorado blue, you know where I'm going with this, Marshall. You remember that plan? I forget the name of it, but it was a devastating plan. What is it?
It's called Plan, I think it's called Plan 2029. And it's the Democrats' response to the Republicans' quote at 2025, like Agenda 2025.
Yeah, I think that's it. So I gotta look that one up again too. By the way, here's my.
Here comes this Jew-hater Pepe.
Here's my question. You know how we're always told if you live in a blue state and you don't like it, you can move to a red state. I'm assuming people could just move around in districts, right, Marshall?
That is unless your state is so gerrymandered in most of the districts of one party. Right, like the way the Democrats were going to draw Virginia, one district would have been Republican. The way the Californians had gerrymandered California, there's 1 Republican seat. The way Texas is gerrymandered, there's 1 or 2 Democratic seats. And at least for me in Texas, I think it's going to turn out to be a fucking dummy mander. Because when we made the maps, we based them off of 2024 turnout. And here's the problem. In midterms, you never receive as high a turnout as you do in presidentials. You just don't. Which means the turnout in the Rio Grande Valley, which voted red for the first time since 1960, is not a reliable metric to make maps by. They should have used midterm years to draw the maps. Years. As a consequence, it could very easily end up in safer Democratic districts and more competitive Republican districts. Like the congresswoman I'm working for, she's running against a guy named Bobby Polito, went from a district of 7 counties to a district of 11 counties, and it's one of the most competitive races in the country. It's like in the top 5. So like gerrymander. You're gonna get what you deserve when you gerrymander.
Okay, so you said in Texas they based it off the last midterms being
presidential.
Presidential.
They based it off 2024 because the Rio Grande Valley turned out like all 5 counties, and now it was about the Cameron, Wilsey, and Starr. We turned after Trump by as little as 51.5 and by as much as 57.8 for the first time since Richard Nixon in 1960.
I'm saying what the deck for sure.
To draw the maps for the districts, they used that data. That takes into account for like being the presidential term, like having people like not think their approval is good. It also means that you base it on high turnout without considering midterm or low turnout.
I thought they had to consider census data. I'm so lost right now. Like, is that part of it too? Like I know that was based on census data.
No, census data comes once every 10 years.
Yeah, but I heard that we did complain about that.
You know, my friends in Congressman's office, that guy, tell me that's how many times. They decide how many Congress people you can get.
Person is not afraid, God says in Isaiah 41.
Is that the same thing though? I don't know.
No, Texas gerrymandered to get like 2 to 5 additional districts by shrinking Democratic representation in Texas.
It is in general version. Right, I got you. Okay, that's true.
Yeah, but here's the problem: the reduction of Democratic districts to Republican districts was made based on the thought the next election would be as high as 2024, and that's just not true. It's never true. But I haven't run into Todd Hunter in a decade. If I ever run into Todd Hunter again, the first question I'm going to ask him is, why the fuck did you use the 2024 maps? Why didn't you use like 2022? Which like would have predicted, which would have shown you low turnout, but would have showed you where you were in a midterm year. So when you redistricted mid-decade, it had made more sense. Now, I'm sure somebody probably looped that data in. Right, somebody told Todd Hunter, hey, you should consider this. But for my friends that work for him, they're like, nah, he mostly used 24. And that's just like, that's not responsible for the Texas Republican Party. Like, the Texas Republican Party is massively mismanaging itself.
So is it fair to wait? Okay, so did nobody see this coming? I mean, like it seemed like just came out of nowhere, and obviously it sped up quite a bit with the Supreme Court ruling. But did everybody see this coming? That this like a redistricting, basically war would take place, or no, Marshall?
I think post 2010, people were thinking about what the next shooter drop was. After you got Jill v. Whitford, which was the case when the Supreme Court said we will no longer decide political gerrymandering cases. If a racial gerrymander comes before us, we'll absolutely decide that, but we won't decide a political gerrymander. And that tended toward Republicans control most state delegations and most legislatures, so they drew maps in their favor. To a certain extent, we did exactly what the Democrats did. To another extent, in certain places, we didn't use the right numbers in Texas, and in places like Louisiana, it was blatantly racial. That's why their maps got struck down, because they disfavored African Americans. Like, they took not a majority-minority district, but like, it's called packing and cracking. So say you have like a city that's got like 43% black population. and it would make sense for that city to vote on its own, not because they're black people, but because it's a city. And you want somebody to represent the city, and you want somebody to represent the rural, so you get both of those representation. Well, if what you do then is take that population inside of the city and chop it up into 6 places, you will be accused of racial gerrymander. And this is being appealed, so we'll see what it's being appealed for the second time. So we'll see what the appellate court has to say the second
It's not
time
gonna
around.
work out for them, Marshall. They're clearly doing gerrymandering this shit off of race, so it's not gonna work.
No, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work either. I think the court's gonna strike it down and go, hey, we told y'all you couldn't racially gerrymander, you couldn't draw communities of interest or majority minority districts, but you also can't draw all white districts. So neither one is acceptable.
Of course. We know that.
It's like vote seeking. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it was politicians choosing their voters instead of the voters choosing their politician.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing is I'm not saying the right doesn't do some fucked up shit, here and there, but I think the left clearly with them the gerrymandering, the fucking open borders, let all the the amnesty, just they want votes, bro. They fucking want
by the way,
votes.
real quick, Mountain, good point. I mean, that was really the big point of letting in a lot of illegals was eventually
For votes.
to totally change the way the map looks. By the way, a lot of the ways.
But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Because all of a sudden you have to make sure everybody's represented.
Well, I don't think it's.
Disagree with that a little bit, but
No, I disagree because I think it's about resources rather than people voting for Democrats. I think if you get the resources,
go through Democrats.
What are you talking?
No. What I mean is, so the Rio Grande Valley, we live right next to the border. We have a population of people who are in this country legally. We just do because we live so close to the border. But in a sense, those people are always considered. So if you bring in 13 million people and you divide them amongst the states, they chime in on they chime in on size of districts and the amount of money the federal government allocates to each state. So I think it's more of that than they're going to go into a voting booth and vote for the Democrats.
No, I think it's clearly that because they've done their research, man. Like I was just about to say, for most immigrants when they first show up, the first generation immigrants overwhelmingly vote Democrat because they believe these are the people that brought them there. They're not gonna though that Hispanics are actually very conservative people, and second, and third, and fourth generation Latinos and immigrants are not so democratic.
But I'll say
listen. But what I'm saying is I'm just
Latinos, Mexicans are a lot different than Puerto Ricans.
Yeah. Okay.
and a lot different than Guatemala and Honduras.
Yes, but people that are Catholic, especially. But listen though,
they're all mostly Catholic.
But as far as no voting ID, that is absolutely so they can get votes. Mail-in voting, that is absolutely so they can get votes. Open borders,
You do know mail-in voting was pioneered by Republicans. You do know mail-in voting was pioneered by Republicans in Washington State, right? And we did it as a way to win over the Democrats on the West Coast.
Well,
you have Mexican majority states like New Mexico, for example, that are reliable Democrat. It's basically they have an old Democratic machine there. I mean, they are reliably a blue state for the most part.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the migrants are always going to vote for the Democrats.
No, but this is here's the difference between New Mexicans is New Mexicans have been there for close to 500 fucking years. These are most of the people in New Mexico are not the descendants of immigrants. They literally were part of New Spain.
They're natives, right? It's Hopi.
Well, yeah, you have Navajo. I think is probably.
But the Hopi Indians are in New Mexico.
I think the largest.
Oh, I know they're
Navajo stretches into New Mexico, and so I think they're the largest.
Internet, bro.
Yeah, Marshall, you got some fucked up internet, by the way, bro.
Yeah, we can't really hear your ass.
Scott, I saw you come off the mic. Do you want to get back in or no?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna ask if gerrymandering is like is that like a monopoly or
Like a monopoly?
yeah, no, I'm not exactly familiar with the term. I hearing you guys use it a lot.
So gerrymandering means I draw a district in my political favor. So if I have legislative control and I'm a Republican and I want to gerrymander the state, it means I'm going to arrange it in a way where Republicans have more of a say than Democrats do by arranging voters in districts in such patterns that Republicans are always the majority.
Okay, so you're saying like premeditated or like just control.
Exactly. You said you're from Washington State, Scott? Is that right?
Yeah.
Marshall, they're not doing anything, right? Not that I'm aware of. They're not doing.
No, I'm not saying that. My point about bringing them up.
No, I know. I'm just saying general. That you haven't heard them wanting to do anything. Washington State or no?
No, I mean I haven't heard anything. Look, like mail-in ballot. I'm a really big fan of like the time, place, manner clause of the Constitution, which derives the ability to like hold elections in states. Now, I can get on board with the national ID because we got one in Texas, and I really don't have a problem with it. And I think it's patronizing to tell people they can't get IDs that are too poor and stupid to be able to figure it out. But I'm opposed to nationalizing things in terms of election issues aside from the ID. Like, I don't think Washington should have more control. In the Constitution, they can if they pass a law, but I prefer the states to have the control. Now, that's gonna mean that you have a state like Minnesota who decides not to do ID, and a state like Texas who does decide to do ID, or you have a national law that only does ID, and then everything else is still up to the states. Like, I think states should be allowed to run their own elections, and I think it's an important thing that elections be run by the policies they represent.
Well, I know that there are a lot of people who write in the streets, but I don't know if that would be considered gerrymandering. I don't know if you guys have that type of stuff.
No, you know when you go to vote, you vote in a district, right? Like, do you know your congressional district or state house district?
No, I don't really.
So let's just use your state house district as an example. I don't know which state house district you're in, but the state house district is drawn probably in Washington State, is controlled by the Democrats, to favor a Democratic choice. So that means instead of the district being neutral, like 50-50.
Is it a district like a county or?
No, a district is considered the political geographical arrangement inside. Inside which a representative represents you.
Okay, so just the landscape of the decisions people make.
Man, I feel like I'm making this too intellectual. You want to like?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. Let's just simplify it if we can. So how it works: the party in control of redistricting, which happens after each census, draws district lines to either cram as many opposition voters as possible into a few districts so they can waste votes winning by huge margins, or split opposition voter concentrations across multiple districts so they're a minority in each one. For example, if a party has won 60% of the voters statewide, skilled gerrymandering can still give Party B. So if Party A has won a 60% majority of voters in statewide, skilled gerrymandering can still give Party B a majority of the seats by concentrating Party A's voters into a handful of landslide districts. So I don't know. It's hard to explain, I guess.
Yeah, so you're saying though, like the district is basically which way you're voting. It has nothing to do with like the property line, the area of.
I think it's
drawn around political identity. So if you have, say, a major city that tends to vote blue, and you're in a blue state, typically the gerrymandering will look like taking from the center of a blue city, which has lots of people, and lumping in the countryside, which has no people. Therefore, it's a Democratic gerrymander, and then they decide by how many points. Right?
So this is
go ahead.
In simplified terms, the core idea is just dividing a large area into smaller chunks so each chunk has its own elected representative or governing body. Making
You're saying like the area of people.
Yeah, so like congressional district, there's congressional districts and then state legislative districts, right? Congressional district, each one elects a single member to the U.S. House of Representatives. There are 435 of them nationwide, with each state getting a number proportional to its population. So like me in Montana, for example, I have 2. State legislative districts, similar idea, but for state legislators, most states have both anyway. So, yeah, so like redistricts are redrawn every 10 years after the census. The census for how many people we have as population shifts, right? Each district is supposed to have roughly equal population, 1 person, 1 vote. District boundaries are usually drawn by state legislators, which is why gerrymandering is possible. So that's what I say. Like the core idea is dividing a large area into smaller chunks, so each chunk has its own elected representative of governing body. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
By the way, is that put on people's ballots to vote on too? That was the other thing. I know in California we did that.
Depends upon the state and whether they operate through referendums.
Okay.
Like Virginia and California and a couple other states, they operate off referendum.
I didn't know some states don't do referendums. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Like Texas doesn't do referendums. We do constitutional elections, and the mid-decade gerrymander was decided by the legislature, and the standing committees of the legislature, because we only meet every 2 years, and given approval through the big 3 in Texas, which is lieutenant governor, the governor, and the speaker of the House. And that's a little bit different than say maybe how Tennessee draws maps. Tennessee draws maps purely by legislature.
So there is some variety to all this. So like the subcommittee, they could just throw up a subcommittee like they did. I forget which state it was. Was it the Virginia one that they threw up a subcommittee and they just started redrawing it? I don't know.
No, special. It was a special session.
Oh, okay.
And the rule in Virginia is that when you pass a map, there has to be an intervening election to throw the bums out and replace them with new bums. And Katie Porter and the Democrats in the state maintained that the election was not early voting, which was already underway. The election was day of. And the Virginia Supreme Court did not like that argument. They're like, nah, it's bullshit, you can't do that.
Yeah, I heard about that. And then you hear what they're trying to do, right? The congressional Democrats are asking the legislature to literally limit the age of the Supreme Court justices of Virginia. Did you hear that?
No.
Oh shit.
But the Democrats have a habit of rediscovering limited government every time they're out of power.
I'll pin the article. It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy too. Like yesterday, there was some guy who was talking about how we just fuck the laws and we just need to do it anyway. And that's what happens, man. That's why we get in this mess. Because as soon as one gets power, we're gonna cram it in the ass of the Democrats or the Republicans, and then that other party gets in power and uses it against them, or changes it. It's not the country ultimately. I think suffers because of this shit.
They do the exact same thing to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason the filibuster hasn't been tossed out, by Republicans, is because we'll get to cram the SAVE Act down their throat, and we're going to get to cram several other bills down their throat. But what happens when they're in the majority and they can then force it down their throat? And we have no protection against that.
Dude, they're going to try to go hard on us. You know they are.
No, I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying, the rationale in the party to protect the filibuster is if we decide to be
Yeah, you say the same thing over and over again, Marshall. I've heard you say this like for years.
Yeah, you can either rebut it, but you don't need to tell me I've been saying it for a long time. I know what I've said for a long time. Like it's not necessary for you to remind me.
He's just an asshole. Just ignore him.
Yeah, that's projection, Pepper.
Marshall,
That's a you problem.
Go look at it, Marshall, what they plan on trying to do.
Oh, Kitty. That's wild. I think that when the Democrats eventually do get power back, dude, they're gonna this is why, like, I don't want to get religious here, but I don't think America's gonna be around in the end times.
Well, on this app, they love to say when things go back to normal. I hear it all the time, politically correct. When things go back to normal. It's never going back to normal for these people. We have opened Pandora's box and we're not turning back. Their reign is over. The incompetent clown world is never coming back.
I am mad at you, John, for not beating the shit out of that punk ass bitch Illumi. He keeps fucking ruining every theology room that I'm ever a part of. And the fact that you're stronger, smarter, wiser, cunninger, like you're goofier, like you could do it, John, with a snap of your fucking finger.
Got it, Kitty. Okay. Well, don't know what to tell you, Kitty. Maybe you're your own worst enemy, Kitty. Maybe you are your own worst enemy, Kitty. Hello?
John, take care of this guy.
John, do it, okay?
There's no stopping R-word clown world people.
No, and that's not gonna go over really well. He's gonna be an insistent asshole.
No. Marshall, you don't even know who we're talking about. Is it a guy named Illumi?
It's Cynic Mikhail. See, people just repeat themselves. Oh, we got Augustus in the house.
No, he doesn't stop, John. He doesn't stop. And you're the only person that can fucking fix it.
Okay, Kitty, just take a deep breath and relax. You know, we've been witnessing Clown World on here for many years now. Nothing's new.
I'm gonna kill him, man. I'm gonna kill him, John.
The only word you'll get from me, next time.
Just saying, you probably shouldn't say that on an app that records you and has a specific prohibition against saying those very things.
Yeah.
Marshall, grab your vagina and go fuck yourself.
No, really.
If you want to get your account clicked, that's your fucking business, not mine. I'm just telling you, that's the kind of thing to get your account
I have
clicked.
70 fucking accounts, more than John's had. So
But
go
John,
fucking kiss my fucking
Kitty,
little
you're
white
missing
ass.
the point, which is like, if you don't want to lose the account, don't say dumb shit like that, which is clearly a violation of the terms of service.
Not only that, dude.
Wait, don't scare her.
Oh, no.
Don't scare her.
Listen, no, this is
Hey, Kitty. No, Kitty's my friend. Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
He's my friend.
How you doing? I got her. Please. Marshall. I got it, my brother. I hear you, my pretty brother. Kitty. Hello, love.
Sorry.
There's a way that we talk. I know, you're passionate. I know you're passionate. I know. No. I'm just as passionate as you. How you doing, love?
I'm fine.
Okay. Happy Mother's Day to you. Okay. It's your world. I just want you to know, right, that the things that you're hearing, right, will engage you into some type of vortex that will push you into a certain rhetoric where you will, right?
I have some of the smartest minds.
I know.
I have
Just work
some of
with
the
me.
most
Just Kitty,
ridiculous
please
minds.
work with me.
All
I
I'm
know.
gonna say-
Just work with me. Kitty, work with me. I'm here
I'm
for
fine.
you. I know.
Augustus is here, Pepe's here, Matt's here, Don's here. We're good.
Yeah. Well, all good. And I'm just checking on you, okay, Kitty? I'm worried about you, Kitty.
Fine.
Well, listen, man. Let's not center on Kitty.
That's all.
Can
we just wait?
Oh my God, bro!
Let me work. Mo. It's me, brother. It's me, brother. I'm not hurting you, brother.
Okay,
sorry, brother.
Don't get a room.
No, shut your fucking.
Shut up.
Yeah, come here.
I ain't gonna let no homosexual tell me to shut up, Pepe. Shut the fuck up.
Oh shit! All right, let the man fight.
Fucking
Hey,
hit. If I go to Montana, I smack the fucking shit off of you. Your fat ass hasn't taken a bath in a couple weeks. You know it.
Pepe, I'm in Missoula, bro. I've told you that many times, dude.
Yeah, I know. You're in Missoula, you fat fuck.
Yeah, well, I know that you're in fucking where?
Arizona.
Yeah, I know exactly what city though. I'm not gonna dox you, so. But you know what?
Hey, Mo, you need to stop that shit, Mo. Come on.
Go have coffee together.
Keep it political, bro.
I'm just saying, bro. Like,
no, brother. Brother. Come on, brother.
No, King. Listen.
I hear you, though.
Let's stop centering on this chick, bro. Like, but I will say
it
this.
ain't about centering on this chick, brother.
The reason why Marshall was saying that, and John, is it's true, man. You realize that this app is just a data collection app, right? It's for
it is.
It's for large language.
But that doesn't mean that you need to mine that data too.
I'm just saying.
You don't need to be John Kitover. We got John right here. He does that. And he sells it. But he doesn't do what you do.
Yeah, listen what I'm saying.
Come on, brother.
Threatening people on here will get you nowhere, bro. It'll either get you arrested
you're doing it,
or kicked off.
Everybody gets upset.
I'm gonna go as soon as I go to Missoula. Next time I'm up there, I'll take a detour. Okay, and I'm gonna drag you out of your work. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull down your pants and spank you in front of all of your fucking coworkers. You fucking bitch. You fat fucking slob. You better watch your fucking mouth.
I'm about to get out of here. This room is dangerous. I can go into the white room and be like more safe than like the black room. But the white. Wait, when the white rooms are more dangerous than the black rooms, it's time for me to get out of here.
You're more dangerous than the dark side.
I'm about to go.
Don't go.
I'm about to get the fuck out of here. Look.
It's like
No,
you get a car. You get a car.
You get a car. I'm about to get a bus.
Hey,
The girl that I love just waved me. I'll be back. Hopefully you guys haven't destroyed each other.
Go get that pussy. Go get that
You know I will. I was gonna get back. Dude. Anyway.
There we go. She's safe in here. She's a white guy is the right guy, King. She's safe. She's a white woman.
I'm white.
You guys hear me? Hey, love, how you doing, buddy? There you go.
Nah, man, we can't hear you, bro.
Hello? Can you hear me now? Yeah, no, you're.
No, keep trying. You're still breaking up, bro.
Listen, I need John to get the shit off this Illumi guy.
Oh, dude, shut up. We'll get him soon enough.
Okay.
Promise. Anyway, where were we?
I just want to say, as a gerrymandering, we're talking about gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering, and I think, dude, like, things are looking good for the republic, for the country. The Democrats, we got them on the ropes, and then we got fags like Pepe who want to focus on Israel and Jews. You're ruining the movement, bro. Think about the bigger picture, asshole. All right, that's
I haven't said one thing about Jews on this stage. The fuck are you talking about? We're talking about gerrymandering. We're talking about internal politics.
Yeah. Today, earlier, you were too busy talking with those Muslims, by the way. What the hell were you doing, you anti-American dude? What the
Which
fuck?
Muslims today?
That Iran room, bro. Like, they're sick. You sick bastard, Pepe.
She's Palestinian. She was the only Muslim in the room, and there was other Jews in there. What the fuck are you talking about?
Gotta stop entertaining these people.
Illumi is the one Muslim.
Okay, well, you gotta listen to what Pepe says sometimes. The other day, he said he is a 1990s Democrat. That means Pepe stands for abortion, open borders, and every other issue that Donald Trump has fought against.
90s Democrats are anti-open borders.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Just because you say it, it's true. Put a link in the chat.
26 years I voted Republican. Unlike a lot of you cocksuckers that ended up, I'm a welcoming Democrat. I've always been a Republican voter.
Pepe, if you were a 90s Democrat, then you were a pro-cigar. Okay?
I'm for closing the border. I do think that I'm 100% anti, socialism, all of that shit. You don't let Wall Street, but you do have to check Wall Street corporations. They don't get to just bleed everybody's lives. You have to care about the American worker too. It's that kind of stuff where, I would be like more of a 90s Democrat. But the old rights, they have the same ideas.
I need Matt to ding the bell on the fact that you, as far as this kitty's concerned, keep your cigars away from this pussy chat.
I will not stick it. I won't stick it in your cooter. I'll stick it in your bum.
I can't stop. We can talk about my ovaries. You want to talk about my ovaries?
At your age, they're probably not working, so it's fine. I knocked up a bunch of sticks and they're not to call me father. I don't even want them to be seen near me.
No, Father's Day is right around the corner. Let's talk about Augustus's kids. Let's talk about your kids.
My kids are in Mexico. They're fine. I hope.
Oh, wait. He was fucking silent that day. Augustus was fucking silent.
That's a good way to avoid child support, baby. That's a good,
Yeah, they can't come. They'll get deported as soon as they try coming here and suck my fucking dick.
I don't know what you're
But Augustus, you can suck my fucking dick.
Jesus.
You dirty foul mouth bitch. Watch your fucking mouth.
Oh my God.
Jesus. As a man, honestly, at the end of the day, I got kids. I celebrated Mother's Day with my wife.
Yeah, you don't take care of them. Which wife? Which wife?
Oh, here's a wife, kitty. Oh, he looks like he's topped you there.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, go ahead.
He's married.
Yeah, are you married?
No, you're not, kitty. Shut up.
Yeah, I have a wife.
Pepe, just because you're homosexual, of course you're on the man's side here, bro. Come on. Stop.
Well, as a man, I'm telling you now, Kitty, the way that you're speaking to other men in this room, they
Go ahead, Ann. Again, let's talk about.
I just want to say, Augustus, I'm really happy that you had a great day with your family. That's beautiful. Tell your wife I said Happy Mother's Day.
Fuck with me again, and Ann will fuck with you, Augustus.
What's that, Ann?
I'm so glad to see you back on the app. Me and Joe Kira have missed you dearly. Without you, these halls are extra annoying.
Let's fucking go. Let's
Did you take a little break?
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, Ann.
Matt, did you take a little break or something?
Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day.
No, Matt's been here. I've seen him.
I haven't been around. It's not customer.
You say you've been starting rooms. Yeah.
Hosting rooms is a pain in the buns.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, don't even get me started.
Pain in the bones.
Also, if Joe Kira was calling, I'm going to tell him.
What happened to that Persian woman, bro? What happened to that Persian woman, Sarah? That was always talking about how she was the voice of Persia, and she was sure that. What happened to that chick?
She'll be
I fucking love you, Ann. I fucking love you, Ann.
Sarah, hopefully Sarah's getting fucked right now, because I feel like that's like probably something that balances her. Like there's something about her, she needs a strong man to caress her in the right kind of way, and I feel like that would get her under control. I'm saying you have to be a bull, and you have to be able to stroke her and caress her in all the right ways, and you can get her to calm down. I just have a hunch about that one.
And Persians are all crazy, I swear.
But where are they? That is a good point. I mean, in fact,
they're disappearing.
They were in these rooms going ham on everything, and now they're all
man. Well, you know, I'm disappointed by both sides. I think both sides are hiding. Even the IRGC is hiding. The IRGC supporters are hiding because, you know,
they're coming out.
The IRGC side is hiding because they're not doing very well, and also the pro-Iran, you know, we're gonna, you know, have a civil war.
There's Sarah. There she is, Sarah. Come up here.
We're not gonna fucking do shit.
Sugar tits, get up here. I was talking about how I know what needs to cure you and balance you. You need a nice strong man to have lots of rough sex with you and to calm you. That's how you need to calm down. And hopefully you've been getting that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, now this is fucked up, man. I was supposed to have a room today. If you were Iran, can I ask a few of you? We're not terrorists here, so I think we should be able to answer this freely. If you were Iran,
快到找出一免费换新道码，30天的无理由加运费险，全部给你们写在详情页里面。你们可以免费回家去体验一下专业厨师刀的黄金配比，一指快，都对准，确保刀身是保持平衡的，这样你们使用起来会非常成熟。阳江官方正品旗舰。What can you do to fulfill your dream?
What strategy would Iran have to do to win?
No, man. No, listen, man. That's not true. Listen, Iran's still got developed by quite a few missiles. You know, their country's vast, and they have their nuclear stockpile still. But so this is what I would do, and this is fucked up. This is very fucked up. I know it, and I hope they're not listening. But just for entertainment purposes, if I was Iran, I would threaten to say, if you continue with this war, we're going to give our 60% enriched uranium to our proxies, and you will not know who those are. And these proxies will hold the world hostage from Britain or from Paris, France, to New York City, to wherever. If you continue this war, our proxies will get this enriched uranium and do dirty bombs around the world. That's fucked up, but that's just something I thought about the other day. Like, what if they do this? That's a nightmare scenario.
I think that
they give these?
If I was Iran,
proxies this
you wouldn't want to give it to their proxies because you can't trust them. But
dude, that'd be so scary.
If you're asking if I was Iran and I wanted to do what I wanted, ideally, I mean, this is not my opinion or what I want or my value.
No. What would you honestly do and say you hold the keys, brother?
If I was interested in only Iran remaining in power as an Iranian, or I should say as an IRGC member, I could imagine. I'd want to inflict a lot of damage on Israel if possible. I don't know if they can even do that. But my goal would
destroy Jerusalem, although they don't really care too much about Jerusalem, but it would just destroy too many Palestinians. That would be so counterproductive.
We're talking about what would you do to actually prevail here?
Sure. So imagine. Okay, so that dirty bomb. First of all, I don't see how they get that into Israel. Period.
The only use for an atomic weapon is for deterrence. So it's like
no. My scenario. Listen, this is true. If you release 60%, so listen, man. We know. I have pictures of it. They can carry these.
He's got the inside. Go ahead.
Listen, though. They can carry these. Bro, I have pictures of their casks that they carry that shit. It's not that big. Like, you can carry it in the back of a large 1-ton pickup, or even smaller.
How do you get that to Israel?
Well, they love their Toyota.
You don't have to do it to Israel. Brother, you can just hold the world hostage.
Israel has nukes, and I don't know how to put it. You use something like a dirty bomb, which is unprecedented, and let's say you take out any large number of people, the nuclear option perhaps is on the table. But what will happen is you will get an absolutely merciless, devastating fucking strike against Iran, and that is when you probably would get a buy-in from the American public to put boots on the ground, and they will stomp the living shit out of Iran. And then all of the Europeans, all of the European countries, similar to like Afghanistan and Iraq, they'll join in, and they will fucking obliterate Iran.
Now listen to me, Pepe. Think about this scenario, okay? Remember we talked about it the other day. North Korea has stated that if we attack North Korea, not only will they launch a nuclear bomb now, they just changed their constitution if we assassinate Kim Jong-un, but they will start attacking Seoul, South Korea with artillery shells.
That's been known for decades.
Anyway, so listen to what I'm saying, dude. Have some control. So this same scenario, what if all of a sudden a proxy a proxy jihad group that the Iranians gave 60% of their enriched uranium to, and they say, hey, do you want to continue this, or we will open these casks on the edge of Paris, France, on the edge of London, UK, right in the heart of Manhattan. If you want to continue this, we will deny you these areas for hundreds of years, because that's what a dirty bomb is. It's not an explosion, it's nuclear contamination, nuclear fallout. That's so heavily contaminated, so fucking, off the charts.
Sure, I can tell you what would happen.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can tell you what would happen then. So all of these countries that are not very happy with Israel and don't like the war in Iran, as soon as Israel does that, a direct attack or direct threats to their countries, and of course, they're going to be really worrying about their health and their future and their safety. They are going to look, Europe, the European countries, NATO, and of course, America, Australia, New Zealand, us going into Iran, that's it. There's no the IRGC will no longer exist. They will not remain in power. They will be fucking crushed. Okay, it's going to be, instead of maybe a few days, it will be perhaps a week or two until they're just decimated, and we're having to literally drown all of the rats out everywhere they fucking hide. But that is how the war will go. There is no winning this. We outnumber them, okay, numerically. We all outnumber them. They have no real fucking allies. China won't go to war for them. Russia won't go to war for them, but everybody will go to war with if they did something like that against the UK and France.
I have somebody else here because Pepe is so certain and stuff. He's not listening to what I'm saying.
Oh my God, dude.
Hi guys, can I speak with you, please?
Yeah, please. If you refer me that, please speak to us, please. We need full knowledge of what is happening.
Go ahead, Miriam.
Let's introduce myself first. I am Miriam Muhammad Karim Amina Talai. I am married, guys, with Muslim men. And also, I am baby Muslim girl. I am 22 years old. And also, my husband is 26, 27 too, okay? And I am so happy with my husband. He is amazing to me. And
okay, great. What the hell is this?
Please keep going, keep going.
And
it's just another beater.
No, hold on. Go ahead. Tell us how much your husband loves.
Thank you. And also just
I'm sorry, you were saying how your husband loves you?
Continue, please.
We're gonna free ride, one bomb at a time. We're gonna get the nuclear material and shut down their crimes. Because Netanyahu's on TV saying the war ain't over till we get their nuclear material.
I want you to know I have a hand I have sex with every night. I love it. I call it Angela. Angela. I love it.
And there's a Sharmut in fucking Missoula, Montana that he's a white boy who likes to get his butt plowed, and I do it all the time.
And also, just
Oh, she really serious. She gonna keep going. Okay, she gonna be able to carry that. Let me go on mute. Let me see where this shit goes. Hold on.
and also he's
Give me your love.
he's just in IRGC, سپاه پاسداران جمهوری اسلامی ایران, and he do nothing. He just soldier of Iran, and he should do that. And like you guys, like every man in the world, guys, he's so kind. He's friendly. He loves me a lot.
What's the way I think about my hand, dude? I'm talking about my hand about this thing about that.
I cannot understand you.
دلم برات تنگ شده. You know, this app is also an ESL training simulator for people who don't speak English so good and stuff. And I want to thank all the non-native English speakers in ESL, challenged people who come here to try to improve their English language skills and also spew their propaganda, and their own mental illness and hate speech onto everyone else. Projection truly is what this app is all about. Hello?
Shut up, you fucking retard. Thinking of American
my hand every night.
Man, cool. What's up, man? Cool.
I light candle.
Oh no, I'm just kidding. It's kind of scary. Stop doing that.
I'm sorry.
What's up, man? Cool. Hey, what up, buddy? What's going on? Mariam, did you land, or are you done, or what's going on?
I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover
I cannot
News
understand
Network
you.
breaking
Repeat
news.
that, please.
Oh, I can't understand you either. So we're good. Just mute up. It's all good, man.
Candles and
Hey man, happy Mother's Day to everybody. And Mother's Day was started right here in Philadelphia, 1908. The first Mother's Day. Yeah.
Are you a father?
Yeah, I'm a father. Yeah.
Do you pay child support or alimony to any of these hoes, or are you married to her? She's not a hoe.
No, I'm not married, but I have children. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't pay a goddamn dime to those bitches at all. Amazing.
I just pay for my kids, man.
I don't even do that. You know what's funny? Yeah, thank you. That's the funny thing is we get to do things that, there's rooms all day about black men getting bitched at because they're poor fathers, but here I am, like, guilty as hell, and nope, don't give me a goddamn thing.
They don't give you no grief, huh, Pepe?
I don't know why you guys keep picking the whores. Like, you could just solve all your problems picking.
No, because they're in Mexico. They can't do anything. I was like, okay, come up here, bitch, and get it. Come get your money. Come get it. Come here. Woohoo. But she'll get deported, and that's my plan.
You know they call the whores in Mexico. Pepe. No, they call them mangoes. Yeah, where the mangoes at?
call them tortas, man, the big ones.
That too.
Yeah. I think I'm going to Vietnam. The only thing I have a problem with is they eat dogs, right? Dude, like, the Vietnamese girls love Americans. And I like boats, bro. I love boats. So, I think I'm just going to go to, like, the southern part of the country. And,
Hey, Mountain, make sure you go legally.
Of course I'm going legally.
Yeah,
they eat so many dogs, it's disturbing, and cats.
When the Vietnamese mafia ends up putting you in the bottom of your boat, you'll know that you made the wrong choice.
They don't have much of a mafia in Vietnam.
Oh, really? They don't have mafia in Vietnam. Have you been to Vietnam, Little Pepe? Little Pepe, have you been to Vietnam?
No.
Okay, I rest my case.
Have you?
Yes, and I know somebody, and I know an Army veteran whose business was taken over by the Vietnamese mafia, and he was run out of the country.
That's not fucking.
Sex tourism. No. Cambodia, like Southeast Asian countries in general have been a place where Western people go, because there is quite a bit of poverty there, where they will go and they'll try to like adopt children or whatever stupid sick fuck and shit, and then they like rape little kids. That's what they do. It's a pedo's paradise out there.
What is
Southeast Asia?
The whole place?
Can't be, yeah, like when it comes to Thailand, Vietnam,
What
this is
country
it's only called sex tourism for a
now,
reason. People
like
go.
any time in history, has gotten 95 to 99% approval from voting.
I guess Democratic Republic of North Korea.
No, that's 99.9.
Yes.
I think
Well, yeah, it's around.
They call it Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Marshall, I get your point, but people, like the majority, however the numbers are coming out, the majority approves them, no matter what. Even if it was fair elections, it would still win. There's just nobody else that they're gonna vote for.
It's not the point. It's not the point.
You can't argue that they would elect somebody else if he's getting 95 to 99% of the vote.
This was my hair 6 months ago, and this is my hair now. I'm so happy I caught this flash sale and stocked up on Zephyr.
Might be not fair elections, right? He's saying with
Take
fair
my
elections,
crown.
meaning I'm acknowledging
No
elections
flesh
aren't
and blood
correct.
manifestation.
Yeah, what about the
No
voting?
political
Okay,
savior.
here's
No
some polling
economic
data. You want
savior.
some polling data on
No
this?
false masters and false teachers. Realize that the kingdom of God is within you. That kingdom is the consciousness of the living Christ. It is yours. Worship the one God and worship Him only.
So,
Russia's state pollster, VTCOM, reported a lower figure, roughly recently 65 to 66% approval in April 2026, down from the low to mid 70s earlier in the year. Kremlin Foam, a polling, another agency, showed 73% recently.
So anyways, it's over 60%, which you would still have the majority, and you would still be the president, correct? Jakob? Is that what it's showing?
It's just his approval rating. What it doesn't show is running against person X who would win.
Got it.
That's what it doesn't show.
Yeah, like if you were to run against Alexander Navalny, what would the vote be?
Exactly.
Okay, I don't know. But yeah, okay, it makes sense. My bad. Yes, that makes sense. Okay.
But Rafi, it wasn't what I was saying. See, in the last 20 years, whenever Islamic Republic was killing us, Putin and Russia were on its side. They supported it all the time. All the time they supported our killer. Okay, no, what I'm saying then is that yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Again, guys, I'm just repeating to the room. I'm not defending Russia. I'm defending it for argument's sake, but I'm not defending Russia like in a serious way. But I'm gonna say it this way. You have to understand, Russia, by the same people that you're asking that your country to be free, this Islamic states, correct? They're not the countries like America or England, whatever country, Germany you're asking, they weren't, my dear friend, they weren't Russian friendly. So, as a country like Russia, it needs an ally. So, if America doesn't want to be its ally, what is Russia supposed to do, Masa? If I don't want to be your friend, what are you going to go do? You're going to go find another friend, right, Masa?
Of course, but it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I understand that some people.
Hold on, all these good countries that we see as the UK, America, Canada, France, Germany, the good countries that we see, they united together and they don't let Russia come and play in the sandbox. So what is Russia going to go? They're going to go play in their other sandbox. The other sandbox is designed with the IRGC, with China, that, because it's their sandbox that they were pushed on.
I think we made a bad decision at the end of the Cold War. We shoved Russia out. They've always wanted to be a European state. They've always wanted to be U.S. Western Europe.
Yeah,
If we had simply brought Russia into the fold, we're probably looking at a much different situation with Russia. Also, if we have made them set up rules for their economy before they started the business, there wouldn't have been so many oligarchs and there wouldn't have been such violence.
I agree.
I
just wanted to say that, like, I think we should all learn Russian, and you know, everyone would appreciate borscht so much more if we didn't like I don't understand this American hate towards Russians.
Are we letting women talk in this room now?
Of course we are. Wait, you don't understand the historic distrust of Russia?
It's mothers that we're gonna let them speak.
What did Russia ever do to you?
Yeah, happy Mother's Day.
So let's start at the Yalta Conference.
I feel like
Russia decided.
Shout out to me, Rena.
Russia decided to
you didn't say Happy Mother's Day to me, so I'm quite offended.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were a mother, Rena. Happy Mother's Day.
I mean,
Not that time. She is a mother.
Rena only found out yesterday she was a mother.
Yeah, me too. I just found out.
Oh my god. Right in time for Mother's Day. Somebody hit you up for.
I want to recommend a book called Red Notice. Maybe you guys have seen it.
I've read it. It's such a good book. Sergei Magnitsky.
Okay, so you understand why the U.S. was trying to work with Russia to make it into a modern capitalist state. And everything was going great. There was freedom. There was commerce. They were trying to make a stock market. And
Bill Browder was there during the early days.
Correct. And then suddenly everything took a left turn and they were converted to a kleptocracy. And that's, I think, when the Western world pulled back. Say, we can't trust you guys. You're going to be the same as the Soviet Union, only you're just going to be on a smaller scale with no communism. But you're still going to have the KGB and the secret police in charge. There's something weird, and no offense to any Russians in the room. I love you guys. And I know you understand what's going on in the West, which is sort of a creeping mind control virus and communization. But Russia is still a place where the rule of law doesn't apply. The institutions aren't sound, and it's impossible really to have a good relationship with them because they're not honest and they're very brutal. There's kind of midway between the Middle East and the West, and in some ways they're even worse than the Middle East.
Sounds like Canada too, Northern.
Yeah, well, it's happening then. And Rafi can tell us more.
They're turning into Russia.
What's that?
I said Canada's turning into Russia.
Canada's worse than Russia.
No, but no, it's not worse than Russia. They're very brutal there to their own people, and they're just throwing men into the meat.
What were they wearing, Norm? Did they deserve it?
That's a good point.
Thank you.
They were, they probably were.
I always like to elevate the conversation.
Well, this is why we like to include women sometimes. I'm making a mock anti-feminist joke.
Kidding?
I didn't realize that.
I've been kidding the whole time.
And
I did have borscht with Reno once while she was giving me.
It was lovely borscht. It's probably the best borscht I've ever had.
All right. Now I feel much better. Anyway,
The amount of flirting going on right now.
Flirt.
It's like
The reason why, Norm, the whole conversation was brought up, and I'll tell you why. Yesterday was Big Trade Day for Russia. And it was a Big Trade Day that they liberated Germany, I guess from Nazi Germany, and that they basically helped free the Jews. And there was parades in Russia, which they still had, but like people would organize them in New York. I'm pretty sure you're aware of it. People would drive a lot of cars with the Russian flags in Brooklyn, just a kind of like a line of cars. They would celebrate it. Everybody would celebrate openly, and now it's getting kind of silenced, this holiday. And this holiday, why it's getting silenced due to the Russian-Ukrainian war, and Ukraine kind of participated in helping the Germans, a part of Ukraine. And especially what's happening with the Jews now, to kind of to silence something like this, it's really interesting during the times now, not to speak about it.
Rafi, Ukraine definitely went Nazi at that crucial moment.
Not all Ukraine, but
Now parts of it went.
Parts of Ukraine. But now due to this war, we're kind of silencing history that should be spoken about.
what's kind of cool? We celebrate VE Day on May 8th. So why is it May 9th for the Russians? Because Germany capitulated on May 8th. It was May 9th in Russia. Time difference.
Well, probably different time zones.
Yeah, exactly.
Better than VD Day.
So this is interesting that nobody speaks about it. That, like, you can't celebrate such a thing. Because right now it automatically comes back to Russia. And even though in modern day Russia, yes, I understand they're the attackers, they're the aggressors, this and that. But we are silencing history. And we're part of that history. And I'm not speaking only as a Russian, I'm speaking as a Jew.
How many did Russia lose in World War II? 10 million? 20 million?
No, more 16 is 26,
I heard it was like
27,
20
26,
to 30 million actually.
Yeah, about 27.
27 million.
Yeah.
That's military and civilians.
Yeah.
And without Russia, we lose World War II.
Yeah, that's why I don't really understand the sort of like demonization of Russia.
Because as soon as World War II finished, Russia's idea was to conquer the rest of the world. I mean,
Yeah, but according to who? Was that according to the Russians? Like,
according to our intelligence.
right, but
And their posture.
I don't.
Yes, but
You don't know that that's fact.
Yeah, but no new world would start. But according to your intelligence, you guys had reason to create NATO and start a Cold War with Russia.
Forget about intelligence, facts on the ground. All of the countries in Eastern Europe.
Because Russia never attacked after, right? They never threatened to attack realistically on the world stage.
No, but they did the exact opposite of the United States, where the United States rebuilt these places and let them be free. The Russians hid them behind the Iron Curtain and repressed them.
They blockaded Berlin against the agreement to divide Berlin into
Well, I was
different
thinking
zones.
specifically of Tito in Hungary the Russians putting down that uprising under Gorbachev. They sent Soviet troops in and they killed all those people.
They had a coup d'etat in Czechoslovakia in '48. They were behind that.
Yeah, I guess my point is, while the United States let these places be free under our alliance, the Russians did literally the exact opposite. They took them all and mandated, within a repressive Soviet regime, zero freedom, zero political access. Well, I mean, like Soviet-like, yes, but my point is, like, we didn't do the same things at the end of World War II. The Russians clearly took over and repressed their people, where the United States let them live freely under our alliance.
I mean, communism doesn't work. Stalin was a mass murderer. It's not like this was controversial. We all knew what was going on. Our alliance with them was in order to defeat, not because we had any trust in them or we had any confidence in the relationship.
You know, Roosevelt said as much at Yalta.
Patton wanted to continue after he defeated the Germans.
Yeah, Patton and MacArthur wanted to go on to China and Beijing, but that shit was nuts.
No, MacArthur in China, Patton in Europe wanted to push back the Russians.
That's right. Yeah, I'm saying that was nuts. There was like the American public was
an idea. We understood that their designs were on all of Europe, and I think the same.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It was what do they call it now? It was something of convenience.
A marriage of convenience.
An alliance of convenience.
Alliance of convenience, yeah.
When Operation Barbarossa started. They weren't allies when they Poland got invaded by Germany. They became allies.
Plenty of New York intellectuals in my circle, really generation ahead of me, older than me, were pro-Soviet.
They're still around. That old.
Oh, come on.
No,
really, Rena?
Yeah, be nice, Rena.
Don't tell me what to do, David.
Yeah,
I'll just make a joke.
Stop oppressing women.
Yeah,
Mother's
don't
Day.
oppress me.
Press.
I mean, the full extent of the Soviets being murderousness is only coming out slowly. You know, Stephen Kotkin, I think we talked about this special, has got the definitive 3-volume biography of Stalin. And again, he ruthlessly murdered his own people, and he ruthlessly murdered everybody around him, all of his top advisors. It would be as if Trump murdered his entire cabinet, you know, and all the top people and all of the federal agencies.
15 other million people.
Yeah, but I'm saying even his close friends, even the people that he was working with, Stalin would periodically slaughter them all.
That's why my favorite movie is Death to Stalin. That's a great show with a comedic spin to it.
I still have to watch that.
Okay, Laura, but it was only once in a while.
Yeah, we can.
He did it once in a while, you know, it's not so bad.
It wasn't all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it was continuous, that would be
Like a
problematic for you, Rena.
What?
If it was continuous, that would be problematic for you.
Yeah, I mean, that would be bad, obviously.
Well, that would be wrong.
Well, any genocide is bad.
And once in a while isn't wrong also.
Genocide bad.
Roxy, I didn't mean to take it a different direction.
Yeah, I did.
No,
I meant to
fine.
take it into a different direction.
It's fine, listen.
It's getting a little boring.
You let the women in and I take over.
See what happens when we have to.
It's not like this is the UN, guys. Like, this is Clubhouse. You're like talking amongst each other. Make it more fun.
It's
Make
more like
Clubhouse fun again.
It's more like UK Parliament where they scream over each other.
Well, that's fun, actually. That's way more interesting. Sometimes they beat each other up, too.
Speaker's Corner, yeah, I went there. You've got to be really careful.
That's Parliament is in Speaker's Corner. I thought this was
No.
debating.
Oh, yeah, they stab each other and kill each other there, too. And it's mainly the Shia versus the Sunni, by the way.
I thought they actually clamped that down more because of all the AIDS laws now.
What, the stabbing?
No, not the stabbing. The free speech.
No, it's still going.
They still take the king hostage.
What?
He's making a reference.
Santa Clara District Attorney Jeff Rosen was taken off of
No, I heard that.
a case of someone being prosecuted for death to Israel by a Superior Court judge. Can you imagine?
Yeah, well, you can't trust the Jews.
Imagine like an Asian district attorney prosecuting.
Well, if there's a crime with a woman, you shouldn't have a woman.
Apparently.
Happy Mother's Day to all you women.
All the mothers who haven't had children, happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, not every woman has it.
Well, if they're not a mother yet, he's offering. That's what I'm hearing.
He's offering to make them on.
Baby doggies you got. I love your teeth. Look at those teeth. Shut up. Not my fault. She is a great person.
Through personality.
Namaste.
I don't give a fuck. You're a great person. God just told me that.
You speak to God often?
Yeah, I just talked to that nigga. He told me not to kill your ass.
Whoa.
Wow.
Crazy.
God,
He told me like that. He told me that dude over, he stole $25 from you. And you don't know about it. He told me that guy down there, he be robbing like pictures, stores.
Yeah, you gotta cut back on the smokes.
No, I just tell you what God be telling me.
Maybe you went down the wrong pipe.
Who's Matthew Preston? Is he running for Congress?
You know what? They should rename Happy Mother's Day to Happy Kitover.
Not every mother's enough.
Not every MILF is a mother.
But every MILF, no. By definition, David, it has to be.
Well, I'm glad that was sorted out.
By the way, I dropped that guy because it's nonsense, bullshit.
Yeah, I guess you don't want people like talking about murder and stuff here.
Yeah, that kind of changes direction. It's like, oof.
Alright, well, I think I elevated the room enough.
Oh, now you're gonna go after it's been elevated?
Yeah, I'm abandoning it.
Typical.
Like an orphan child.
It's fine.
David Bobadilla, you're in Tennessee?
No. I won't be in Tennessee until.
Oh, wow.
I heard you were in Tennessee.
No, not until I think I go in June or July. I'll be there.
No. I heard somebody else met up with you or something. Oh, whatever.
No, I was in Tennessee last year, but that was probably this year.
Where have you been?
Well, I'm bouncing around. In Vegas, and Austin, San Diego, Toronto. Just bounce around.
Though I could never see it as idolatry. Like whatever says that's foreign, this is us.
Well, I don't expect anybody to abandon the God or the gods that they hold to if they feel like they are in a covenant that is rewarding them somehow. If they feel like this is in sync with reality and reality is giving them the maximum positive or a very constant positive, then you are in a proper covenant. But if you feel like the gods have failed you, then join in a covenant that actually rewards. And you want the example of nations? Here we are. We're the Semites, we're the Ishmaelites, or the Israelites, and here we are. Our tradition has taken over the Western Hemisphere and has literally reached China. So in that sense, so we're testimony of this covenant.
But don't forget about the what is it, the Japhethites?
Yeah, the Europeans.
You gotta give us some due.
Yeah, you're our
Scythians.
Yeah.
The Egyptians were
this Western Hemisphere, we're in it together. Wherever Alexander the Great stopped, we're all in one hemisphere.
I mean, one thing we can all unite on is fuck the Jews, baby. Yeah.
No, man, but Moses is black.
I'm gonna conclude that with you, him. Hopefully you read the Quran, and maybe we can follow up in this conversation after you've read.
Yes. If you read the Quran,
possibly, man. Hey, thank you so much for the enlightening conversation.
Sound like someone
and
entering to our faith.
Peace be with you.
You too. Inshallah, may God guide you. We're sincere in actually taking on the Quran.
Yes.
No, I ordered it.
Just read through it, just no confirmation bias. I'm not saying you believe this is God, but just like be open to that it could be God. That's all.
Yeah, no, I see it the same way I see the Bible now. Like it's just good for wisdom.
The Bible is inspired by God via the apostles. So it's different. This is inspired. We're talking the Quran is first person God.
Get ready to find out how much God hates atheists.
So just understand that in context.
Oh,
You're
dude,
not
everyone
reading the
hates
words of
atheists.
men.
Hey, fuck Jews, fuck atheists. Hell yeah.
Just because Siam is disruptor and I don't want him to get a bad
No, it's all good, bro.
You can fucking crash out on this guy and you're not gonna.
I'm probably just gonna mute up. I might leave here in a bit. I'm trying to read through Mein Kampf currently.
Yes.
But thank you so much.
I want to thank Illumi for that very enlightening.
After everything you've said.
Very, very enlightening.
I'm going through questions.
What did you say?
I'm surprised you haven't read it yet.
Oh yeah, no, I'm working through it. I listened to the audiobook. I watched Your Opal Last Battle. So we're getting there.
You watched that.
Yeah. Alright, later guys. Have a good one.
Later, bye. Thank you, Louis, so much for that platform.
I did it because that's my obligation.
Yeah, but I also enjoyed your stories and your esoteric analysis. That was very
Yes,
beautiful.
questions. I told him this is the little, if you want to hold to little, and here's my, I gave him, I was very just, I don't appreciate where there are people who are claiming to hold to Islam or this tradition.
I don't fucking see it. I really don't, man. And it would be.
And then you don't understand that there might be repercussions for that.
Yeah, exactly. So, CM, please mute up.
Hey, Arbon, are you there? Do you think Cynic is a Muslim, even though he's a Trinitarian?
He is a Muslim. Anakin.
Like coming from you, I'm someone who should have an understanding to what metaphysics is and should not be held up on terms or variables. Like you understand math. Like for someone who's gonna come and say, like I'm gonna get hung up on what you use as a variable. You can't use A, B, C. You have to use D, F, G or something like that. Like, bro, what happened? This must be what happens when you go to a state university.
Oh, really? It's
Very cool.
it's
Community college is. I went to a community college. There's actually they're much more difficult.
Can we address
My
that?
house more time. There's a huge Mormon community. There's like 7 wards in my fucking town of 300,000.
Okay, so this is what you need to do.
Yes.
You need to become Catholic and you need to ask for like holy water to be sprinkled where they stood. Okay? That's what you need to do. You can't have one of those years.
You're so confident. Please provide a check.
These wards are like
Why are you so
individual, like boundaried
or any
houses, right? So it's like, hey, if you're going from like this zip code or from like this area, but that was just that for you to go to this specific ward, because then it branches out to say,
Come here. I swear to God, I really violate you. You're my bitch. You're my bitch. You are my bitch. Always remember that. Make it ring in your head.
Take that talk out of your throat. I love Galaxy's voice. It's so strong when he speaks.
fuck someone up, yeah.
Dude, when he starts talking, he does so
fucking schlong.
Stop up, yeah.
He's Californian, right? Galaxy, you're Californian.
Yeah, he is. I think so. No, where are you from?
Jabu's jealous. Oh shit.
He doesn't have to answer that question.
Galaxy is from Toronto.
Oh, you're Canadian?
I am Canadian, you fucking idiot.
Oh, pretty similar to California.
Well, let's
Even
go
more
to
of a
Montreal.
That's crazy, Sam.
Wait, so you're not even bisexual? There's no way.
Yeah, I love Zebu. I have a crush on her strongly.
I'm talking about Zabu. She's not a lesbian. She's bi.
I'm everything.
I move Bitcoin every month. Take an account spot to yours. You'll be rich. Done. That one's
married, bro. She's married.
That's cool, guys. I think we summed it up. Pleasure being on with you guys. Enjoy the rest of Mother's Day.
Well, yeah, everybody knows families.
You're great. See ya. I'm doing good.
Belongs to another man.
Bailouts are not the answer. Bailouts are not the answer.
To be clear, it's not us we're worried about. You own Bitcoin, you're fine. You're in the lifeboat. It's everybody else. And you can say, that's it.
Cora told me her
don't give a shit about that.
military
They're stupid or they got a low IQ. You are going to.
reuniting with her, so that's it. She's got me.
Very happy for you, Cora.
No, he's not.
Although he looks 19, for God's sake.
He's 51.
Yeah, but that picture you showed me, like, freaking looks straight up like a undergrad.
Sorry, there's nothing out there.
Which is a good thing. Like, shit, that's really good for a white person to look like that at that age. But you can tell this is military. He's, like, military. But you're saying that's not gonna go through anymore? Like, oh, what happened? I thought he left
There
his
was like a
crazy.
I was just like kind of reveling in like all my predictions coming true about that fucking crazy one.
What, he reached out to you? Did he?
I mean, do you think Cynic is a Muslim?
So you're not interested?
I'm not interested until there's like 500 miles between him and that crazy woman. Right now she lives down the road.
Yo, what's up, man?
I get what you're doing, man.
Is Cynic a Muslim?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a Muslim. But I think he's a bit confused on his.
Siam, shut up.
I vouch for Cynic as a
Me too. Everybody who.
I mean, he is kind of divided, but mostly I give the consensus. As much as he's removed me from the fold of Islam, I think he is a Muslim.
Well, I'm not a Muslim, and I've removed him. But on the authority of every other Muslim in the world.
That's not true.
He's
He prays to a three-headed God.
Shut the fuck up, he doesn't. He called out Andrew for it. Are you a lunatic?
Siam is so
Yeah,
stupid.
are you a lunatic? He's not a social trinitarian. That's what social trinitarian
I
is.
just know.
Wait, what was that
He
word?
doesn't listen to a single thing.
Social Trinitarian? What did he say?
Yeah.
What the?
That's it. Andrew takes to it. Andrew takes to it. It's when the three beings, three minds.
Three minds. That's tritheism.
That's tritheism. And so he
I'm
goes
glad that out of
out.
everything I've been saying on this app, CM
Definitely,
agrees
yes.
with me on that thing.
Yeah, so CM thinks that what Illumi has debunked is what Illumi believes.
Bro,
This is how
I'm gonna be straight up.
what he
Straight.
explains.
If your God has three heads and three hands, you're a tritheist.
It's not what he is saying. He's debunking the other guy for it.
Love that.
Siam is so
My
dumb.
God, why should I be freaking siding with Illumi right now?
Yeah, I mean, how many people can say on this app they convince CM of something?
It's not even hard. Not a lot, man.
I know, like, I fucking deserve a ribbon just for that.
Yo, but CM, you didn't convince me of that. Like, who's knocking on whose door? I'm confused.
Okay, I mean, you can take it on from here.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. It is you, my lord.
This is you, my lord. It is only you.
So, hold on. Is Nargis a Trinitarian now, too?
No, I'm a Kitover.
Yeah, I know. That's why I love you, Nargis. I know you're neat.
Ew.
Bro, why do you say this to yourself, even as a joke?
Because CM's not gonna.
She has admitted it to me and Daddy.
He's portraying the atheist over.
Okay, you're
খাজা বলতে
রস খাজা নাকি?
একদম
দেখো, দাদা তেল হবে তো?
তেল আমার দোকানে মুরগির তেল হবে
তেল হবে না, এগুলো হতে পারে। এটা অসম্ভব দাম। দাম কত ভাই, দাম কত?
দাম 440 টাকা
500 টাকা হবে? 500 টাকা হলে 250 দাও।
Fucking Ethereum does not cause
A takeover is illegal in many circumstances, especially.
I don't care.
That's so wild. Say that again, Sia. You gotta say it slower this time.
Whisper it. Basically, he's saying the karma is not even a concept. Whisper it in his ear.
You gotta say it slower.
Well, I only care if God has a causal effect on the universe. If he doesn't, and God exists as much as
Say when you were talking.
Say about mathematics, yeah.
Yeah, if the status of God, if God
No,
is
no, no.
causal
What
status,
did you just
as
say
2
about
plus 2 equals 4, that's
What
fucking
did you
worthless.
just say about mathematics and the nature of math?
It has 0 causal influence.
Can you say it again, but slower?
My boy, say it again, but say it slower this time.
Alright, chill out with the gay voice, bro. That's Michaela's job.
Now you're gonna be a philosopher, Sia. That's my promise to you.
My God, Brazil has a killer voice. Say it one more time, Sia, baby. One more time. Slow and steady,
Sorry,
baby.
you all loud.
Say one more time. For Brazil and me, can you say it one more time?
For you, anything.
Wow. Please don't give him so much credit. He's not going to be a philosopher. No causal power. Basically, you're rejecting just cause and effect altogether. When did you become a human?
I've always been. I love humans.
Yeah. And what about Kant? He can't do it.
Kant is
Because you like Plato.
Because
This
he
is the
can.
reason. Because he likes Plato. Because he knows that he needs to appeal to Platonian mathematics at some point or the other.
I don't.
Yes, he does. If anything, you're going to be inclined to Platonian math. Can you imagine somebody like having to shove that truth down so hard that they like have to act this dumb because they're like repressing it's dogmatism. The truth, you know? Yeah, it's just secure that identity, right? Beer.
Insecurity is what it is.
Yeah. It's the
Wait,
main
what happened
of
to that?
identity. She said BRB. Did you not hear?
Oh man. I like hearing her talk about me. She loves to do it.
Why do you fight her? Well, that's really bad.
Dude, she fights me. She was a nobody to me until she started like fucking, I don't know, first pretending like we were like friends from a long time ago. And then once I was like, what the fuck, I don't know you. Then she just magically said, now I hate you. And fucking goes into Andrew's room and talks shit about me.
About large swaths.
I'll tell you something, like I'm saying this with love, right? Why don't you keep an open mind a little bit? For the sake of truth itself, right? Of course you're gonna obviously find it ridiculous. Like these are myths and legends from the past. Paganism was never dead and will continue to live, okay? And that is because its stories are so thriving and so influential to add like more value to society. So keeping that in mind, like would you not want to like look into just basic philosophy and metaphysics and the different god models that are built for thousands of years, right? Just using rationale, logic, and sometimes even like storytelling, adding meaning to life, etc. Even if you're an existentialist.
So you're admitting it's all a bunch of stories.
Of course, I have held to the repurposed myth and legend.
You're an atheist. Welcome to the club.
How am I atheist?
A bunch of stories. You just admitted.
Dude, all stories are not false. Metaphor from storytelling.
God is a metaphor, got it.
itself, what is language?
Yo, what happened to me?
Hello. He truly believes in what he says. It's really nice to hear it.
Like he's worked on it, he's dissected it. He has one metric and he's built his truth off of that. What is your metric, Sam?
He has permanent AI brain rot.
Okay, maybe he does indulge in AI, but he's utilized his power. If you use AI, you can call out as AI.
Cynic has to ask AI if he's gay. Like, that's what the fuck. And he won't believe it until AI says it.
Yeah, okay, so you're showing excessive dependence on AI, so it still doesn't mean what is AI saying. No, but you have a close mind with AI.
I like AI.
We all
AI has its place.
Exactly.
It's here now. What can we do about it?
Correct. I just started using it a couple of months ago. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been here for a long time, honestly. It used to be called statistics back then.
So Riddle, I had objection to it because I thought like it would kill art and it would kill design and things like that, right? And perhaps like wouldn't let us engage in our reasoning mind and things like that. That's not true. Now that I look through, no.
If you look at the history of Photoshop, the technique of Photoshop has existed since they were doing like made animation in like Disney. Those techniques have always existed. It's just computation, computer science that accelerates the tools. They become easier and easier to use.
So I've seen like the more religious minded, like dogmatists, completely deny it, right? And like very, like I don't know, few of them. I'm thinking perhaps because like certain truths may come out and this entire pyramid that has been built over fucking 3,000-4,000 years that just collapsed, things like that. I mean, I can see that.
It becomes because it's they don't have it's like everything. It's entered this like metaphysical, weird, philosophical inflection point. A lot of these billionaires, they just want to create life with it. They don't even understand the nature of reality, so how can they? Meantime, what they're planning on doing is basically the microtransactions. That's basically how they want to train kids with video games. Every aspect of your life, much as possible. Meantime, enjoy while it lasts. Maybe you'll have fun with it. Singing with the crickets.
Nice. I can hear the crickets. Your side. Your crickets are on.
They don't read things to buy them, but feel reassured that they have already bought the right thing. In other words, they get huge information satisfaction from ads, far more than they do from the product itself. The where advertising is heading is quite simply into a world where the ad will become a substitute for the product, and all the satisfaction.
This is
too heavy for average men. The iconic Motley Gemstones hit different, featuring bold cuts, serious weight, and a presence.
Hold it down.
No, warning.
About the 1942 water treaty, which governs how much water the United States gets and Mexico gets. We're supposed to get 1 acre-foot to every 2 acre-feet of water they get. They've been getting something like 4 to 6 acre-foot of water for every 1 acre-feet of water we get, which that doesn't sound like a lot. What it really does is it dispossesses our farmers. So they're like, they were in the old law of something else, and Broke was like, we ought to go talk to him. So they went and talked to him, and the president was like, that's a great idea. Pulls out his phone, gets the Truth Social. Ted and Rollins literally dictate the Truth Social. And he sends it. So, from what I know of him, and I only have one small window into this, so maybe he's a totally different person from what I have the perception of. But from what I understand, if you're the last person in the room, and you're the most ardent speaker, he's the most likely to listen to you. I'm not judging whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying, from what I know of people who work in Washington, that's what they say. That he listens to the last person in the room, and the person who's the most ardent.
Yeah, and most people that work and live in Washington, I just recently moved from Washington, D.C. Everyone says that the Israelis are the country that spies on us the most.
also he's using like an esoteric positions in the crowd, right?
The Israeli spy on us a lot, like not nearly as much as the Chinese MSS or the Russian FSB. Like the Russian FSB, when it was split in the early 2000s from the KGB, they kept the exact same generals in charge. So Directorate 1 under the KGB, which was America, is Directorate 1 under the FSB, controlled by the very same general who served under Vladimir Putin when he was head of the KGB.
Marshall, where are you from?
Yo, how the fuck, what
the fuck? How the fuck did we go
I just wanna
somebody
make-
being
I
the
just wanna
last
make-
person in the
Yeah, I'm from
You're related to Gertrude? She never told me that I had a son. Grace was my waitress.
It's time for your medicine.
Thank you. God breathe into you from my heart. I forgive you for all your past transgressions. He's changed. Like the fabric. His condition's gotten worse. He may not have you.
These coffers. Yes.
Very nasty.
Thank you so much, Grace.
I want you to have it all, my son. This house and all that's in it. First thing tomorrow, I'll have my lawyers draw it up. Oh!
Sasha? Where are they? Sasha, help!
They all come. You thought they tasted the same, but Sasha.
No. Jacko, we're
Think that's kind of derogatory to say?
I'm pretty sure they got a derogatory for sure. It's derogatory.
Yeah, why would you say something like that?
You haven't met Pierre before, Abby. This is his MO. He's
like my hero and diehard.
Trust
All the codes will get together and fill out. I love you.
Talk shit about any group of people. He's there.
Or Dad D&D. You know what? Oh, you should put that in your gaslight tracking handbook. I heard if you don't like something now, you should journal it and write it down when, where, when, and who said it, and keep track of when you get emotionally upset. When someone...
Lots of love, Marion.
All that right there. Where's your
Kick her out.
No, don't do the right thing. Just kick her out. I mean,
I feel like as white people, as Americans, we were kind of being attacked for the first time ever.
You think that's appropriate?
Next thing is so many clubs that.
you know white people love me.
No, I don't. I actually don't eat it at all.
I think the Dutch love
I'm not mustard.
the Dutch love it like a sloppy amount of mayonnaise. Most of us are not like huge mayonnaise
Do you think
fans.
anyone at Chompy eats mayonnaise?
And y'all say that
Not that I know of.
Have you ever seen mayonnaise at Chompy?
I guess, yeah. Now that you say it, I have it. Like, I'm trying to think, they have like
Archer
their...
Avenue.
And so, like, they do have like...
She's amigo. Okay.
Shut up, bitch.
Thank you.
Shut up, bitch.
And you have to tempo now.
Somebody's having a mental health episode on the stage.
Yeah, Matt, you might need to deal with that.
Matt, please, bro. I don't want. Come on.
I didn't need to do that.
Matt, incest is not best.
That's like, I don't know why it's so hard to get them out of these rules.
Matt, I don't want to tell you how to mod a room, but like, god damn, dude.
Yeah, bro. You don't know.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, Matt, just...
Miriam is causing problems.
Mountain, Mountain, like, you keep on taking pot shots at...
That makes it. I actually want to have a conversation.
Marshall, I'm sorry I had to comment on that, but I just don't like
No, I mean, I
saying
appreciate you sticking up
something
for
like
me.
that to
It
you.
really means a lot. I just want everybody to know. I'm like, that stuff rolls off my back. If Pierre wants to call me out like that,
think it would
that's
be on a
his
chair
business.
and probably your favorite content.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, Pierre's a dirty, angry little nigger, and he can talk about us however he wants. That's fine.
Out of line, not cool. Stop.
Wait. You did the hard eat. Alright, do it again. I just want to hear it one more time.
Nah, nigger.
There you go. Damn. Yep. Okay, so me talking about y'all eating mayonnaise now that
You can eat you called you called him mayonnaise. You're making fun of his skin color. Look, I'm somebody who does this is what I say. Do you like erotic? Hold on. Yeah, what I said was racist. You know what I always found really funny about black people is there's one word you could say to them where they lose all impulse control, they lose all free will, and then they can just like act like a bunch of fakes and do whatever the fuck they want in response to hearing.
Hello? Hello, Andre. Well,
Fine, thanks.
Nar says, I like your PTR with the Daniel Nero necklace. It's awesome. So, Rabboni Shalom, it's been an exhausting day here in Megatron's Bible and Quran. We've heard it all yet again. The same characters reading the same scripts, the same lines, completely unaware that they're actually repeating themselves. And I just find it amazing, the level of toleration and the disregard for one's personal well-being by wasting an entire beautiful Sunday listening to a Lumi just basically filibuster, hypnosis, just whatever, no purpose, no goal, no syllabus, no framework, nothing. He claims he's already started on his notes and his organizing and all this, but I just say, to me, a book is worth so much compared to listening to somebody just, make these little micro statements. And at the end of the day, there was no meditation course.
How many years left do you have for house arrest? Is it like a lifetime sentence or?
No, I went for a jog today. I had a great day out in the sun. I gardened. I watered all my, growing flowers. And I just recorded, the entire day in multiple recording studios. That's the thing is, I don't want to listen to the people here anymore. I just want to record the people here. But I can't also, I'm struggling to find the willpower to want to read a book. That to me is very difficult because it seems that the social aspect of communication is so much more desirable than the hard work of reading a book. And that is what's truly so, challenging about life, is that you have to do something with yourself, which is work. And that's a job. But coming here 7 days a week and calling that work, it's not work. It's just birds in a tree just going. That's it. That's all that's happening. Hello?
You can always go on YouTube and watch garbage AI werewolf romance stories. Those are cute.
Yeah, just go for the Japanese cat videos.
What are you talking about? Werewolf AI? What do you think Clubhouse is? That's what Illumi is. He's just a werewolf person. He's a vampire type.
Oh, he's a real person. We've spent hours, both on cam on TikTok together, so he is a real person, don't you worry. I think AI couldn't come up with the things he comes up with.
Mom's face, were you gonna lick it all over? you gonna lick it all over? I know your white ass wanted to.
No, I know. No, she was waiting for you to come home to lick it off for her. So.
Yeah. What did you do? I didn't hear what you said.
She went to mass, she said. I asked if she had brunch.
Church, and then me and my daughter went bike riding, and we went shopping, and then just spent time with each other. Thank you.
I'm actually recovering from like foodborne illness because I was eating with Peggy's mom, and she cooked a white dish where she didn't season the chicken at all or cook it properly.
Well, what's his mom? He's a definite. But like
No, but Aunt, you know
yeah, who is your husband, Jay?
Yeah, I lived for the whole past week because I was kicking it with Pepe's mom.
Oh shit, that's something different. You may want to go get that shit checked out.
Oh, you guys, Jay is Dr. L.
Anytime you're around a white bitch, you gotta like look at that shit. You gotta look at it.
I thought I recognized you, Jay. You're Adams's boo, right? You're his fan, right?
Oh my God, does he know you're on here, Jay? He probably been.
I know. It's weird to probably you just on here, not Adams. Where's Adams right now?
Are they polyamorous? Oh wait, you mean Adam?
No.
Yeah. Oh my.
Is the nigga gay?
Hold on, I can't hear him.
Yes.
I can't hear him.
Goddamn, hey girl.
Well, Michael J, shut up, everybody. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
By the way, he's there. Adams is with him.
Oh, Adams is on.
Jay,
Oh
I didn't know what you looked like. Do you know
Adams, what are you doing back there?
What? I swear I heard Adams' voice, but maybe not.
No, I heard something back there. Adams.
That sounds weird.
How's everything going, Jay?
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Jay,
I'm
also
up.
is going away.
My name is Joel. Hey, Joel.
Nice to meet you, Joe.
I don't think anybody's going to ask you what your name was, motherfucker.
That guy that married a very close.
Everybody asked you what the fuck your name was, nigga.
Damn,
My name is Joel. My name is Joel. Who the fuck asked you? Who the fuck asked you? Oh, no, man, my name is Joel. My name is Joel.
We got other minorities that we kill.
Yeah, there's a man that is lower. Okay, hold on, Pierre. Okay, Pierre, here's what you're missing, okay? We have somebody who's lower on the oppression totem pole. Okay, he's a nigger and he's a faggot. And his name is Adams, okay? And he will come on here with this loud mic. Okay, can you please tell your husband, and please don't tell him that I called him a nigger faggot, but can you tell him that, there is some business to do with Pierre. Pierre is being belligerent.
He getting bent over by a black man.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't know who's the top or the bottom. It's not my concern. It's not my concern.
So you get your ass getting bent over by a black man.
Not my concern.
Getting bent over by a black man.
I think Adams is the taker myself.
Some pipes are windy.
Adams has one black parent.
I think one parent, one of his parents was Panamanian, and the Panamanian parent was black looking from what I remember seeing. And if a lot of you know, like they have an Afro Latino population and a nigga population. Yeah, exactly. Okay, amazing. And in Panama, and so he is somebody who's black.
So he is at home right now sleeping because he's sad. This is his second Mother's Day without a mother.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, I did hear.
And why do we give a fuck? Why do we give a fuck?
Tell this what, you don't have to listen to this AJ.
That's not cool, bro. Come on, man.
I'm gonna filibuster. You guys, I'm gonna filibuster. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Alright, we're not talking about Adams.
No, we need to talk about Adams because we have this fucking porch monkey. You dirty nigger. nigger, you were literally derailing. Okay, you know what? We were having a normal conversation, man, before. Okay, kick this nigger to the goo. Kick this nigger to the gulag. Okay, he cannot behave.
You gotta be quiet. We have to get back to the conversation.
Can I still
Don't come up with that was devil.
So he's allowed to call me a nigger, but I can't say anything.
Well, it is what it is.
Shut your nigger mouth, bitch.
What are you talking about? You can read the house rules too, Pierre. I have some rules around that. That'll help you out, by the way. Go for it. Anyways,
So in your house,
Okay, kill this nigger. He won't shut up. He won't.
Pierre, why are you so angry at your mother?
Oh, shit. See that because you're black. Oh, my.
No, you just seem like you're
Yes,
really
if you were angry.
Why are you riding my dick with no license?
Oh.
Yeah, I have a topic.
Alright, let's get this going.
I have an update. This is the topic. Did Iran beat the U.S.? Did Iran beat the U.S.? I'm gonna make the claim.
Can we make that the title, please, Bonds? We damn that beat my ass today. That was amazing.
I mean,
It's
saying
still
he's
Mother's Day for
just
30 minutes and wins.
pandemic with faint
Eastern
praise.
Standard, because you know that we rule the world. So, 30 minutes of MAGA Mama, and then
we can go into.
you got a pre-gaming precursor to topic coming up in 30 minutes.
Yeah, my old ass is gonna be snoring in about 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna lose my hair.
Me too, bro. I like this. Like,
Nima, I don't know how to tell you, but we've redistricted the country, and the New York area doesn't control anymore.
Here, can you just
There was a
allow others to talk?
redistricting that just happened, and now the middle of America is actually controlling the time zone on how we do Mother's Day.
Oh, damn, well, we already know.
It's a redistricting. It went all the way to SCOTUS. They determined our time zone is Anne's time.
And that's exactly why I reject the system.
But Pierre, you know what's been extremely racist is Father's Day, because it makes men feel black men. You know, it's yeah.
So MAGA mothers, though.
You know, when it comes to hold on.
We only have 27 more minutes of MAGA moms.
Okay, sure, but okay, inequality of outcomes, okay, equals inequality, and so because you have so many more black mothers as opposed to black fathers, you know, at the end of the day, that's racist. And you know what? Celebrating Father's Day is racist because we're holding black people to this European white, you know, real standard where we have to. It is so disgusting. I got about it. I got something for you, Pepe.
Well, actually, the term grandfather. Actually, Pepe, the term grandfather is considered racist. Now, you know that, right? We're not allowed to use the term grandfather anymore.
So we want Pepe to explain to us, Pepe.
When you get bent over and another man gets his dick in your ass, do you call him?
Okay, but Pierre, I know you're talking about very violent chimp sex rituals, okay, which we don't do that stuff.
Like, what'd you say? Like, yeah, daddy.
I understand you guys want to exert your dominance in very primitive ways. That's fine. You can do what you want. You can say ooh hoo ha 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 ha. Okay, amazing. Yeah, evolution is really not really improved.
More evidence is
All I'm asking is,
5
what do you
minutes.
say when it
5 minutes into MAGA mothers.
Or do you say, damn, daddy?
I don't know what you're talking. This is more chimp code. I don't know.
Pepe, can you explain to the room why there are 3 numbers between 1 and 5 and 4 numbers between 5 and 10?
He done had a dick in his ass, boy.
I'm not stuttering. I'm listening. Literally listening to somebody just like chipping out. I don't even know what to say. Like, you get packed up in every fucking room you go in. Whenever you have to intellectually debate something, like you never win. You're just a loudmouth.
Let's talk about Chad the Builder.
You say daddy.
Since we're gonna do this, let's talk about Chad the Builder. I guess he got arrested. You see that thing?
Yeah, I saw that. The thing is, though, is I did it because, look, there is 2019 to I don't know, 2021.
Can't even get his words together. You think
okay, God damn you.
Pierre, can you introduce that normal for like a minute? Like, I'm doing really well. You know how crazy
Yeah,
it is,
this
Pierre?
is fucking retarded.
I'm
Like,
actually fucking behaving myself.
Sitting people that
If I can behave myself, you can behave.
like, no, this is literally where, like, okay, people use the term nigger fatigue for a fucking reason.
I can behave. I already got
Okay, there's a reason. It's called nigger fatigue for a fucking reason. Like, here you are, mostly in a white space, but here, who's the person acting like a nigger more than anybody else? It's a black man. Amazing.
Have you ever had?
Okay, can you put the chip in the grill?
Can you? Don't do the carrot chip now. Like back. Don't start doing that.
No, you should put this chip in the goo because like you cannot talk while you're on the fucking stage.
We can, since it's supposed to be MAGA mothers, we can put.
But I want to answer your question, Matt. I want to answer your question regarding Chud the Builder.
He hasn't answered it yet, Matt? What the fuck?
So Chud the Builder. Okay, he's somebody who builder.
Can you just shut the fuck up and learn, you fucking retards?
Yeah, I know.
Yes, sir. I don't even like Chud.
Yeah, so Chud is somebody who originally he became viral because there were these two African American men that were parking in an emergency spot or something like that, and he's like, why are you guys parking there? And then he's pointing his camera kind of at himself and them, and he's like, am I on camera? And he's like, yeah, why? You don't like looking ugly? On camera? And then they're like, oh, what'd you say? And then he's just like, oh, what you gonna do? And he calls them the N-word, hard ER, and then it was kind of funny. Like, and he's like, oh, look, they're tripping out. It was funny.
And it took off from there. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it took off from there, and it was funny.
But it's kind of.
But then it's just like, okay, you did it once, bro. It's okay. Some comedic value in what you did, but it's after that, it's just like, okay, so you're gonna go around and you're gonna call people the N-word, hard ER, and say it's a freedom of speech.
No, I'm saying you already said.
Okay, but then you can say. Okay, but freedom of speech has to do more or less with whether or not the government can prosecute you. Now, okay, so I remember after October 7th, anti-Semitism, for example, was really high, and there was I forget the name of this guy. He lived in Texas, and he was saying like, I don't get it. You can't just go to a black neighborhood and just call people the N-word and not expect consequences, but you expect it with us. And one of the things, like, he was not realizing at the time is just like, okay, when you have people with nothing to lose, or a higher proportion of people with nothing to lose in a specific community, and they likely are criminal, have low impulse control, are much more likely to react violently. Yeah, you're going to be cautious with what you say around them. Kind of like how you're going to be cautious.
Isn't this all just common sense, Pepe? Aren't you actually describing what you've done for years on this app, which is just go around and say the N-word? N-word Tourette syndrome?
You're letting these retards come on your stage.
You just said a whole lot of nothing.
Okay, that they finished, but that thing fell later. Yeah, I'm trying to later. Okay, shut your fucking mouth, you fucking shit.
Let's let him leave this man explain.
Oh my god.
Give me a bat.
Yeah, so they're obviously.
He's never gonna come
fucking faggot sprig out are amazing.
Just make it short. Go ahead.
So yes, you're going. Okay, there are certain population. Okay, let's juxtapose this with the Jews.
He can't even talk.
Oh my God.
When
it comes to
oh my God.
When it comes to the Jews, for example, you look at a population that has, in general, a lot to lose. In comparison to the black population, which a much higher proportion of them have nothing to lose, especially in the ghetto. And so you're not going to go into their environment and disrespect them because they're far more likely to react in a way that you would not like. Just like I would not go. Okay, I would feel safer going into an upper class black neighborhood and insulting them than I would be going into like a lower class white neighborhood and insulting them because the white class people, the lower class white people are much more likely to, react violently.
We gonna kill you. We gonna kill you.
It's just fucking common sense.
All right, that'd be cool. Beer, you get a little time here.
Socioeconomics. That's what you're talking about.
I'm giving you some time to speak. Go for it, man. You got like a minute or two, then we'll move off this. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just because he has a gay accent and he's fucking white doesn't make this motherfucker Albert Einstein. This nigga just told us basic social economics. He's just talking about basic social economics. No, nigga, I don't give a fuck where you at. You around some black people talking the way you talking, they gonna bust your ass. Suburbs, the hood, wherever.
All right. Sweet and short, the way I like it, I guess people aren't interested in that particular event that we were just talking about that day. But, I don't know.
No, I'm talking about Nilo. That's what he's talking about.
Wait, who's Nilo? I don't know who Nilo is.
Nilo.
Oh, Nilo?
The weird gay guy that children.
Yeah, Milo, whatever the fuck his name
is. Whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
the gay Jewish guy.
He's got fucking, what is that? Macular degeneration. You got macular degeneration. And his eyes are fucking going cross-eyed, so you can't see anymore, bro. Yeah, yeah. It's like the Lord struck him down, bro. He's like, fuck you, show your eyes.
Should we get back to the topic? Should we get back to the topic or not? Because I was going to ask Abby about what she thinks about. I mean, we already had this a little bit, but the redistricting that's going on.
Dude, can we get back to the
topic? Can we get back to the topic? Shut the fuck up! Can we get back to the topic?
Did you see the 60 Minutes piece on this tonight in Louisiana?
Okay, I didn't hear that. What, the 60-minute piece?
60 Minutes did a piece on it tonight in Louisiana, and they interviewed the member of Congress that's going to lose his seat. And then they were just talking about the redistricting there and the lawsuit. But
we give a fuck because.
Wait, you don't care about
out of the fucking room.
Hold on,
God damn it, man.
All right, guys. I can mod the
goddamn messed up.
Pierre, are you not feeling well tonight? Is there something wrong?
You
got like some.
He's mad
Why do we give a fuck?
because Rick's off of his ass.
Like, are you not well, Pierre?
I'm not allowed to. Black people aren't allowed to ask questions.
Are you black or are you Asian? I thought you were Asian. Anyway, so it's
ching chong ding dong.
It looks like, I mean, if it all goes through, it looks like we're looking at 6 to maybe 12 seats. Could be that much as a pickup.
America!
I mean, if you just tally it.
And why the fuck do we care about that ass crack of a state?
Sorry, you're sad.
That state is ass as hell.
Poor sad, dude, because you're Democrats.
I'll try to post a link to, I think I can find it online.
The beholder, so sure.
The Virginia one is really interesting.
Yeah, that's the one. That's
let's go. I hate Abigail. 100%. Yeah, I can't have my chopper no more.
Pierre, you know what? You're gonna be alright. Just breathe. I learned how to breathe a long time ago, and when I remembered that, I realized that my life was a lot easier.
Is this just a crash out room, or is it like a genuine conversation?
Who's asking?
Vegeta, why don't you sit your ass the fuck down in the goddamn room? How about that?
Yeah. I mean, I actually want to have like a real conversation.
Room.
Yeah, I want to have a real conversation.
We could have a real conversation, but y'all ain't trying to be serious.
Pepe, I know we can fucking hear you, and I am glad we can, because you can't do it. Yeah, we can't hear that. Yeah, his voice. Shit, that.
I mean, if you want me to crash out,
He
crash
could
out.
be digging his ass right now, y'all. That's why we can't hear him.
Matt, I'm glad the Republicans finally fucking grew a fucking spine, because this is the game the Democrats have been fucking playing for how many decades now? These motherfuckers have been running around, redistricting all of these fucking coastal states, and all of a sudden, Republicans start doing the same shit, and oh my God, look at what they're doing. This is our country. Shut the fuck up. I lived in a fucking state for 9 years where 40% of the state votes fucking Republican every fucking election cycle, and these motherfuckers never had any fucking Republican representation. You want to know why? Because Democrats were running around with the crayons, and you know what happens when you let the retards run with the crayons. Please, learn, children. Don't run with them. They end up in your nose, like Democrats.
It's true. I mean, they were dominating
State
from
where
the
you're
60s, the 70s, the 80s, and 90s with gerrymandering. The Democrats were, and we flipped the script in 2010. Now they're pissed the fuck off. And so I'm glad, man. I'm glad things are looking up. For the country.
Black people originally voted Republican, by the way.
That's true. Actually,
that's a fact.
That is true. I actually looked that up a little bit more. You are right. From I don't know what that is. From back late 1800s to a certain amount of time, like 1930, then it stopped for a little bit, and then,
It was the party of Lincoln, Matt.
No, I know, I got that. I don't know why. But I was looking that up. It was interesting to see where it stopped and now but the modern day, Democrats have just gone totally bonkers. I don't know what happened to them, but Pierre, what do you say to them?
The Democratic Party is that's your party. It's the party for the gays. So all of your rights are
No, Matt really got. Look that shit up.
your party. I mean, it's a party for you. They're gonna support anything and everything that you do.
So wait, what are you talking about the gays and who? Who are you talking about right now, Pierre? Which party?
So the gays are going to. I mean, the Democrats are gonna pass bills that work for the gay community, for the Jewish community. Everything except
They're
for
not
black.
doing anything for the Jewish community. Trust me, it's not happening.
Let's call the Democratic Party anti-black.
But look at the northeast of the country and tell me how many Republican. Wait, hold on. This dude just.
Everyone that isn't black.
Matt, can you mute him for a sec? Tell me how many
That's
Republican.
Adams in 20 years.
Tell me how many Republican representatives there are. No, dude, shut up. How many Republican representatives are there out of Congress and Senate in the northeastern part of the country? No, listen, no, buddy.
You're asking to mute me.
Yeah, I think you should be muted. I think you should. It's Mother's fucking Day, and you should be muted. And I'll explain that one. I'm gonna interrupt you.
Don't interrupt other people.
No, I'm gonna interrupt you, and you're disparaging.
You're literally doing the Karen shit.
So to answer the question, Matt, how many representatives in Congress in the northeastern part of the country?
I can't stand white people. Y'all get me. Y'all fucking.
How many representatives in the northeastern part of the country are Republicans?
Let's get into
Okay, this is a discussion between Pierre and I. Actually, I just lost my place. Hold on here. Fuck. Am I still here on this?
There are 0 representatives from New England that are Republican. Did you hear the point I made, Matt? There are 0 representatives.
Hold on. Abby, let me just have a conversation with Pierre. Just hold on. I'll let you come in. Pierre, are you for the redistricting or not? That's what I was mainly asking you. I don't know what you're doing. You're talking about gays.
They don't know.
Pierre, are you there or no? Now I just
What state?
just anything. I don't know. I I didn't even know what your stance is. That's what I was asking you about redistricting.
No, redistricting of what?
What is going on right now?
He's a black conservative. He's anti-Trump.
No, like redistricting of what? Like so, like how they're moving.
Conservative. He no state his position.
All right.
No, it's not. He's a shit talker.
Okay, guys, I'm the one talking.
I'm talking to Matt. You fucking crackers.
Yeah, he's talking to the cracker.
What the fuck are y'all? Why y'all talking when I'm talking to Matt?
Anybody that comes off.
Y'all motherfuckers is crackers. Don't do that mayonnaise shit with me, nigga.
Okay, check this out. The cracker up here is talking here.
Alright, and I'm talking to the cracker up there. Yes, Lord. Yes, you do.
Okay, so do you know what
I'm not talking to none of these other crackers. I'm talking to the crackers.
Bob, they're gonna move you if you don't. You gotta be quiet. Okay, come on. What is, so do y'all know what's going on? What we're talking about a little bit here?
I, for one, personally think Pierre is a great addition to this room. We need more gay black representation.
I was trying to respond to Matt, but crackers are talking over me. So am I allowed to speak, or are crackers gonna talk over me? Go. Let me know. Matt, I'm trying to reply to your question, but there's other crackers getting in the way.
I'm moving them down. Go ahead.
All right, so in my state, I saw that they rezoned fucking districts and zoning lines and all that shit for specific votes in like
Zoning?
in particular counties.
You don't know what zoning means.
All right, and another cracker talking over me. Go ahead.
Silence yourself, cracker!
Zoning has nothing to do with redistricting or voting.
You have a conversation. Cracker bitch. You have a conversation. Go talk to her.
Dumbass, zoning has nothing to do with redistricting or voting.
It's fine.
It's like an idiot. What does zoning have to do with it?
Why y'all not gonna let him finish though?
Pierre sounds like you went to Lyric Center.
No, come on, man.
You mean they redistrict?
Good one, though.
Not recent. You halfway through your own, and y'all acting like little fucking kids.
Why do you think she's a gangster?
Let him finish his thought.
Talking to a woman like that, this fucking dumb cunt.
This is America. This is equal opportunity.
We're just correcting that zoning has nothing to do with voting.
Let him finish, then you get the rest of him. Like, why you gotta cut the whole me off?
Because he's dumb.
You meant to say that they were redistricting.
Right away. All right. Let them land and we can correct them afterwards. They got a point there. Okay, go ahead. Pierre, do you want to finish your submission or not?
I'm not talking to no more crackers.
All right. He's
Matt, it's better that he stays quiet. Trust me, bro.
Going back to answer to Pop's comment and to answer, out of all of New England, and I put it in the chat, there's one senator then there's no one in the House. There's not one representative in the House from all the states in New England that is Republican. And there's one senator from Maine who is up for re-election. But essentially, so to his point, to the Republicans that live in all of New England, who represents them in the House?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
You said he's like.
I told you guys, he's tore up. He's tore up every time he comes on stage.
This is a pure learning, Lyric Center. Sorry, not learning, Lyric fucking center, fucking education.
Yeah, so this white bitch just like made us all be quiet for what? What the fuck did she do? Fucking
correct your misinformation?
Yes, for educational purposes.
I responded to what Pop was saying.
Hi, Pierre. Can I draw your attention to my PTR? Pierre, I'm wondering why in all of your PTR photos are you doing the OK hand sign? Are you like a black stormtrooper or something? Why do you do the OK hand sign over and over again? Oh, Dr. Adams is here. Thank God. Your counterpart is here. Your clone has arrived. The gay token black man has arrived.
You're a Red Lodge member. Like, you're the last one to be talking about somebody's fraternity.
I'm a Red Lodge member. What the fuck is a Red Lodge member? What's a Red Lodge? Were y'all the first day I heard heard you on this app. You were talking about how you had to get the bus camera footage because you were attacking and abusing young girls on a bus, and you couldn't get prosecuted because you got the bus footage. So I don't know all these dispersions that you say I'm like a Red Lodge member. Maybe it's called I read books and such. I'm in a book club. I pick up a book and I read a book, and then I come on Clubhouse and I just laugh at how stupid you are. Hello?
I'm pretty sure you done a lot of faggot shit in your lifetime.
I'm running one of the oldest, prestigious black fraternities of all fucking time.
Well, shut the
You
fuck
don't
up here.
know shit about
Do
this.
they have hazing in black fraternities? Do they haze in black fraternities?
They whipped him with a
How
belt.
do they haze them?
They whip him with a belt.
You ask a question like a little white bitch. Yeah, that's
No,
what
do
white
they
people
haze you?
question.
Were you hazed?
No, I don't fucking know. You asking white people questions.
Now,
Pierre, you actually make Dr. Adams look good. I just gotta say, Pierre, you make Dr. Adams actually look great. Dr. Adams is so successful compared to you, Pierre, it's unbelievable.
You're an Eastern Star, so whatever they do
well,
over
you
there,
said you were in a black fraternity. Did you have hazing
if
when you
you're part of
joined?
the black fraternity, they do the same shit that you do. You know what I'm saying? Like you're a damn Eastern Star.
Eastern Star, Riabia. Ain't nobody in the cult. Ain't nobody in the craft up in here, Dr. Riabia. Dr. Riabia, try going to the gym and do something with yourself. I mean, come on, Riabia. You got an extra 50 pounds you got to lose on that big old belly gut you got, Riabia. Maybe try a new update to the name from Riabia to like Kevin, your name, or like Steve, or whatever the fuck your name is, Dr. Riabia.
Fuck, I can do every day, motherfucker. You dig?
Okay, Dr. Riabia. He's a tough guy. This is a UFC superstar we got here on here. A Jew hater extraordinaire. Go ahead, Riabia. Tell us your worldview. Who is in control of everything? Eastern Star. Every man and every woman is a star. Do you read books, Riabia? Do you read any books? You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy.
Alright. Anybody got a topic? Like, I'll let someone else just pick a topic, or are we just crashing out? I don't know what's going on around here.
Like you wanted to crash out, I
Let's
guess.
talk about that dick that's in paper ass.
Alright. That's not really a topic, I don't think. So, Kayla, you had one
The
earlier.
one in my PTR?
Yeah. Ema, you wanted to talk about the war, right?
So,
Yeah, I don't know if you overly disciplined me. We're not talking about that.
I've talked about that a lot.
I'm so excited
So,
for this
Matt.
topic.
Matt, I heard
I love
Cuba
that
is about to fall. I heard that I heard Cuba's about
You know
to
you love
fall.
BBCs.
Well,
No, I don't have any information to prove that's true, but my name is Mountain Mouth.
okay, bro. I'm just saying, man, they don't have any oil left, and they're making negotiations. Well, they're talking to us at least. I mean, I think that it's probably what we want to do is probably normalize relations and get rid of the Castro regime or any loyalists. But I mean,
Yeah, guys, like it's probably we have to like get rid of the negotiations and like suddenly get rid of the regime. Like, all right, shut your white ass up.
So
He's a redneck. Not even yuppie.
Ema, can you do a public service? Can you do a public service announcement? The account is on the stage. That if you click on it, it will freeze you.
terrible.
And yeah, but everyone just
Val,
whether none of us have to agree on stuff, but on that one we all have to agree on.
It's like, it's not happening anybody. Like,
Has Michael Bronstein ever said anything intelligent on Clubhouse ever once? Like, Michael, like, when did you get hit by the donkey in the back of the head? What happened to you, Michael?
Oh. Alright, I brought my pit bull Joe as a moderator. You guys deserve this pain.
Oh, Joe.
Are you a butt fucker also? Are you a butt fucker also?
Joe, I have a couple things. So
Quick exit.
Ema, do you want to respond to my question that I had about all of New England and how you feel about that?
And we're gonna talk
Oh, I don't
politics.
know what question it was.
Bima, you had a topic for us about an hour ago.
Yes.
Did you? I'm giving you the stage. You're going to lead us with a topic. We're going to talk up here politics now, and I'm going to mod this stage, all right?
Oh, thank you, Joe. So there's a couple things. I'm going to offer 3 topics. One pretty controversial. I'm going to say the topic, just title, Did Iran Win? I am going to make the claim that at this point, I think I've seen enough to say they've done what they needed to do to outlast strategically, like endurance-wise, the U.S., and everything that the U.S. has tried to accomplish, it has not been successful. So I'm going to make that claim. But before we get on that, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people who say that, two other things. One, there was an update to the North Korean Constitution. Jim Jong-un. Jim Jong-un, thank you. He's freaking out over there. He wants to be involved so bad. He's so sad that he's just changed the Constitution that if the leader gets assassinated, there shall be an immediate nuclear bomb. So I'd like to talk about whoever's unmuted. The feedback is killing me. You know my brain can't do that. If you could just mute up.
It's Bow Wow. Don't click on his profile.
So the question is, now how would we handle something like that? I mean, I think he pretty much just put himself and his country into. I'll let you guys discuss that, because now how will we handle? Right, I'll leave that open to you guys. Right. And then the third topic, real quick, is just the hantavirus thing. We know that we had this cruise. The cruise is going on. Some guy dies on the cruise. He gets off. He dies on the cruise, 70-year-old man. He gets off the cruise with his wife. They don't test him for anything specific. He's now, the wife is traveling through the airports. She ends up getting taken off a plane, and then she dies in the airport. They still don't test for anything. Then another guy, a British guy, he ends up dying. So now they test it. Okay, now he has hantavirus. Now they figure, oh wow, we have hantavirus, Andy strain, human-to-human transmission. Interesting. 47 people had gotten off at this one point where they had gotten off. So now we have a bunch of people just flying around the country or flying around the world, going, whatever. We have one now positive American that has tested positive for hantavirus. And it seems that it was from the Dutch cruise ship, the Hondius. And so this is interesting because a lot of people are talking about, this whole thing. So that's something else that we could talk about. And those are the 3 topics. Thank you.
I just want to say, when it comes to the hantavirus, it's interesting. So like, hold on. That is something that
You didn't bring up the aliens?
Pepe, he's the fucking mod, bro. Chill out.
I can't see him talking.
I'll let you talk next. I just want to talk. I just want to kind of set the ground rules. Look, those are great topics. Let's try and pass the mic after making one point. Let's not pancake. So Pepe wants to talk about the hantavirus. Go ahead, Pepe. What you got on the hantavirus?
Virus. So that is something that when I was in middle school, so my dad worked for the federal government, and we would have to go to different parts of the country, and then.
Aren't you supposed to make a point and then pass the mic?
Amazing. So when it came to the Four Corners region of which is Navajo country, the hantavirus, that was something that was happening. People were just dropping dead while they were just driving in their cars, all kinds of weird shit. That is something that you still, if you look at the communicable disease reports here in Arizona, the hantavirus is something that you still get every year. There's several people who will get diagnosed with it. Now, this is something similar. I mean, it is a hantavirus, but it's a little bit different, I guess. That it's not quite the same as the one that you would get here, but I don't think that it's from everything I've heard, it's not something that is easily. It's more transmissible.
We got a Democrat and like administration, they would probably try to lock us down and overblow us, but
Amazing.
it's not gonna happen like that, bro.
Amazing. So it is not.
Is this the Pepe show? Can you like make a point and then just go on mute and pass the mic?
Shut your goddamn faggot mouth.
Joe, can you do your job?
So look, let me help you out.
Shut the fuck up.
We're just trying to make points and pass the mic. So look, the hantavirus is rather largely overblown. If you look at the past years, there's been more cases of the hantavirus than what we've had so far. It's rather just a media
hysteria. Hype. Yeah. Joe, real quick, did I hear that there's a version of it that seems to be airborne?
No. It's still not airborne.
Okay.
And so, it generally, so when it came to like field mice in Arizona, that's how when it came into contact with like the mice droppings, that kind of shit. That's how you would get it.
Right.
It was kind of hard to catch it, so only a few people would. And of course, it is like a horrible illness. But this, I guess, there's a variant of it in South America where bird watchers, there was a bird watcher basically.
He was by a landfill.
He was by
a landfill.
Yeah, it was in a landfill. It was actually in a fucking landfill.
Literally.
Pictures of a
bird.
Yeah,
Why
endangered bird.
are they doing bird watching by a dump?
Because where they congregate.
Yeah, I don't know.
They congregate by the landfill, picking up resources.
Really? Yeah, they don't want to try to,
And then they were stepping over rats with dead rats with droppings, and then they apparently inhaled, I don't know, certain contaminants from the actual fucking droppings itself.
The piss or shit, yeah, it's the piss that.
Piss or shit.
Okay, at least when it comes to epidemiologists, with here in Arizona, where hantavirus, this was a state that was the most affected by it, at least in North America. Going on a few decades, it's not something that's easily transmissible.
Right, it's rarely transmissible, but once you catch it, there's a 40% survival rate apparently.
It's a horrible illness to be. To catch it, but it was not.
Look, they have tracked patient 0 to. They did visit an Argentina dump where rats were present. They've been able to track patient 0.
Yeah, ornithologists or whatever the correct nomenclature of what they are. Their hobby to practice is he's an ornithologist or whatever. He studied birds. Yeah, he was. That's right. But no, 40% survival rate. It's rarely transferred. It barely is able to go from human to human if it jumps. So they're thinking that maybe possibly rat droppings itself or contaminants of rat droppings entered the actual ship, and it's like touched other people. People were able to smell it and somehow got airborne. But it's like there was another epidemiologist came on TV and basically said you basically have to have almost like anal sex essentially to have to transfer the fucking hantavirus like that. Like it's very, 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 very rare.
Well, I'm not sure if that makes sense though, because when they're talking about it, they said that there's like something like 40 to 50 different strains or species of it, or however you want to say it. And this one specific type, this Andes version, is spread person. So if it variants. So if it's spread person to person, right, and you have direct physical contact, or however they're saying all you got to do is be in close quarters. I mean, we're talking, we've now had a person that has been positive, that's been on the ship, that's now in the United States, and they've tested positive. This is a lot of whatever. So, I mean, I'm going to challenge to say that the Andes version specifically, I do think it's airborne.
So,
not
like
the measles type airborne, but I'm saying if all it requires is for a person to be close contact with the
Okay, so then that's
Aerosol would be like a
Complicated
nice
things.
sophisticated
Thing.
Okay, but that's not,
Yeah,
this is not, that's not dispersal.
on the winds, like
Right.
It's aerosol
Right, but
droplets.
that's not dispersion because these are full of, they were all full.
They have to be aerosol droplets.
Isn't it how cheating happens, Don? Isn't that how cheating happens?
It's white
Different
guy.
types of
Yes, it's where
aerosol.
white guy.
Getting those droplets, yes. It's aerosol, man. Research it, like guys, research it, and it's a certain type of,
my mom and my
what do they call that fucking,
we all learned this stuff during COVID.
yeah, not Ecuador, but it's the Andes mountain, like rats that have a certain trend, like, it's weird. It's a different type, yeah.
Well, don't you think though, do you believe that like, I mean, not to bring conspiratorial kind of crap, but like, don't you think the media kind of is also their job to bring dramatization?
Of course, they're doing that right now.
And now everybody's just latching onto it.
They were trying to do with the measles, remember?
Yeah.
They were trying to do with the measles, you know, with RFK.
Well, I started to think that.
Oh, that was
Which one was the one that they
That was hepatitis A or C.
No, they're talking about
Like it's finally summertime here. The sun's beautiful, man. Maybe in the city.
The AIDS. I wonder if it was
because it's blood transfusion.
He's walking, and the sun is
Yeah, because when you fuck somebody's butt, if you're not lubricating properly, it causes fissures.
and he's like,
And
has
you
like,
cause
you
fissures.
know, like he was dead.
know a lot about that,
Spit,
please,
like
I
he
don't
was
mean educated.
proper, like he was his dad, you know.
Let's get
And then I watched it, I was like, swords, like whatever, like I was like on the
Thank you, man, for.
And
So how many people got FEMA, how many people got off the boat coming into the country that were before it was detected?
There was a point when the wife and the dead man, I don't know how to refer to it, just, they got off and 47 other people got off during that point. And so they went to wherever, all different places.
Israel.
No, it was some other location, I think it was off of Cape Verde or something.
Weren't they going to the Canaries?
just once told
So seeing that it's rodents, the most likely
Yes, that's what it is.
situation that would happen or occurred would be the rodents got into the food and then people ingested it.
But,
Say this again?
Abby.
So if you have rats on the boat, and the rats are on the boat, they have this virus, and then they're laying droplets and urine, and they're also feasting on bread and stuff like that. So people aren't properly checking, the food products, and then people are ingesting it. That would be probably a likelihood of how they got it.
So let me just interject real quick. Look, the CDC reports there's been
like
no outbreaks in America from the Andes
But people who are
strain
like,
of hantavirus right now.
like really, really
Well,
crazy.
So I'm trying to understand, they're on this ship, and the ship then
There's
goes
rats in the ship.
from,
It's
no,
something when
goes
somebody
from
says
South
my full
America,
name, you know.
crosses the Atlantic,
It like makes me feel.
and ends up in the Canary Islands. So it crosses the Atlantic
my
down,
whole name.
where did it cross over and did it make any
Yeah, but when they
stops
stop at the ports, they blow up.
in the ports? Do you know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
then you got rats that are stowaways on the food and stuff like that. Who've already transmitted their urine and feces onto the food. That's what they're
so
saying.
where did they do the crossing is when,
They started in Argentina.
right, and then they crossed over, but then they had to, did they stop at any ports before they got to the
That's right.
they stopped at St. Helena. That's where they stopped at St. Helena. That's where the wife and the guy and the other people got off. They got off there. The wife died. There was she had already taken a full flight. There was some connecting flight. She got all the way to Johannesburg. That's where she died. The British passenger was evacuated to South Africa. I think he had gotten off at that same point. And then that's when a German died on board. Late that. So it went to the island. I'm following what you're saying. So it stops in the island, right? St. Helena. Then it goes to South Africa from there. That's what you're saying. The route of the boat. Yeah, and then did it go anywhere else in Africa before it went to the Canary Islands? That's a long journey.
You called them? Did somebody call them?
I think there was. I don't think that there was any offboarding of people. I'm not sure, but I know that there was supposed to be from Argentina, and then they made stops in Antarctica and South Georgia. Nightingale Island, and then Ascension Island. So those were the.
It looks like LA River water.
That was the trajectory of the ship. St. Helena, I would assume, the route.
It looks like LA River.
Virus is
And I go to I look at the table, and all these young women are like wearing.
This is gonna end it so bad. Whatever Japanese haircut we want, we get it on rips like they blame my family. It looks like majority vote won. The guy wasn't a haircut that would have been touch myself.
When it comes to the hint of virus, when it comes to the hint of virus, that is where it is very peculiar.
This is why blocking.
That's not in the so somebody who is exposed to yeah, I think you can hint of virus. I don't know what how much of this was spread through person to person. I mean, that one thing but is it being spread person to person, or is it that these people all if they fail to follow office sanitation and quarantine protocols, like through the whole process, from initially how it presented itself and then what protocols they followed, they definitely would have liability. And they should have been able to see foreseeable harm. You know, did they properly inform the passengers of the outbreak? I mean, you go through the whole analysis of that. I mean, even if it came onto the boat and it wasn't their fault, there still are protocols when there's an outbreak.
Imagine you stop in Thailand
it's like my mouth was just,
Cobras,
yeah,
the tri-cobras. They get off and start biting
Chew on
everything.
my-
I think they're pretty liable for that. It's different than like people just.
Oh, wow. But there's maritime law.
This
I mean,
is pot.
not to get into all the specifics of it.
Are you an artist?
Yeah, so this is one of the things
One of the most executive people on stage is right here.
It was such a nice nap before they actually tested them on. So I got the whole itinerary of what it did. So it started off, and everything had a little launch. So they departed from Argentina. Okay, and now it's April 4th, 4/7, they get to South Florida. That's the first data stop after they left from Argentina. Then they get April 13th to the 16th. Okay, they get to Capuna area, and they let's see, and Nightingale Island. And from there, one crew member disembarked and fixed Jesse and brought there according to the table, the operator's table of the ship. Now, hold on, what was the period of when they were, so the period was, let's see, the first patient died on board on April 11th. Okay, so keep that in mind. The first patient died on board, the gentleman died on April 11th. So let me go back to. You said on the 13th. So April 4th. Right. So from April 4th to 7th, they were, that was the first stop. Then so April 13th to 16th, they stopped at the Capuna area. Just stop for a second before you go on. But you said there was a death on the 11th. Right, yeah, they had knowledge on the 11th. And they didn't test anything, but they actually, there was a video of the captain speaking to everybody and saying, unfortunately, he died, shot his teeth, or like natural causes or something like that. Like, they had no idea. The first time they found out that it was bonfire wasn't until April 27th when the British was evacuated, and they tested him then, all the way April 27th. So the first guy died April 11th. He was just going about his very what's the body? So he dies on the 11th. They just keep the body on board. Do they evacuate the body? Yeah, the body kept on board until they got off April 24th at St. Helena. So from April 11th to April 24th, the guy died April 11th. They took the body off April 24th at St. Helena. Then
hair is long enough.
What do you mean? I'm not reading an article. I'm reading a bunch of articles telling the.
It's a virus. Even that.
So see?
Hold on. What do you think I'm reading? The one that I have here, none of them.
So why don't you guys?
I still do. I'm wearing skating shoes right now.
You don't skate, you just wear the shoes.
Oh yeah, what's called? So it gets to a point where you get like really tired and getting hurt. Like I don't mean like I was like doing little shit. I was jumping stairs and shit.
I just want to say that as a bald man, you never see bald men complaining about like the discrimination that bald people suffer at the hands of women, employers, neighbors, people on the internet. Like you never see bald people, claiming that there's this disenfranchisement.
Drooling over Benny Autumn earlier, and
Well, I'm just trying to come up with new things to complain about to compete with all the other complainers. That's all I'm saying.
Can you share a picture where you're not wearing a hat so we can see your bald head?
Oh, he's bald.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, but I want to see it. There's no picture of him with a bald head. It's just him with hats on.
There was a dimple on the apex of his skull. He's good.
I want to see him. Show your bald head.
That was so hot.
Yeah,
If you're
Hey, this is true, right? If you're not bald by like 35, then you're not gonna go bald, right?
No, you're still gonna go bald.
I mean, well, yeah, like I don't care if I go bald when I'm 70. I mean, like going bald in your like 30s or 40s. That's what sucks.
But Alistair, can you post the pictures so I can see what your bald head looks like?
Yeah, can you look at this picture of BTR?
Do you think bald heads look like big penises?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know why Nari's photos with Lumi fucking enrage me.
Because you're jealous. But
I am. Don't tell
and
her.
you would never hold a dominant position like that.
Okay, PTR.
That.
PTR Zabu.
Okay.
Look at the bald head and we.
You're cute. You don't need to keep wearing hats, you know?
I know, but it's just like style. I like to be more fashionable.
You're a good looking guy, don't kid about.
Yeah, you look good. And why do you have such good skin?
I think it's the radiation from all the cell phones.
And you, don't go outside, like if you go outside.
No, I actually lay.
He goes to bars.
Usually about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, when the sun is like peaking in my living room, I turn on Clubhouse, I pour myself a beer mosa and lay in the sun butt naked and tan my butthole.
Oh my god, is your butthole hairy?
Yes, but I trim it and I shave it and keep it nice. Nice. No, I listen. It takes time to groom. If you're working hard, huh?
Do you bleach your asshole?
No.
Oh, he's not gay. He's just a metrosexual. I'm just seeing how far it goes, you know.
I'm not metrosexual. I'm just a human being who has some like higher level standards.
Your good life is very, very clear. Even his nails are very clean. Like, I've seen his nails too. Like, I wonder if he ever gets a manicure or he just. Please, can you look at the props he uses for his pictures? Like, his nails are so clean. Like, it's he's a privileged Jew boy. What do you expect? John, can you?
I'm not Jewish and I'm not privileged. You're talking about I'm fucking bankrupt.
John, you're not house arrest. What a crazy combination of things. John, can you put on the freaking the one with the septum and the nose ring if you don't want it? Oh yeah. The one he buys septum like Amazon. Yeah, but his is fake. Like he buys these fake props and stuff. Look at the freaking snake in his present picture. Just look it up. Okay, I want to see.
Hey John, like what do you think would happen if you ever got a girlfriend, like took her home and she saw those phones? Like, what do you think she would think?
It would be so much fun. Oh my god, I would put on a show.
This room could be considered like a podcast studio, but when you go down into my yoga room and you see the tripods and the cameras, that's when they think I'm up to something, some OnlyFans sneaky shit. That's when they have a panic attack.
Yikes.
You do yoga as well?
Yeah, I do yoga on video for all the world to see.
Okay, so there's two pictures I want to see. One with you with jewelry that we
have
YouTube
YouTube
videos. And two, I want to see you doing yoga. So send me some evidence of you doing yoga. Can you send us a reception ring and a measuring one? The one you buy off of like it. I put it on. I was like,
You want me to go to my jewelry box and get it?
Yeah. You actually can do it full of.
She was pissed. No, And you can't even find them because I have so many videos up. You'll never be able to find them. Okay,
Why are you picking your nose in this video?
Sometimes I pick my nose live on camera. I just,
Why?
Sometimes I don't even put a shirt on.
Which video is that? I don't see any.
Well, I try to put a shirt on now because I'm running for political office, and what kind of a politician films himself without a shirt on
Why
YouTube?
are you running for this president? But your head is like a kind of bald that is like so smooth.
Shiny.
Like, how do you do that?
It's the sun. And plus I shave, so like every time you shave, you're taking off a little bit of skin.
Do you shave with a straight blade?
Well, like a triple blade.
Okay. Elon Musk got John Kitover candidate. What the fuck, John? So are you more fit now?
Am I what?
Are you more fit now than you were 2 months ago?
I don't know. I mean, I work out pretty much daily.
Nice. I'm just looking at your videos.
He only works out his right hand.
No, I got a vibrator for that.
Yeah, I actually don't know what you're talking about. Can you explain?
Okay.
John, if somebody wanted to vote
Oh my
for
god,
you
I
for
love
office,
this pepperoni shirt.
what do you think?
This
Like, you think somebody would vote for you
shirt
if they saw,
I had over 100 people vote for me for Congress.
and they saw all those phones? Like, you don't think that gives them like Hitler vibes or like stalker or like some weird vibes?
Well, no, because if you look at what AOC does, I'm actually just doing what everybody else does, but people criticize people that do things.
AOC doesn't have 200 phones streaming at
Isn't
once.
she such a little slut when it comes to her own fucking Instagram?
Yeah.
She like fucking puts on these like cutesy faces when she does her Instagram lives. She's like, look at me. Like I'm pouting at the camera. It's just so...
That's what I'm saying. Like, I shouldn't have anything to fear, and anybody that judges me is a hypocrite because all you have to do is realize, like, how are we going to let AOC rule us? How, as a country, would we let that psychopath lead us, rule us? She's like a crazy person. Hello?
Anyways,
She's gonna be president, you know that, right?
yeah. I like your pepperoni t-shirt. I think you should wear that more often. And I'm still waiting for you to show me yoga.
It would be great if we could go live. Well, you want to join my YouTube live or my TikTok live, and then we'll just do a yoga session?
No, I just want to watch you do it.
He's trying to have fun.
No. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Videos are like 11 hours long, some of them. I love your pictures that you take.
Daily.
Oh my god. Yeah, I found the yoga video. You did? Send it to me. Oh my god, did it make sense? It's short though, please.
Yeah, maybe just type in John Kitover does yoga, spreads his legs to where his balls are like fully exposed.
That's what I'm looking for.
John Kitover yoga. Okay, well, I found a good one.
Yeah, I should have done so much for that. Oh my god, you're actually doing yoga. He's actually doing yoga, yeah. Oh yeah, look at him do. Oh, good
She
job.
subscribes to his OnlyFans. You see him doing like hot yoga, but
Look at you go. This is the OnlyFans, right?
Hey John, have you started your OnlyFans? Zambro wants to know.
You have something on your pants though. This is amazing. He's doing such a good job. He's doing great. The sense of The expressions on his face, bro. His balance is phenomenal. It's really good. Yeah, that's a fucking awesome crotch shot right up in there. Wow, you're right.
Yoga is life. I express joy through yoga. See,
You're kind of cute.
yoga is actually, is this still called the Gnostic room? See, yoga is actually gnosis because when you actually log off of Clubhouse.
Do you want to do a guest lecture in my philosophy of yoga class?
Sure.
Okay.
What I'm just saying is, like, when you do yoga, like, because on Clubhouse you're talking and you're listening, but when you're doing yoga, you're just breathing and looking at the sky or looking at your hand, and so it's basically like you stop thinking and you're more just kind of focused on the balance, the breath, and it's no longer like academic or intellectual, and so you're just in the moment of the now, which is the gnosis.
Why are you single? I don't understand.
I don't know. I think it's because of my social media presence, to tell you the truth. That's probably the reason why.
Well, you seem kind of fun, so good for you. I probably don't agree with your politics, but you seem like
Well, you may not agree with my politics, but we can agree on certain things, I'm sure.
Yeah, yes. And that's what it should be. Have you seen his Namaskara? No. See this video he's done. It's really good. He keeps the pose for so long. This one that you posted in the chat. No. He just Oh, this new one. Not the shorts one. The very first one. Look at these short shorts. Oh my god. Shorts. Yeah. Look at the Namaskara. The first one he posted. Look at his tattoos also. So not this one. He holds his Namaste pretty long. His Namaskara. Oh yeah.
Okay, this is Yoga by Joe.
What do you think? You can sure breathe through the
Need your PTR. You know what? I'm gonna make it one.
Okay,
this is but me holding you in a chain.
Yeah. That's not appropriate.
I'm making it right now.
Damn, that's inappropriate. You'll get banned. Yeah, you will. Stop.
If I get banned, she gets banned. What do you mean?
CM likes. I mean, not CM. Mika likes the stuff, but I don't like to be.
So do you.
Fuck no, I'm a dominatrix.
I don't think so.
Narcissist is such a dumb. What are you talking about? What's wrong?
I would dominate Narcissist.
No, bro. What's wrong with you?
100%.
My ass. My dead body.
Just wait till I finish.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, you can ask my ex-girlfriends.
Gotcha.
Oh, shit. Okay, Dr. Z, I was joking, by the way.
Oh my god, I forgot Sierra's crush on Dr. Z. Yeah, that's more likely. It's more him having a crush on Dr. Z is more likely than him ever being a dumb. Dude, he's had this crush on Dr. Z would dominate him so hard. So much. Saying she would yell at him all the time. Tell us the facts of the Quran now. Who's dogging my dog? Now. Which volcano are they sitting in? Which one? No. Oh my god, it would be like, pick up your clothes. I do like your hair, cut it now. Shut up and sit down and listen to me now. She's doing that to me, man, nowadays. She's saying, you shut up and keep quiet. I have to tell you. She's gonna tell you to behave.
How many I love you messages I had to send to Dr. Z? Well, I come back.
You're wasting your time.
Bro, I've known Dr. Z for like 5 years now.
Yeah, but she isn't offering you the same courtesy.
He loves it, but that's because she is like that. And I'm not.
Yeah, but she's,
I mean, I do cross lines with her, obviously.
Yeah, but
Is she married?
She seems mean.
She is? She seems mean.
Yeah, she can be mean.
Seems like.
So can you.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Mean.
No, can be so mean. What are you
She
talking about?
reminds me of a little puppy.
He is mean, that's right.
But she has cute physics.
Cute sense, no?
It's like, how like a little child, explain to me like how the world works.
Because we have no other choice. And I think we are strong enough to take care of ourselves, and if need, we should be even stronger. We are modern people, good science and technology. I think we have the answer inferior. I wouldn't like to say that, but I think it's fighting. Girls, they are.
How do you see the role with the superpowers that lives in Russia?
He has that. You haven't heard the one. You haven't heard the microwave.
Always support the Arabs if the Arabs decide to
Is that the government?
No, not really. I think that Russia won't.
That was the first time he's ever learned her science thing.
I can imagine her cutting and pasting verses of the Quran.
We did that video.
Reading it to
Got
the
it.
letters.
No, she was saying like how the microwave utilizes wave. There are like passages in the Quran that talk about those waves. But she's also, you know what the And is it dormant because she doesn't want to get out before she writes a book about the science of the crop? And then to say like these people are rich people who are living in these caves that are dormant. And they are stuck in a time trap or something. Which they don't understand. Cute.
Use that palm as a spring, and you'll come forward.
And this whole thing is sexually this time. In the volcano.
Now, stop, come on,
And
come down,
this
and
volcano
go
is
down.
dormant at the moment.
He'll come down,
And when it's erupted,
and that is the end of the conflict.
these people will rise and come out. I wonder if they get charred or burned. Like, how are they going to face lava? Like, has she figured that what that is?
Don't. You have to have a room about it. So we can just do like something very serious in the title about volcanoes in the Quran or something.
Bro, at one time, Mahdi and her used to have really close back and forth, right? Then Mahdi started to sort of use a couple of scientific references when he was talking. Dr. Z very frantically texted me on my phone and said, I guess, what is he doing? And I said, what? He's waffling. She's like, no, what is he doing? I said, what? He's using science like me. I don't appreciate this. This could be a coffee. This is very much possible that he'll copy my outfit.
Yeah. So they both fighting.
It's unheard of. I mean, you can't walk in there. So if somebody's sitting right there, man, they got people coming up and they just don't. It's a part about being entrepreneur.
So I told Dr. Z, listen, don't share anymore. Because this is looking very saucy. She said, are you sure? I said, yeah. Next I can remind me, she was dead quiet. And he said, oh, Dr. Z is amongst us, he's talking in his and she's like, yeah? Do you have any more explanations?
knowingly condone or accept someone taking a wager of their entire life savings. I'm sure you just give me a head nod and get started. Good luck.
She has her moments where she lets go, like.
I make lawyers more rich and
AI slap sucks.
Giving it all to the friggin' men. Oh, we women, what can we do? Can we even be prophets? I freaking, my question was like 124,000 men. People think this is just a concept. They're wrong. Like, I was quite academically, like, laying out my premise. So as to say that, these are influenced by, at the time, men were the rulers, right? Prior to this was the matrimonial system, whatever. So the goddesses were frequent. It stopped. I was positing a point like that.
Matrimonial.
Matrimonial
with marriage.
Yeah. Dr. Z, come on, I was talking about you. Yeah. Dr. Z's explanation was no, like the prophethood is a very hard job. Not all women can do it. Women have to take care of it. Women can't do it. Okay, so you can grant some part of it, right? Like he has to travel, he has to fight wars, etc. But doesn't have to fight wars. Do you not agree with me? Like Buddha never fought a war. He too can be considered like a spiritual leader, right? Who changed the planet of his people.
One of the 125,000 prophets.
No, I don't think Buddha is included in that list. Yeah.
I mean, it's unnamed, right?
It's unnamed, yeah, it could be. Because he's also introducing the Eightfold Path, right? And the Four Noble Truths. And yeah, these are pretty much in sync with like Islamic. Yes. And even like amongst the women, I think like Mary could definitely have been like one of the prophets.
7 families, 7 emirates, 1 country. Let me explain how this country operates. It's a federation. Each emirate has its own ruler, their own laws, their own personality, but they all work together as one. Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the capital, the oil, the wealth, long-term thinking, 7 families, 7 emirates, 1 country. Let me explain how this country operates. It's a federation. Each emirate has its own ruler, their own laws, their own personality, but they all work together as one. Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Mohammed.
We're looking at Oscar, the first human modular prototype that is able to live in various settings. What's going to happen is that I'm going to connect the brain to the heart module to activate the blood circulation.
What is this with the whole no females can be prophets and all that? You think
Remind me what was the before Buddha, everything is okay, right? Just like everything works
weapons that Israel uses is a warhead that contains thousands of tiny tungsten cubes. So when you see shrapnel injury or the effects of shrapnel injury, sometimes you'll pick out massive pieces of metal.
Russia's worked from a modest businessman's office.
I am not
with
God.
humor and humanity,
Everyone is a
and a
pilgrim.
deep sense
I
of
respect
purpose.
you. You
The
respect me.
hours he worked were those of a
It's like a
Bedouin or a
Sufi.
sailor.
Okay,
Now,
did he
between
worship
sunrise
God?
and
Was he
sunset,
worshiping a
he
God?
rose with his morning
What
prayers
does that mean
and
to
did
worship?
not rest until long
Was he
after
submitting
dark.
to his
He was
creator?
accessible to anyone at any time, be he head of state,
Did
a
he mention
businessman,
that
or a
there was an
simple
eternal
Bedouin.
creator? Did he mention anything like that?
Well, here are some other phrases you want to know if you want to be sure to sound hip in the 90s.
Oh,
Yo.
what truth?
Agreed.
Based on his own interpretation,
what's up?
probably. What did he say that the creator was a creator
I don't know
that
how many
created
has
him and
avoided
worship
I get,
him?
but
Then
I
how
sure
is he
felt
a
that this was
prophet?
going
He's a
down
prophet
the
of
worst
what?
thing I've ever done.
What is he a
Being
prophet
brought
of?
home, no way. MacGyver is in a TV show where the impossible is often
Based on
accomplished.
CM standard?
I can't believe you got off that
Based on
speeding
whose
ticket.
standard?
What a MacGyver.
Standard of the universe.
That standard is already determined. You don't need to work with your own universe to determine.
said is once you reach enlightenment, you'll have no need of those things. You won't be attached to them anymore.
So, in some ways, it sounds like a very, very theological position, right? In a way, that means his preachings were don't be attached to the worldly means and desires, and just liberate yourself with all the worldly means and desires, and then you'll be detached to. And then the only thing that was left for him to say was, you will be attached to the ultimate creator. Right, but I don't know if he mentioned any deity to be worshipped. Did he mention a god to be worshipped? He just said, be compassionate, be merciful to each other, things like that, which is a great message, but it wasn't really tied down to who created this universe. You know, who was your creator? How do you recognize that existence? The ultimate existence. So in that regard, he wasn't really a prophet. Because prophet is someone
recognize anything or talk about anything. Just experience.
No experience. But see, if you match the description or the resume, let's call it a resume of the prophets. What was the one defining thing that they all carried through was that they pointed their fingers towards the one who created them, the one who had the revelation for them to profess. So if that's like a common denominator between all the prophets, well, Buddha wasn't really practicing that. Yeah, it was a subjective experience, so we appreciate that. Nice, great job. But could you call him a prophet? In that regard, I don't think he's being considered as a prophet.
Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet.
And this is what's in all the pipes.
Just where we're set up, it's probably towards that. And that's not
Yeah.
Why am I Kufar? Kufar for your ideology. I'm happy to be Kufar based on your ideology. Thank you very much. I take it as a medal.
Use your mic before I call out your co-founders.
Okay, what?
First of all, he's clearly talking about like basic principles, right? He's explaining how this freaking telling you the nature of the world, which is the very function of a prophet, is to bring awareness to the people what this world is, where its source is, and how to live. All three he is he's taking up so just because
I have some friends that
he
run.
probably has
Another
Hindu
thing
origin
is to
and probably
disseminate
comes from India
propaganda to
because
influence.
you're from Pakistan and you don't like India. If the same Buddha was in Pakistan, I bitch myself.
A red lobster.
Sobers
or non-compliant? That should be one of the most undervalued precious metals in today's market. So come down to 64 West 47th Street or shop our silver section on TracksMars.com. We're offering great deals.
He was like, no caste system, no such thing as caste system. Liberate yourself from this stupid caste system where one person is by birth more superior than you, and the only thing is different is the birth. Excuse me? In that regard, I think he would probably side more with the Pakistanis and the Indians. So hush up with your hush up. We don't have this caste system shit. So hush up with that. I think
you hush up.
What? What am I talking about? You know what Nilo, you exactly know what I'm talking about.
Same as India. Hush up.
You exactly know what I'm talking about. We don't have caste system. We're not like this in this life. Listen to the caste system. You guys gotta listen to this. In this life, you get to be the lowest caste, but follow the rules.
It's good to see you too.
Maybe next life, after following the rules, maybe in the next life you will be reincarnated
As mentioned in our communication, the High Council wishes to meet with you, but there is not much time.
What a convenient way to
General,
reclaim
with your
people's
permission,
lives.
a member of Asgard are prepared to beat the board immediately to begin installing various technological upgrades to this ship.
I would be like,
What is it you're not
Everything we have and know, all our most current technology, all our knowledge. Those of us in the past and was certainly not ready. Many Asgards still believe that.
So what's changed?
As a race, we are dying. Very soon, we will all be gone.
If you're a small content creator,
social order or social ranks, then you will see that India and Pakistan are pretty much at the same level. All right. So when it comes to social mobility, both of them suck ass.
They'll just be taken advantage of by the gangs. The gangs are real. They're violent and they're aggressive and their arms and their teeth. And they'll just be taken advantage of.
Society, whether any religion allows it or not. Like there are Christians in India, okay, who follow the caste system. They will not marry, between their previous caste, the ones before they adopted Christianity. So, don't tell me that there is no caste system in Pakistan. You just have to look at figures.
There is a caste system in America.
Remember the time you were talking about like the numerology in the Quran, right? My God, today this guy Ilumi, he was only talking about numerology.
He talked for 12 hours. He talks about so much shit. Him and Megatron.
You guys give him so much mic access. Like I don't understand why everybody goes in a stance, like in a you guys are hypnotized by him or something?
Yeah.
What hypnosis does he do on you mods that you allow his nonsense to prevail?
It's because Narcissus doesn't have anything better to do. Narcissus, do you sit in an office when you use this app? Are you like under your bed covers? Are you on the couch?
Please can you PTR, Dr. Z? So I was thinking mostly about this Daniel creation. So I was mostly thinking about how you puzzle numerology and how maybe he's like using that your numerology because he was saying like 7, 9 things, these kind of numbers he's using. So I'm not so sure like if you better copyright your stuff, bro. Obviously get the book out, man.
Bro, he was such a Salafi. He was such an Athari. You know, he was the one that said, "Oh, God descended from the highest heaven to the first heaven," and I introduced him to the concept of, there is dimensional existence within the cosmos. There's time. There's arch time. There's the dilation. I don't know if he heard it prior to me, but then yeah, but then guess what? The other day he said the biggest factor in the biggest science in the Quran is the science of time. Shut the hell up, bro. I was the one who introduced you to arch time, and now you're going full force into I don't know what. But I barely get to hear that aspect of his nonsense. It's only Trinity and the ramblings that he. What did he say today that I missed? Tell me.
You missed today the number the six layers, right? 6 days to create. He's using time concepts like you, right? 6 days to
Oh my God, you can't be serious, Burgess. I introduced that to him. Remember I told him you think this 6 days as like days? These are days measured through the arsh. Like these are the arsh days.
Exactly.
He did not start building on that. I swear.
God, he was building on. Ask anyone.
Okay, then what did he say?
Then he was saying 6 days, and then he added 3 like the water, the throne, and above it. So altogether like 9. Right? But he was saying that's the esoteric number 9, which is the age of wisdom. Right? And then he was nothing but
Shut up, really? Okay, I think he's all over the place. Sorry, he's just all over the place. If that's what he's doing, I have nothing to worry about. Let him keep doing what he's doing.
No, then how many times I introduced Joshua Little with his 361 freaking page thesis on the age of Aisha, and I begged him. I said, read. Now he's saying, yeah, he has done some studies, I believe, based on the sister's age and stuff. Her age seems to be 19 or something, 18 or 19 or something.
What is a Quranic reference for the age of Aisha, please? What is this Quranic reference?
No, he's saying 9 is the age of wisdom, and because she was the wisest human, I feel. So that 9, Bukhari is using it esoterically. What rubbish! As you know, Bukhari is using the age 6 to 9 esoterically.
Wow, that's anti-Semitic. Wow. Good hearing from you. Alright, well, I guess the alien topic has.
I do wanna give a shout out to the Alien Inn in Rachel, Nevada, for those that are interested and want to be up close to the UFOs. It books up. You have to book it way in advance, but that's where everyone goes. It's your best chance to see.
Glad you brought that up. Look, I lived in New Orleans a long time. They largely popularized the commercialization of voodoo. I'm sure. I haven't been to Nevada, but I'm sure it's very much the same way. It's largely commercialized. Have you heard anything about the recent releases? And what are people in Nevada saying? Will this disrupt their tourist travels?
No, I think it's gonna probably increase the volume to Rachel, Nevada. I think it's perked the interest of the country, and I'm telling you, people come from all over to go to this place to assume they're gonna run into an alien.
I have a genuine question about the aliens. What does everybody think would actually happen if aliens are real and they walk out on the White House with Trump holding hands and say that they're here and shit? Do you guys think that a bunch of people are going to commit mass suicide or start worshiping the aliens or trying to fuck the aliens? Like, I'm not even trolling. Like, I just think it's going to get fucking crazy.
Nah, I'll be quick. I still would not believe it, even if that happened. I still do not believe. I never will believe in aliens.
But I'm saying, hypothetically, if it were, Joe, like, believe it, no?
The thing is, the aliens are not going to reveal themselves.
I'll be quiet right after this. Listen. Okay, hold on. I promise I'll be quiet. So, my thing I was going to say is, white women will go and try to fuck black guys to get, like, genetically stronger, kids. But if aliens show up, do you think that women will try to get impregnated? I know that. Well, it's anti-alien, but they'll go and try to get impregnated by male aliens so they can have superior genes.
The aliens are not going to show up to reveal themselves at this point because of just your point, okay? They know that because they know people are not reliable. They know people are not reliable and they're going to engage in all kinds of freaky stuff. So at this moment, they're just trying to hold back and try to control us.
People jumping off buildings and shit. It's gonna be wild.
Sounds like George Orwell's fucking War of the Worlds, doesn't it?
Yeah, War of the Worlds was fucking stupid. It was a dumb fucking book and a dumb movie.
Oh, well, it was so dumb that they hear that broadcast.
I mean, Stephen Hawking said something similar. He said that the aliens are going to show up, and if they do, they're going to be like conquistadors, and they're going to enslave everybody. They're taking it from like a humanistic standpoint and from our previous history.
David.
Any aliens that show up, it's anti-drunkard. But any aliens that show up,
he was a good writer.
Any aliens that show up are not going to need anything that we have on Earth. The only thing that is on Earth, that is actually fucking rare would be life. That's it. Life is the only thing that's rare in the universe that we know of so far. So the only reason aliens are going to show up is because we're here. They don't give a shit about coming to fucking turn us all into fucking meat, or fucking stealing our water, or all this kind of fucking conspiratorial fucking stupid sci-fi bullshit. The reality is, if life is rare, that's the only reason they're going to show up. They're not here to steal gold.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
The moon titan has to... Oh, sorry.
That's a really good point. No, Rich, I want to. That's a really good point.
Yeah, I was just going to say the moon titan has 2,000 years worth of methane on it.
That's literally what Elon Musk says. Elon Musk has the most satellites up in orbit throughout the entire world. And he has, what, is it nearly like 900?
Yeah, I know it's a quote, Joe.
And he says life is rare. And he claims there is no alien presence, at least in space.
Well, Joe, the only contention I have with what Elon said is that if aliens have the ability to traverse interstellar space or create a Rosen bridge, there's no way that we could ever fucking detect them unless they want to be detected. Like, the idea that aliens are coming down with like blue and green lights and sticking probes in people's assholes and shit like on a farm is fucking preposterous and ridiculous. But the ideal is if you can traverse 30 light years and you can come here, there's no way they're tier 1 or tier 2 civilization. You're not going to be able to detect them unless they turn the fucking cloaking off and they're like, "Hey, here we are."
Go ahead, Matt.
What advantage do they have of showing themselves? That's my question then.
Well, I mean, there's like a multitude of different reasons. I mean, it could be for the mere fact that they want to help advance our civilization or our humanity and help us progress and be part of. If there is like an alien federation or something,
we don't even help carry on.
Or also, like, if something's going to wipe out humanity, maybe it's nukes or something like that. Maybe they just say, "Oh, fucking nukes, we're about to fire them."
I think making a sci-fi.
I mean, we do go in and find Bengal tigers that are safe. Like,
why would they make a
we knock the Bengal tiger out.
He has like a Star Wars.
Jesus Christ, people. Fucking David Strong, Ray Mazdum.
Yeah. David and Ray, hold on. Look, I want to highlight what Rich just said, another great point about the speed of light. Really, it's about the technology of the speed of light. If we were to have that here on Earth, imagine being able to deliver weaponry at the speed of light. You would be able to bomb your opposition or your enemies, and they would never be able to see it coming because you could.
One of the last things you could speed of light. Hey, chill out, bro. Jesus, are you drunk or something? All I was gonna say is, if aliens were actually to show up, this is all I was gonna say. On the Kardashev scale, if they're a tier 1 civilization, there is absolutely nothing that we could do to defend ourselves if they're hostile. If they show up and they want to fucking enslave us all or wipe us out, we're fucked. I mean, any Kardashev scale tier 1 fucking civilization would be like gods amongst us. I mean, they would have so much. Like, you remember in the movie The Watchmen, Watchmen, where the guy goes out and it's Mr. Manhattan and he just like fucking blinks and all the fucking soldiers are like eviscerated into nothing. Like, that would be the scale times 10. Like, imagine what they would have the capability. They could literally fucking Death Star the entire Earth.
Why is everything with respect to based?
I don't think that they're gonna do that.
So Joe, you can't do light
speed. Civilization that's reached the Kardashev scale in tier 1 civilization.
And if you work at light speed, you might disintegrate your fucking particles going that fast. You know, like. Shut the you sound.
Okay, Ray. If you can tell me,
you understand the speed.
Ray, if you can tell me the constant speed of light. Ray, if you can tell me the constant speed of light, I will fucking leave the ring right now. Tell me what the speed of light is. Hurry.
You understand? Like, if you
I'll give you 10 seconds to tell me what. So you can check
under this gravitational pull.
186 miles per hour. No, it's 300,000 kilometers per hour, so 186.999.
You're gonna splatter, like, bro. This is common.
Yeah, I know, but you forgot. And I didn't say if Beaver answers it. I said if Ray.
And you're in the meat suit that
shot it, Ray's a fucking splatter.
Yeah, but Ray's correct though. Nothing can move at the speed of light.
No. Theoretically, it can't. That's just our theory that it can't.
What do you mean nothing can move at the speed of light? Light moves at the speed of light.
Beaver, we could theoretically, and every physicist on Earth would agree that we could theoretically reach 99.99%
in Earth's gravitational.
The speed of light. And then on top of that, you have a Rosen bridge, which is literally fucking wormholes.
In space, you can do that because there's no gravity in space.
We have no grasp on fucking quantum mechanics and string theory.
Holy shit. Let me talk with you. Look, you're right that you can't through propulsion. However, if you can bend space-time, you can be able to move objects that would theoretically be at the speed of light.
Or ludicrous speed. Have you seen Spaceballs where they push that button that has ludicrous speed?
Well, that's also Beaver what Einstein was talking about. He said that, he compared it to like a train, and he was talking about time is relative. And he was saying that if you were, so say something's 1,000 light years away, like in that stupid movie Hail Mary, where say if you were to traverse 1,000 light years and you could theoretically reach 99.999% the speed of light. If you could reach that speed, when you take off and you reach that speed, it would be like an instant for you to traverse from one location to the other. But for everybody else, because time is relative, that everybody else on Earth would have fucking passed 1,000 years. So even going 1,000 light years and then coming back 1,000 light years would be 2,000 years into the future. But for you, it would be, if you could instantly reach that speed, it would be like a second. You'd be like, bam, we're fucking there. And then bam, we're fucking back. 2 seconds going there and back.
You wouldn't need speed if you're talking about how you're, the world.
We're not talking about the Razor Bridge right now.
Or if you, like with Mario, you can go to warp zones and skip all the levels and go straight to level 8.
Yeah.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein and Stephen Hawking had these similar conversations, like in depth on the island? I'm willing to bet that Jeffrey Epstein and Stephen Hawking had these same conversations on the island using that computer synthesizer.
Can you ding the gong or however you say?
Hello.
Do it, John. Come on, ding it.
All right, take the deepest breath of the day.
Rich, why do you get so upset?
He's got a mini gong. I love it.
You always mention Jews when nobody mentions Jews. That's strange.
No, bro, I mentioned it, and then like 5 minutes later, you brought up Jews again.
I'm just saying, I never mentioned
Israel, Palestine.
Riyabia, did you see?
First and foremost, Jews don't, bro. We're on aliens right
Did
now.
you see Netanyahu? Did you see the Netanyahu interview with CBS?
Can you show me on the doll where the Jews?
Jewish aliens from the Vatican, from an
I literally said this.
Alpha Centauri, actually from
Ray, can I ask you a question?
Right? We all know that, right?
I have a genuine question.
Zionist aliens from Alpha Centauri run the world. Isn't that correct?
Yes. Okay, so
They're Ashkenazi.
If the aliens were to show up and say the Nephilim are actually currently right now, or the
angels are currently and the actual are the Ashkenazi Jews? Would you accept that? And I know your fucking stupid question back to me because you're not going to answer. You're going to ask a question or answer a question with a question. Yes. If the African Americans are the real Israelites, then I'll accept that. Are you willing to?
I mean, science proves that.
If the aliens say Ashkenazis, the reason the highest community IQ in 115 and 117 is
I'm
because
just saying,
the aliens say it's both.
I don't blame the Jews for every fucking
Ashkenazi Jews are
and the Middle Easterners and the Sephardi. It's a Sephardi.
You really blame the Jews for everything that's going on in the world.
Or the Mizrahi.
But that's a whole other story for another day. But your bullshit.
Oh, would you accept if the aliens come down and say the Ashkenazi?
Well, the aliens or the angels.
If they do, they're not demons.
Righteous angels, but they all work in a sense if you read.
Yeah, they're not Satan. We can prove that. They come up, they show up here, they say Jesus is the Messiah. He's the King of Kings. He says that we have nothing to do with God. We're not going to interfere. But they do say, hey, the Ashkenazi are actually the Jews. Would you accept that?
Yeah, the Ashkenaz is not even. You're dumb as fuck.
Well, they settled in the land of Ashkenaz. The same reason that you're called an African American because your ancestors come from
Hello?
In like the 14th
you reside in America. That's why you're called an African American.
Hello?
No, these are both.
You all can accept that it's both.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's why Pepe is a French American.
Actually, the African Americans, the Sephardi,
My daddy's Native American. Mother.
Your dad's white.
So how the fuck did that
Your
work?
dad's in
Like
that prison suit standing in front of the world map wearing his brown jumpsuit. You already showed the photo. You should have never showed that photo, bro. I have a really good memory. Okay.
You're gone.
on that.
All right,
I got a movie down because I don't know what you're doing now. Price, or I was eating. Price, did you want to say something? You've been trying to get in.
No, I was just saying that I got a download from the universe. The whole thing is the Hebrew Israelites are actually the Sephardi, the Ashkenazi, also the so-called Black Americans or Negroes, and also the Arab, actually Palestinian Muslims and Christians of the other groups within so-called Palestine. But that's just a download. That's what the universe is telling me. You all can disagree and argue all you want about it, but that's actually the truth in 2026.
Well, I
gotta say one thing. You see, I always say, it's okay if you talk to yourself, but once you start hearing voices respond to yourself, that's when it becomes a problem.
Exactly. I was speaking with the universe, and the universe was telling me that really there's no way that the Ashkenazi Jews were in Egypt building the pyramids. It was actually African American, 16,000 years ago.
Ashkenazis. That's what you don't get, bro. It was both.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
they brought them straight from Germany and Europe to Egypt.
well, Rabbono Shalom, we do have the records of Muhammad going back to 660 when he was torturing the Jews in Saudi Arabia, and they all said, fuck it, let's go to Europe where they have plumbing. Fuck these Arab terrorist cocksuckers.
Yo, I gotta say, Clubhouse finds the most interesting fucking people. And they wonder why they're still on fucking welfare.
Well, Rabbono Shalom, we made it through another Shabbos. Tomorrow, post Mother's Day, Trump put out a message to his mother, his beloved Babushka, or whatever her name was. What a beautiful woman. Let's all just say a little prayer for Mrs. Trump, who gave us our great orange president, who's saving America and saving the world. Amen.
Can you bring up Ray Alvin? I ran out of invites. Yeah, let's say a prayer.
Would aliens, if they came down, anybody in here, would it shake your faith? Religion?
For me, no.
I actually have no. But yeah, let me answer. So all no's so far.
Anybody have a yes or no?
Are you? It wouldn't make you doubt either.
Wait, answer your own question. Did you say no? I forget.
Well, I don't. I mean, I believe there's a higher power, but I don't claim to have it figured out. And I mean, it wouldn't. I would still think there's a higher power, but I wouldn't. The people that have it like in their mind, like they define it out, like they're this religion or that religion, it just wouldn't make them rethink a couple things. Like, if you're Muslim, do you still believe in Muhammad?
But if you believe that God created the universe and that's part of the universe, then why would anything change in what you believe?
Well, I mean, if you believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, and Adam and Eve and all that stuff, and then aliens come down and they basically, like Rich was saying, they could go back in time and show you X, Y, Z, and they can show you all the stuff that's happened. And this theatrical display, and they say this is the real truth, and they do all these amazing things you've never seen before, and they make people disappear, and I don't know, like, would that not make you say, what the hell?
Not necessarily, because where does the scripture or the Torah for me or scripture for you say that something's I mean, nothing's like carbon dated, specifically. I mean, we have theories, and so much of what's written is written for interpretation. I mean, the word universe in itself, the way it's written, can be defined in different theological ways. Every single word is up for interpretation. I mean, that's how we study it. So, how one may view it today, it doesn't necessarily mean it didn't foresee that. I don't know. There's probably a ton of stuff about the concept of other peoples and other planets, and how it weaves into the words in the Bible. But again, you don't necessarily, every word can have different meanings.
Real
Did I answer it? Be real.
real quick, is there any mention of UFOs or aliens in the Torah? Because there is not in the Bible, according to Edward, but go ahead.
I don't think so, but I kind of have this memory of like stories about it. Again, like I need to look now, and I'm gonna do some Googling. Like I'm sure it's come up as a question.
Isn't Esquivel, or isn't that one of the ones supposedly? I have no idea. Look, I'm just saying. From what I thought, Escanizal was one of the alien.
Hold on. From what my understanding is in Genesis, it talks about the fallen angels and that they breed with human females, and I would be extremely nervous or very skeptical about any being coming here and trying to reveal that they know everything about our history and stuff like that. I'd just be super skeptical about it, as if they were a fallen angel.
Okay, about Ezekiel?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, that's the one that's U.S. known.
Don't you guys know what metaphor is? This is all for interpersonal psychological development. None of this is literal. This is all just metaphor. And there's no aliens. The military-industrial complex loves to put out fake videos to show shiny silver balls float through the fucking sky so they can keep getting 1.2 trillion to 1.5 trillion. It's all a scam. It's all bullshit. There's no fucking UFOs. There's no fucking aliens. There's colonels and generals and majors and lieutenant colonels that love to laugh when they put out fake videos because they got nothing else to do on that battleship. Hello?
How come Trump doesn't get to the bottom? If what you say is true, shouldn't he as president?
Price. Hold on, Price. We're having dialogue. Look, that's a great point. Wouldn't it be more likely that the government or departments in the government would use aliens as a reason to get more funding? Tim Burchett has talked about this, because Tim Burchett, he's a Republican from East Tennessee. He's been one of the big ones on pushing for them to reveal about the aliens or what they have on information about this. However, what he has said is departments have come to him and said, look, we know some, but we don't know enough. What we need more, Congressman, is funding for for us to find out more about the aliens. So some of that, what you said, is spot on, Edward. I'll bring you back up, Price, but we're taking turns making points.
I just looked it up, by the way, because I'm curious. And it's specifically, there's many that have written about this, including, I don't know if you know who the Rebbe is, but like that's the founder of Lubavitch. And he actually wrote about it. And the finding of life on other planets is consistent with the Torah as it reflects God's infinite power. And there's actually, in Talmudic study, they discuss, there's an interpretation about inhabitants on another planet. Like there was rabbinical conversation about it, but it would have no effect, according to what I'm reading, on Judaism. And then there's, what Kabbalah is, and the Kabbalistic sources embrace it as well, but none of it says that it would conflict.
See, if I was a Kabbalist,
Same with Christianity.
I would put Rayabia back in his shell.
The only thing the Christians would say is to highlight their
Uh-oh, somebody reads books. Book reader alert. Book reader alert. Just because you read a book doesn't mean the fantasy in the book's fucking real, you idiot.
Yeah, I mean, he can read it, but he can't.
Who? No, if you're into Kabbalah, then you're a Kabbalist.
No, we were saying that when you read a
I
book,
didn't say I was
you can't
into it. I was
comprehend
just
it.
quoting that there's different interpretations that have happened over centuries.
So, Abby, isn't Mendel Schneerson supposed to come back to life? And he's supposed to be the Messiah.
He asked, is there any reference of it in the Torah? And you reference two sources that.
Well, he should have.
Ribbono Shel Olam, Menachem Schneerson has started a computer program.
Kabbalah and the Talmud is not, they're not Torah or
I didn't say they were. Jesus.
Yeah, she
I
never
didn't
said
say
that.
they were.
Come on, Rayabia!
I wasn't even talking to you. I was answering Beaver's
She
question.
said it wouldn't be contradictory, and she didn't know of anything in the Torah, which is the first 5 books. And then she said, she said Mendel Schneerson, and she talked about the Talmud and Mendel Schneerson.
Got it. We got the recap.
They don't use the term UFO because that's a modern term, but that's not.
Oh, Ribbono Shel Olam.
But you're not intelligent enough.
Moderators, I just want to say one more thing about the military-industrial complex faking alien encounters. And you know how I know it's real? Because the medical-industrial complex does the same thing through Medicare and Medicaid. You have doctors that create fake reports, the VAERS reporting, the entire COVID-19 vaccine response, all a lie, all bullshit. And so the point is, it's the same scam. Have any of you ever witnessed, seen, touched, heard, felt, tasted a fucking alien? Nope. Maybe from Nicaragua or El Salvador or Venezuela or Cuba, but never from fucking Mars. Hello?
Big booty Dominicans.
How do you explain the orbs videos that's been released by the government? You're just going to say that's CG, like the moon landing,
No, you know what you do?
Well, they do have a blue.
Yeah, you take a balloon, you film a balloon, then you speed up the film, and then you submit it to Congress, and then you got Rashida Tlaib going, "This is fucking a revelation. The fucking, oh my God! Look at this. We gotta increase spending for Raytheon and Boeing and Northrop Grumman. Another $100 billion. $100 billion at least to find out where that silver orb came from."
just like the moon landing. Do you believe in the moon landing or not, John? I'm just curious.
Yes.
No, personally, I think they faked the videos to win the propaganda war, because I was in Los Angeles, in Beverly Hills or Century City, in this big lobby. They had photos of Nixon meeting with the astronauts, and I was like, that is such a scam. They're just in a fucking wood box with silver painting on it. It's all for television. It's all a fucking scam.
He's
trolling you, Bryce. He's trolling you, Bryce.
He's just trolling you. But I think
he's trolling you.
I saw it on TV when it happened. I saw it on TV. I'm probably the only one in the room.
Ray's gonna say you've seen what they give. They let
I
us.
saw it on television too. It was black and white. CG
Black and white.
Anywhere developed where it was not.
Yeah, how the fuck could you watch a moon landing live, Wi-Fi broadcast through your television? I mean, did you ever question the video you were watching?
Let's let Abby tell us her experience. Give a breath to people.
I was a little kid, and we were in summer camp, and we all watched it on a big, not big for that. It's probably, if I think about how big the TV
Jewish summer camp?
And we watched in black and white. So if you're going to tell me that someone created that,
Kubrick!
To fool the public, I don't think so.
They have the actual mounds. The mounds that they were filming, they have those, like, they have found them.
No, it was the big, those TVs that had the cabinet.
TVs, yeah.
Yeah, the cabinet around it.
Yeah, I remember they rolled in the.
Who believes?
I do not believe they took a golf cart to the moon. Just try to visualize yourself in a rocket ship flying to the moon.
The other thing that's amazing is, we grew up with going to space a lot and Apollo landings, and as kids we would watch all of the different Apollos, and I'm trying to think, it was the Geminis, Apollos. We watched them, and then it stopped. But you're gonna tell me all of those were fake? They faked every one of them?
I remember when they rolled the TV and they put it in front of the classroom, and we all watched the verdict, which Beaver will like this. Beaver loves this topic. They rolled in the TVs, and we all watched the verdict of fucking O.J. Simpson. Yeah, and the O.J. Simpson, and it was hysterical. I know, it was hysterical watching all the black kids get up and start cheering. I think we just want a storyline for
everything fake. Everything fake to you? But he's referencing a guy whose whole life was scripted. Orange is 33 in gematria. The motherfucker was a high-level Mason. The motherfucker, this shit was nothing but propaganda to feel a certain level of racial tension.
He beat his. You know how many times he beat his wife, and they had calls about domestic violence prior to this? You think that was made up also?
Yeah, it was made up. Racist?
I knew this.
Wait, what's about number 33, right?
Yeah, what's 33? Yeah.
Wait, I didn't hear what you said.
Wait, Beaver, I do want to talk about that whole moon landing thing about the Apollo, because somebody was it Abby that said, "Oh, well, you think why would they fake all the moon landings?" Well, why wouldn't they? What was it? And then you gotta think, why do they keep naming these things Apollo? Why are they sitting up here naming these things after a fucking Greek god? Apollo 11, Apollo 10 and shit. This shit, and what was the last one that they did on April 1st, on April Fool's Day? Artemis. On April Fool's Day, they shoot out into space and shit. They do this shit for pretty much just for symbolism, but that's a whole other story for another day. The fact that you believe that they got through the Van Allen belt.
He wants to hear about Gematria in 33.
The Van Allen belt, it's been proven. It's been proven to be false.
But what about O.J. Simpson, though? What is?
Because they call him the juice, right? Orange and whatnot.
So you're saying what does 33 have to do with it?
Yeah, the 33 is the 33 degrees of masonry, and he was a high level mason. So all I'm saying is that a lot of these little athletes, like in the NFL and NBA, are high level masons. They probably sacrificed their mother or family member or cousin or whatever. He's one of them that did that shit. Whether that broad that supposedly got killed, the cop or the karate cop, whatever, got stabbed up or not, whether that's true or not, which I doubt it is. They script certain events in their life to make certain rituals happen. And sometimes they use it for race rituals.
Ray, you can't possibly believe this.
I believe it. No, I have gematria. I understand gematria, so I can go right.
fucking.
We're gonna have to do a separate.
Bill is gonna be involved in something like that. I find that to
Come
be
on, Ashton's here. Edify us, Ashton.
OJ was number 32, by the way. No, I'm not talking about his. I'm not talking about his jersey, bro. I was talking about orange. Okay, that's what I was confused about.
Just a couple of things. Apollo was chosen by Abe Silverstein or whatever because it reminded him of like Zeus driving the chariot in the rocket. Gemini was chosen because it went from one rocket, like in Mercury program, to two astronauts. Well, I'm sorry, one astronaut to two astronauts to be able to make way for the Apollo mission. So Mercury was chosen, Gemini was chosen. So we tend to go and do things in the military and in government programs. We name them after certain sectors. Our ships are named. Our carriers are named after presidents. So our battleships are named after states. We use different things and different names to create designations for programs. It's easy on paperwork. Ray, there is no fucking massive conspiracy theory that these guys are going to go to the 33 and me Mason rant on the Apollo missions. It just doesn't exist. You guys draw fucking conspiracy theories just because somebody farted on Main Street and somehow you can smell it.
Hey, Mike, but Brad, here's the funny thing, though, that you brought that up, because I didn't even bring up Mason.
Wait, Ray, what about OJ's number being 32?
Wait, I want to hit him on this one point.
OJ couldn't even talk. He starred in movies like Naked Gun, and he couldn't even fucking hold his lines. Like, seriously.
Oh, no, Brad, no, that's funny that you mentioned all that shit, because here's the funny thing. Right? Every astronaut that's ever been...
We're not doing this today.
Yeah,
O.J. Simpson is innocent. He's resting with the Lord.
Is a person that has been a part of the lives. They're all Masons, Brad, which is ironic.
Let's take your hypothetical. A black NFL player that couldn't add 22 plus 22 somehow or another fucking went through a shit ton of money, married a fucking gold digging white woman, and somehow was this emphatic Mason, and then decided to do shitty fucking movies like The Naked Gun, giving him actually no extra fucking money because he just fucking gambled it away, and you somehow think that, oh yeah, there's a great conspiracy behind it. Listen, stop whatever the fuck it is you're drinking, tip that glass over, and fucking just wake up to reality. That didn't happen.
Brad, sell him some waterfront property and use it.
Ice water, man. I ain't drinking nothing. No, Mike, listen, Brad.
And I know who OJ was because he was one of the running back greats. I grew up in Buffalo. I treasured the man. I knew who the man was. I met him multiple times. He came out to events. All that shit. That man couldn't talk. Like, literally could not
He was
fucking
my
talk.
neighbor, Brad. He was my neighbor for like a long time. He lived here after he did some government service in Nevada for quite a number of years. He then moved 5 minutes from where I live.
Government service? The man was locked up for stealing his own shit.
Yeah, I'm calling it government service.
You know what's funny? What's her name? Brown? And he played against the Browns. There was a whole bunch of rituals going on with the Cleveland Browns.
What rituals, Ray? What rituals?
Rituals? Really?
What rituals?
Brad, you gotta get
He hit on my girlfriend who was blonde. He had a
Brad,
blonde.
here's the deal, right? You sat up here and you said that OJ couldn't talk and all this other shit. Neither could Stephen Hawking, but people thought that he was intelligent.
Yeah, but one was a fucking hyper-intelligent person and the other was brain dead.
The other was a running back. He was a running back. He was an athlete.
He was a real fucking retard that wheelchair that people.
He was a physicist. He was a physicist, you know.
And he would sit up here in that little chair.
Whoa! That was anti-physicist.
And then here it is. People sit up here and
you're making a comparison of O.J. Simpson to Hawking. One of the most brilliant minds that you've had the luxury and the privilege to actually be alive and read his work. You're saying somehow. I'm going to go with this. If Hawking is you, if I had to listen to Hawking or you, go with Hawking any day of the week. I don't even need to be blindfolded.
That motherfucker could do it in fucking Morse code, and I would still listen to Hawking. Between your conspiracy and Hawking.
But Brad, you don't think that it takes an exceptionally brilliant person like O.J. Simpson to create an opportunity to get off on murder? I mean, Stevie Wonder could have seen that.
O.J. didn't get off on murder. Johnny Cochran got him off on murder.
Well, at the end of the day, he's still innocent, and he's now resting with the Lord. But aside from that, you don't think that it takes an expressive. Well, I mean, I don't know the Lord to be roaming around hell, but it takes an especially savvy person to create an opportunity to duck charges like that. So I hear where you're coming from.
The dream team.
I hear where you're coming from. O.J. Simpson is not exceptionally brilliant. We can all agree on that. Can we maybe move on? Can we move on?
You still claim he's innocent?
I mean, he was found innocent in the court of law. So, I mean, it's not a claim. It's not a claim. It's not a claim.
One thing I would offer. Let's bring up O.J. Simpson. Look at Beaver loving this. Beaver's like worked up right now.
I believe Ray's theory over Adam's theory.
Well, I know where I'm getting smoked because I'm supporting Karen Bass. But I want to know, instead of y'all discussing me supporting Karen Bass, why aren't you guys discussing Spencer Pratt's father-in-law child molestation charges? I mean, it's funny to me that you guys haven't bothered to actually have that discussion. And why does Spencer and Heidi actually come out to defend her father, who pled guilty to child molestation charges?
We don't like soap operas.
So just to add something, going back to
wait, hold on. Doctor, we'll come right to you. But I have not heard Dr. Adams on how you went from scorched earth on Karen Bass during the fire just a year ago to now supporting her. I got to hear the transformation.
Sure, it's a very simple answer. So she's reduced homelessness by 17%, reduced gang violent related crimes by 28%, and she didn't go on public record 10 years ago.
400%.
She didn't go on public record how many years ago to defend her father-in-law that is a self-confessed child molester. So, to me, it was a very easy choice to make.
Alrighty, you got your answer? I don't know. I don't know who she's running against. So, but thank you for the take. Okay, Dr. Jordan.
It's Spencer Pratt and the other lady, I'm gonna name her.
Nita, she's a city council member, and she actually voted 57 times in saying that homeless people can be in proximity to schools around people's children. So it is what it is. If we want to look at track records, I'm going to go with the person that has the safest track record. I'm going to look at the person that has the safest track record. Okay, I'm not going to listen to a bunch of people in Texas and Louisiana telling me who I should vote for.
Wait, are you saying that homeless people are all pedophiles or something?
Well, I mean, if you look at the sex offender registry and how many sex offenders
but you're lumping them all together.
They're labeled as transients. I think that there should be a system put into place to make sure that they're not setting up in
Can we
campus.
now say that all?
I think that there should be a system set up in place so that they're not putting up in campus next to
Can
schools.
we say that all gay people have AIDS then? Since some gay people have AIDS?
Jordan, go ahead, Dr. Jordan. You wanted to take a shot?
All I was gonna say is, I think we are underestimating O.J. I mean, he's a murderer, but he was one of the most charismatic people you'd ever meet. So, I mean, he was adored by people, and I think he was far more articulate than people have claimed in this room. But I don't want to challenge individual experiences. I just think we have misrepresented O.J. Not that he's a good guy, but as far as his intellect and his charisma and his personality overall, I think we didn't do him justice.
Wait, Dr. Jordan.
Let me follow up. Dr. Jordan, are you just saying that O.J. is misunderstood?
No, I'm not, and I'm not saying he's a good person. He's a very bad person. I'm just saying that, the way that he seemed to have been described in this room was that he, was kind of, not particularly.
He's dumb. He had brain eyesight.
He's dumb as a box of rocks, but that doesn't make him a bad person, Dr. Jordan. That don't make him a bad person.
Well, I don't have anything to win or gain by saying this. It's just my opinion. Now, what I do know though is that, and this doesn't change anything about his intellect, but a friend of mine who was a cop who used to hang out with him said, people like LAPD, of all the celebrities, people for whatever reason really attached to him. So when the homicide happened, it was really kind of shocking to the law enforcement community. Maybe it wasn't shocking.
I heard the absolute opposite, Dr. J, and I just heard it last week. Completely the opposite from someone who was LAPD that worked in that area. He said they weren't shocked because they had all these domestic violence calls. So completely the opposite of what you're saying.
Service calls.
Abby's right that there was all the domestic violence, but my thing about, I guess where I'm coming from is the LAPD people I knew, he had a charisma about him, but yes, 100%. I misrepresented.
So, Dr. Jordan, do you know?
Good old boy system. Maybe it was like maybe only some people knew it, others didn't.
So actually, I went to the OJ trial. Not that I spoke with him, but I went there as kind of a guest of Robert Shapiro. Anybody could show up, but I have a family friend who is close to Robert Shapiro. And a kind of an interesting thing is I was working on it. You can look this up on Huffington Post, an article I wrote about Robert Shapiro. He was very upset that I included a link to OJ in the article. And I thought it was so weird because I hadn't followed the story for a long time, and I just assumed that that's what he was most known for. And he was pissed that I included that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, but everybody knows it. At OJ, I wasn't saying it was a good or a bad thing.
That's how he got his fame.
Adams, you could go as long as you don't reference Beverly Hills.
Dr. Jordan, my experience, I went to the trial in Vegas. My girlfriend Jackie was the judge on that. And you're right, he had a charm about him. And then after he got out of jail, he would hang out, you know where the area I'm in. So there were certain restaurants he got, you excuse the term 86 because you can't say it anymore, but he got thrown out of a number of casinos just because he made people uncomfortable, that he would come in, and then some restaurants. But he was like, hanging out, like chatting it up with everyone, very charming. You're absolutely right, even after all of this. But he was humbled quite a bit that trial for the theft. He knew.
He was thrown out of the Anchor Bar at Buffalo and Dust, where he wanted to go hang out where his jerseys were, and he was thrown out of Ilio DePaulo's, where it was the big Buffalo Bills bar. So he was immediately told at the door, just get the fuck out of here. And he had a couple guys.
So he's used to it, is what you're saying, Brad.
And he was told they didn't want him in there. And Buffalo stripped his name off of everything and just removed him completely. He's he doesn't exist.
So Brad, to your point.
Hold on one second. Before the murder, I remember traveling to places like, I don't know, Cabo, the Caribbean. People, if they had a picture with someone, it wasn't Michael Jordan. It was often O.J. Simpson before the murder. I remember that. But what I want to also say, the one thing I remember about the trial, and quite frankly, it was kind of boring, although I do remember vividly being in the elevator with Jason Simpson, his oldest son, and Robert Shapiro. It wasn't like I wasn't walking with Robert. We happened to be there. I mean, I was much younger then. And when I did this thing for HuffPost, it was 20 years later. But what I wanted to say is that I was in the back. I remember I was in and maybe Abby, I'm curious her courtroom experience. When I was in the back, all I remember was that Denise, is it Denise? Who's the oldest Simpson?
That's Denise.
Denise.
That's Denise.
Denise was right in front of me, and I can't really fault her because, I don't know, people are allowed to chat, but she was almost flirting.
She's a nice lady.
She seemed really sweet, but she was
a nice lady.
flirting.
she was kind of flirting with this guy from like Entertainment Tonight or something. And I just remember it being weird because I'm like, if that was my family member, but I mean, you know, the trial's a long thing. She's allowed to do whatever she wants. Maybe she wasn't. She was just being friendly. But that was what I remember most about the trial, not actually anything that was being said.
Well, so I just wanted to say this. Listen, Abby and Brad, I'm trolling when I say that the man is innocent. We know good and goddamn well that man killed that woman. Okay, so at the end of the day, what I'm looking at is the fake outrage. Okay, so the fake outrage that was extended towards O.J. Simpson is commonly misapplied towards a lot of men that end up in these situations. And when we look at the nuance between, you know, domestic violence and, you know, a lot of these circumstances, why isn't Hulu giving the same energy to Taylor Frankie Paul, right? So why is Taylor Frankie Paul getting to go on to The Bachelor and getting to ascend into a certain type of notoriety behind domestic violence when we have otherwise canceled the likes of, you know, O.J. Simpson and Chris Brown?
Who's
Why
Taylor
are women
Paul?
being given the... Oh, you didn't see the newest season of the...
You probably wouldn't understand.
You didn't see the newest season of The Bachelorette? The newest season of The Bachelorette.
Do I sound like a guy that would watch that? Like,
No. But hold on. I'm bringing up mainly a pop culture point.
Well, they canceled it too, right?
They canceled The Bachelorette because this woman was she was arrested and she was prosecuted for domestic violence. And one incident actually was leaked to TMZ where she was throwing chairs at her husband that actually hit a child. So it's crazy to me just how people want to have these bold opinions when it comes to the men, but then the women and, you know, their proclivities and their activities are completely ignored and not otherwise denounced. Like that is a fake outrage that pisses me off about this O.J. Simpson situation. And, you know, I personally feel like, you know, Chris Brown should be restored. Chris Brown should be restored.
I told you you were trolling the whole time. I told you this. I was right. Submit it. I knew you were trolling.
Beaver. I will give you that. Okay, but I'm asking.
Are you saying Nicole has culpability? Is that what you're trying to imply?
I'm not saying that Nicole has culpability. That's not what I'm saying.
She's definitely a victim of abuse.
What I'm saying is I wish that people would treat this situation as importantly as they do, you know, with like, you know, Taylor Frankie Paul.
This guy.
I mean, this became an American crime stories. You know, it became they were searching. Ryan Murphy was, you know, as they also did the Versace murders. They looked for big crime stories. And it's so funny because a lot of people, their reference to OJ is Cuba Gooding playing him, you know, not the actual trial itself. But I wanted to, Beaver, I do remember me telling you about a movie I saw called The Perfect 10, about the 10 guys that won the Heisman and were in the Hall of Fame. And OJ is one of the Perfect 10. And when they did the...
I guess they are trying to make a statement and show some form of being superior, spirituality, or here I am, you know, I am doing what I can. Oh, so the praying is just absolutely annoying. There is a statement, actually, this is going back a little bit to talking about Turkey. Erdogan, the is it president or the
Something prime Turkey.
Prime. He said, he says, you know, you can find his wording. Actually, he says, we will ride the train of democracy to the heart of Europe.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure you've heard of that.
Oh, you're saying the quiet part out loud. The only thing I can say is that you must be a racist, because only a racist would point out the problems with Islam. Wow. I don't know if that makes sense to people.
No, but well, it's stupid, because if anybody conflicting race with ideology, you must be absolutely stupid. So you see, in this regard.
Our friend Sam does this pretty regularly. You know, the guy from Iran. You probably know him.
Sam.
He makes this mistake pretty regularly, but you know, we have to give him some grace because usually he's high on Mary Jane. So yeah, always blame him for what he says. I'm gonna say a quick good night, and I need to go to sleep because I have a big day tomorrow. Yeah, it's really nice to see you, Holly.
Yeah, good
Good night, and good luck with your presentation. Good luck.
Thank you. Good night. Blessings on everybody. Mazel tov.
Peace be upon you. Blessings be upon you.
Yeah. So, Bro, I have come up with this phrase, and I think I have not heard it or seen it before, so I think I give myself a bit of credit. Often, when I am in discussions with the Muslims on the clubhouse, you will find them to be finding the West and the Western culture way of life that it's lost its moral compass, is depraved, the family life it's non-existent, and the West has lost its way in a sense. And so that's, and they point out at the prostitution, the drugs, and other things.
I don't know how tremendously wrong they'd be.
Well, no, wait a minute. Well, yeah, I mean, we can, well, okay, that's fine. But the point is, so, and you do not hear a word of, how can I say, gratitude, appreciation, or understanding of what this country, America, affords. That's using principle, the guiding principle of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rest of it, and on our culture. And so even the phrase that I can't call, the Islamophobic, so I have come up with a phrase, I call them Westophobic and Westophobia. And I think it, from my perspective, it makes perfect sense. I call them Westophobia or Westophobic. And it seems to me, particularly if you are a Muslim, and it could be from any place, coming to this country, and the U.S., and the country accepts you in its bosom and provides you both ideological and monetary opportunities to make something out of yourself, and progress in life, and provide a situation these Muslims can actually get in the clubhouse and criticize anyone, in the government or the systems, and not to be, grateful to say something good at least. I mean, they think the Constitution ought to be replaced with Quran, and the Bill of Rights with the Sharia laws and the rest of it. It's absolutely annoying. It's horribly bad. It makes me angry.
I gotta go to bed, but if you feel like keeping the room open, by all means. But if otherwise, I can shut it down.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Well, I have no skin in the game either way, so I don't care. I'm always happy to shut it down.
Did Adam not sin? Did Adam sin?
Jesus does not have a
Okay, but I'm asking.
Hello?
Did Adam sin?
Hello?
Adam did sin.
No, Adam did not sin. Adam did not sin.
the human that you're even like looking
It
up
was
to?
Eve. Eve was the naughty
Okay,
girl.
that's a biblical.
Who is the perfect
Adam left the garden because of Eve.
Unless you hold to
That's a
much
biblical
in
version.
Islam,
No.
you hold to nothing basically.
Adam was a good
If
boy.
you have not completed the steps, you're not grounding yourself in anything, in any fallible.
Look at the PTR.
Why are you bringing God in the paradigm of infallibility, sin?
Because
See
God is
how you reduce God to all
because
this?
God is in
How you reduce God to it?
because
As part of the human experience, Jesus could experience the temptation to sin, right?
But he did not.
But the underlying hypostasis of the divine nature prevented him from being able to sin. He would always choose to do the not sin option.
Right.
It was impossible for Jesus to sin. Impossible.
I actually don't find this argument that convincing, artist. Like the
few times where in the Quran, God corrects the Prophet for not making a mistake, but withholding.
Yeah, then he is not a perfect human. What do you hold with him?
No, I'm saying that.
So something's wrong with the Quran then.
No, I'm saying that it doesn't. For me, it doesn't have to necessitate that this kind of like imperfection in scripture like, at all.
You're not grounding anything, right? What are you grounding?
No. I still think that sufficient grounding can take place, and at the same time concede that the Prophet ﷺ was free from major sins and minor sins, but is still someone who was a relatable human being who hesitated out of his own humanity from implementing God's command and justice.
Then he's not perfect. Then you don't have you have no example of perfection in a machine is perfect when it acts and knows its action.
No, perfection.
Your machine, your vessel, your intermediary is not perfect. Why the hell should I follow your prophet?
Well, I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that, like,
Why should anyone? When I can follow Jesus.
Well, because
he's perfect.
just like how you're claiming that, like, a human being that's prone to making errors and judgment shouldn't be followed. I'm saying that it's the very fact that he's a human being that's prone to making errors and judgment, and still, despite that, is struggling to achieve perfection that should be followed. It's the same.
You just collapsed your entire paradigm.
No. I mean, from your perspective.
When my intermediary cannot demonstrate the actualized potential within him, right? When I have a half-assed machine or a machine that kind of works to its fullest potential, why would I follow that? Would that be my intermediary? When I have got it, self act as my intermediary in the form of what are you doing? You are
Downgraded to this model. Shame on downgrading God.
How dare you do this? Blasphemy! Blasphemer!
This downgrade God, the downgraded God. 2 minutes silence for Narcissus downgrade. God.
I would just like to say, excuse me, Nizam, but you're dominating the stage. I just want to say that I was in another room and he was saying that the Muslims don't like Western values, like the courts and the marriages and everything. And all I got to say is, in my particular situation, I am okay with Sharia law for a little while, just to clear up the debts and to prevent the feminists from ruining everything, but just for a little bit to teach everybody a good lesson, and then we will be complete.
Why am I following a human that's not demonstrating perfection?
No, it's based on your commitments, which, by the way, are not necessary. I understand why you critique.
For me, if this prophet, this intermediary is not perfect, to hell with this intermediary.
So, expecting godly perfection from human and expecting humanly sinful downgrading behavior from God. Subhanallah, this is the delusion they're selling you. This is the delusion you got sold on. 2 minutes silence for your poor judgment. 2 minutes silence for your poor judgment, Nargis.
2 minutes of silence, please. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Flex your Kegel muscle. Keep holding. Now let it go. Let it go. Go.
Philosophic view, right? Because by virtue of the God being one and God being the ultimate, you could say, owner of perfection and the only owner of perfection, in my model, it is impossible for anything other than God to achieve.
Oh my God, you don't read enough books in your model. Put some books in your model and read some books, man. We had a room on Gnosticism earlier, Nizam. You should have been there.
If I have not fully actualized it and become an insan al-kamil, then what is my purpose? To be off
I'm saying, look, okay, it's
if my prophet is showing, if this prophet or this guide or this intermediary is showing naqs, lack, right, in his activity, he's nothing to me. He's a nobody. I might as well follow like you or Z or someone else.
No, but look, Nargis, by the way, that you
stars
know,
that I like, right?
I hope that you know that repeating the same point doesn't actually establish it any further, right? Like your point is clear. Like, yeah, so
I'm
you
reiterating so that, yes, so it's for emphasis, so that you realize how important, how
it
important
doesn't
those
make
are.
it stronger, right?
It doesn't get stronger, but you can refute it, right?
Yes. Right, I'm trying to, but like, okay, what I'm saying is that
versus
you're
insignificantly greater
saying
detail
inside
shed
the parable
even more
with
light
infallibility. I'm saying that someone
This
can
new
be
book
inside
put
of the
out the
parable,
trust publication,
and it's not
complete with 11
in
colored
the sense
fonts
of
and
like,
sweet
okay, like if the prophet makes
the original
an
publications
error
will be
where it's an
Christ
intentional
tradition
error.
the libraries of those who seek a deeper understanding of life's mysteries. Written by a man of profound devotion and erudition, it will provide every reader with firm guidance along the universal path to genuine wisdom and spiritual enlightenment. From the publishers, Hare Krishna. So, chapter 1, the original person. So, we just read the introduction. So, we just read the introduction. This book has 26 chapters. I'm just going to go through one by one. Let's see how many. Well, chapter 1 is just one page. Right? The original person. So, first is the Sanskrit, then the translation and purport. Kunti Vacha. Namaste Purusham Dvadyam Ishvaryam Rite Param Laksham Sarva Bhutanam Anate Bahir Avishtitam. Srimati Kunti said, O Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you because you are the original personality and are unaffected by the qualities of the material world. You are existing both within and without everything, and yet you are invisible to all. Srimad Bhagavatam 1:8-18. I'll read that one more time. Srimati Kunti said, O Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you because you are the original personality and are unaffected by the qualities of the material world. You are existing both within and without everything, and you are invisible to all. Report. Srimati Kunti Devi was quite aware that Krishna is the original personality of Godhead, although he was playing the part of her nephew. Such an enlightened lady could not commit the mistake of offering obeisances unto her nephew. Therefore, she addressed him as the original Purusha, beyond the material cosmos. Although all living entities are also transcendental, they are neither original nor infallible. The living entities are apt to fall down under the clutches of material nature, but the Lord is never like that. In the Vedas, therefore, he is described as the chief among all living entities. Then, again, he is addressed as Ishvara, or the controller. The living entities, or the demigods like Chandra and Surya, are also to some extent Ishvara, but none of them is the supreme Ishvara, or the ultimate controller. Krishna is the Parameshvara, or the Supersoul. He is both within and without. Although he was present before Srimati Kunti as her nephew, he was also within her and everyone else. In the Bhagavad Gita 15:15, the Lord says, I am situated in everyone's heart, and only due to me one remembers, forgets, and is cognizant, etc. Through all the Vedas, I am to be known, because I am the compiler of the Vedas, and I am the teacher of the Vedanta. Unquote. Queen Kunti affirms that the Lord, although both within and without all living beings, is still invisible. The Lord is, so to speak, a puzzle for the common man. Queen Kunti experienced personally that Lord Krishna was present before her, yet he entered within the womb of Uttara to save her embryo from the attack of Ashwatthama's Brahmastra. Kunti herself was puzzled about whether Sri Krishna is all-pervasive or localized. In fact, he is both. But he reserves the right of not being exposed to persons who are not record souls. This checking curtain is called the Maya energy of the Supreme Lord, and it controls the limited version of the rebellious soul. It is explained as follows. Okay, so that's chapter 1. Now we're going to chapter 2. So let's see how long it is before we continue. A couple pages, okay. Beyond the senses. First, the Sanskrit translation in purple. Maya Javanika Jannam Ajnadu Shajam Avyayam Dalakshaye Muda Dashra Natu Natyadharuyata. Translation. Being beyond the range of limited sense perception, you are the eternally irreproachable factor covered by the curtain of diluting energy. You are invisible to the foolish observer, exactly as an actor dressed as a player is not recognized. Read that again. Being beyond the range of limited sense perception, you are the eternally irreproachable factor covered by the curtain of diluting energy. You are invisible to the foolish observer, exactly as an actor dressed as a player is not recognized. Srimad Bhagavatam 1:8-19, purport. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Shri Krishna affirms that less intelligent persons mistake him to be an ordinary man just like us, and thus they deride him. The same is confirmed herein by Kunti. The less intelligent persons are those who rebel against the authority of the Lord. Such persons are known as asuras. The asuras cannot recognize the Lord's authority. When the Lord himself appears among us as Rama Narasimha Varaha, or in his original form as Krishna, he performs many wonderful acts which are humanly impossible, as we shall find in the 10th canto of this great literature. Lord Shri Krishna exhibited his humanly impossible activities even from the days of his lying on the lap of his mother. He killed the Putana witch, although she smeared her breast with poison just to kill the Lord. The Lord sucked her breast like a natural baby, and he sucked out her very life also. Similarly, he lifted the Govardhan hill, just like a boy picks up a frog's umbrella, and stood several days continuously just to give protection to the residents of Vrindavan. These are some of the superhuman activities of the Lord described in the authoritative Vedic literatures like the Puranas, Itihasas, histories, and Upanishads. He has delivered wonderful instructions in the shape of the Bhagavad Gita. He has shown marvelous capacities as a hero, as a householder, as a teacher, and as a renouncer. He is accepted as the Supreme Personality of Godhead by such authoritative personalities as Vyasa, Devala, Ashita Narada, Madhava, Shankara, Ramanuja, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jiva Goswami, Vishnu Chakravarti, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and other authorities of the line. He himself has declared as much in many places of the authentic literatures. And yet, there is a class of men with demonic mentality who are always reluctant to accept the Lord as the supreme absolute truth. This is partially due to their pure want of knowledge and partially due to their stubborn obstinacy, which results from various misdeeds in the past and present. Such persons could not recognize Lord Shri Krishna even when he was present before them. Another difficulty is that those who depend more on their imperfect senses cannot realize him as the Supreme Lord. Such persons are like the modern scientists. They want to know everything by their experimental knowledge. But it is not possible to know the Supreme Person by imperfect experimental knowledge. He is described herein as adokshaja, or beyond the range of experimental knowledge. All our senses are imperfect, claim to observe everything and anything. But we must admit that we can observe things under certain material conditions only, which are also beyond our control. The Lord is beyond the observation of sense perception. Queen Kunti accepts this deficiency of the conditioned soul, especially of the woman class who are less intelligent. For the less intelligent, there must be such things as temples, mosques, or churches, so that they may begin to recognize the authority of the Lord and hear about him from authorities in such holy places. For the less intelligent, this beginning of spiritual life is essential, and only foolish men decry the establishment of such places of worship, which are required to raise the standard of spiritual action. For less intelligent persons, bowing down before the authority of the Lord and telling them is as beneficial as it is for the advanced devotees to meditate upon him by active service. Hare Krishna. That's chapter 2. Chapter 3, which is a few pages, 5 pages. And I'll go from there. Back to chapter 3. Sanskrit is Tatha Varmaham Saranam Muninam Amalat Manam Bhakti Yoga Vidhanatham Tatham Pashyama Hi Shriya. Translation. You yourself descend to propagate the transcendental science of devotional service unto the hearts of the advanced transcendentalists and mental speculators, who are purified by being able to discriminate between matter and spirit. How, then, can we women know you perfectly? Srimad Bhagavatam 1:8-20. Even the greatest philosophical speculators cannot have access to the region of the Lord. It is said in the Upanishads that the supreme truth, the absolute personality of Godhead, is beyond the range of the thinking power of the greatest philosopher. He is unknowable by great learning or by the greatest brain. He is knowable only by one who has his mercy. Others may go on thinking about him for years together, yet he is unknowable. His great act is brought by great power of me, who is anything, the father of the innocent woman. Women in general are unable to speculate like philosophers, but they are blessed by the Lord because they believe at once in the superiority and almightiness of the Lord, and thus they offer obeisances without reservation. The Lord is so kind that he does not show special favor only to one who is a great philosopher. He knows the sincerity of purpose. For this reason, only women generally assemble in great number in any sort of religious function. In every country, in every sect of religion, it appears that the women are more interested than the men. This simplicity of acceptance of the Lord's authority is more effective than showing insincere religious fervor. Kunti Devi prayed to the Lord very submissively, and this is a symptom of a Vaishnava. The Lord Krishna had come to Kunti Devi to offer respect to her by taking the dust of her feet. Because Krishna considered Kunti Devi his aunt, he used to touch her feet. But although Kunti Devi, a great devotee, was in such an exalted position, practically on the level of Yashodamai, Krishna's mother, she was so submissive that she prayed, quote, Krishna, you are meant to be understood by the Paramahamsas, the most advanced transcendentalists. But I am a woman, so how can I see you? Unquote. According to the Vedic system, there are 4 social divisions. Chaturvarnamayastrim. The highest members of the social order are the Brahmanas, those who are intelligent. Then come the Kshatriyas, military men and administrators. The Vaishyas, farmers and businessmen. And finally, the Shudras, ordinary laborers. One's place in the system is determined by one's qualities and work, guna karma. The Bhagavad Gita mentions Striya Vaishyas Tatha Sudra, and the Srimad Bhagavatam speaks of Striya Shudra Vijabandunam. According to these references, women, Shudras and Dvijabandhus are considered to belong to the same category. The word Dvijabandhu refers to one who is born in an exalted Brahmana or Kshatriya family but who has no qualifications of his own. One's social standing, according to the Vedic system, is determined by one's qualifications. This is very practical. Suppose a man is the son of a high court judge. This does not mean that he himself is also a high court judge.
Hello guys, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show you something, guys. Look at
Because
this.
one happens to take birth in
You see, they are drinking and
even
throwing.
if he has no
You can come all the way here.
That is rascal number 1.
You see, guys, here.
He claims
They are
to be a
sitting
Brahmin.
here and they are making like sexuality
Although
here. They
his
are bringing the woman
qualifications are less than those of a Shudra,
at the night.
people
They are
accept him
drinking.
as a Brahmin.
They are making tea and
This has
cooks
caused the
everything. We are
downfall
making the business
of
here.
Vedic
Look,
civilization.
you see, guys.
The Brahmanas in India are
You
sometimes
can
very
see
much
all of these stupid
against
things.
my movement because I
And
train
it
and
smells
accept
nasty.
Brahmanas from
So what we
Europe.
gonna do? I'm going to lock
We
the
do
door.
not care about their arguments. Nor will
I'm
any
gonna
other.
lock the door. I'm gonna help my neighbors, okay?
Shitadana
This is none of
Mahaprabhu
my
said,
business, but this is my neighbors. I got the key. I'm going to lock this door, okay?
Radi Gram,
I just spent the
Sarvatra
Spent the last
Prajara Moranam.
I'm gonna show you guys.
In
Now
every
they
town,
cannot go inside. If they come
city,
this,
and
they can
village
go
of
to
the
jail.
world,
I'm gonna give you
Krishna
the key, my
consciousness
neighbor.
movement will be
I'm
preached.
trying to help them.
How is it then that
Hello,
Europeans
neighbor.
and Americans will not become Brahmanas? In fact,
I give you the key
one who
here.
comes to Krishna
And
consciousness
whenever you
is
got
already
time, you can
surpassed
clean.
on
Because
reason.
smell nasty.
As stated
Thank you
in
so much.
Bhagavad Gita
Thank you.
26. Mam Chayo
Guys, what do you think, guys? Please don't forget
Yavicharena
the comments, guys. You see?
Sivate Sadguna
It's good for my neighbor.
Samati Yaitan Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate.
Stargate wasn't just another alien.
I was a congressman from one of the surpasses the modes of
Representative Hagman endorsed you for governor?
Platform.
That had to be huge.
Not to speak of becoming a Brahmana, a person who fully engages in Bhakti Yoga attains the highest transcendental platform. The stereotyped, crippled idea that only a person born in a Brahmana family can become a Brahmana has killed Vedic civilization. But now, we are reviving the correct understanding that the attainment of perfection Mami Varda Vyavashrita Yevishu Bhavayo Nayah Striya Vaishyas Ta Sudras Devi Yanti Param Gadim. O son of Bharata, those who take shelter in me, though they be low-born, women, Vaishyas, or Shudras can approach the supreme destination. Unquote. Thus, although women, Shudras, and Vaishyas are ordinarily considered to belong to a lower class, when one becomes a devotee, he or she goes beyond such designations. Women, Shudras, and Vaishyas are ordinarily regarded as less intelligent, but if one takes the Krishna consciousness, one is the most intelligent. As stated in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishna ye bhaje se padacha chatura. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Bengali, Hey Rube Brahmanda Pramite Gona Bhaga Vanjiva Guru Krishna Prasade Paya Bhakti Raj Bija. Among the living entities wandering through the universe, One who is very fortunate receives, by the mercy of the spiritual master and the mercy of Krishna, the seed of devotional service. Chaitanya Mahat, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela, 19:151. The Krishna consciousness movement does not consist of wretched, unfortunate men. No, it consists of the most fortunate. One who has taken to Krishna consciousness is to be considered the most fortunate because he has found the way to act so that his life will be perfect. One who is Krishna conscious and discharging his duties nicely is the most fortunate and most perfect. This is how he stated here by Kunti Devi. Although Kunti had the body of a woman, she was a devotee. Therefore, she was not like an ordinary unintelligent woman. Rather, she was the most intelligent, for she recognized Krishna to be Supreme Godhead. Quote, he has come to me to offer me respect, materially appearing to be my nephew, but he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, in a previous verse she said, Alaksham Sarva Bhutanam Antar Bahir Avastitam. Quote, you are not seen by ordinary men, although you are everywhere, inside and outside. Unquote. In another verse also she said, Nalak Shaye Drisha. Fools and rascals cannot see you. Unquote. This indicates that Kunti saw him. Unless she were able to see Krishna as he is, how could she say Nalak Shaye Drisha? She also said, Prakrite Param. You are transcendental to this material creation. Now, here also in this verse, Kunti continues to express herself with humility. This humility is very good in devotional service. Therefore, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu teaches us, one should be more tolerant than a tree and humbler than the grass to make progress in spiritual life. Unquote. This is necessary because for one who is living in the material world, there will be so many disturbances, just as if one were traveling on the ocean. One cannot expect a very peaceful situation on the ocean. Even a big ship may also be unsteady, and at any moment there may be tumultuous waves. Similarly, in this material world, we should always expect danger. One cannot expect a very peaceful life within this material world. The Shastra, the Vedic literature says, Padam Padam Yat Vibadam, Bhagavatam 10:14-58, that every step there is danger. But if one becomes a devotee, then one can escape. Mayam Etam Parimite. If one takes to Krishna consciousness, in the beginning there will be many disturbances caused by Maya, the material energy evolution. Maya will test us to see how firmly we are fixed in Krishna consciousness, because she is also an agent of Krishna. She does not allow anyone the freedom to disturb Krishna. Therefore, she tests rigidly to see whether we have taken.
Messi wants a woman.
Back to sucking dick and
Messi wants a woman.
Behind the dumpster.
Messi wants a woman.
Take your.
Oh, who muted it? My ears are dying. I can't do it.
And they're.
What? Did you want to say something? You came off mic.
Wait, Matt. This guy came on here on the public forum. Hey, this guy came on.
You came on to a public forum and said that you were going to rape somebody's 2-year-old when they turn 18. What are you talking about, Brad? What are you talking about, Brad? What are you talking about, Brad?
Move the fucking faggot down. Like, I don't really give a fuck.
The man that threatens people's toddlers when they turn 18. You're a weirdo, bro. You're a fucking weirdo.
You know what? You know what's really weird? Is the fact that you
Where's John Kitover? Where's John Kitover?
And that we're being gay.
Can somebody ping John Kitover into the room? Ping John Kitover into the room, please.
fucking proctologist.
Please ping John Kitover into the room.
You fucking moron.
Yep, moron. You're talking about having sex with people's 2-year-olds when they turn 18, weirdo. Yeah, weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo. You're a weirdo. You are a weirdo. You are a weirdo. You're a weirdo. Yeah, keep dancing around that comment, Brad. Keep dancing away from that comment, Brad, because it doesn't make you look very good. The fact that you said that does not make you look very good, Brad. It looks disgusting. It looks disgusting. It looks absolutely disgusting. You're talking about sexual relations.
You started crying that they were.
Oh, okay, keep protecting the weirdo.
You were the fucking problem. And you know what?
This man is still going. Still
gonna go.
Still going. Why? Because you're middle-aged.
I'll knock the cornrows out.
Because you're middle-aged. Another threat? Another threat? Another threat?
I don't care, dude.
Another threat?
You ain't got shit, man. You ain't fucking shit. You say all this shit. You come on the stage and talk about LA for 2 hours and tell people
Brad, you want to be making threats towards people?
No one's coming to your rooms. No one's hopping around.
That's great.
No one's going
That's
for
great.
it. Because you
That's
came out
great.
here and fucking
Screenshot.
LA and then told everybody
Screenshot.
Go ahead,
Screenshot
everything. You can't screenshot everything. Take a fucking picture, jerk off to it in your fucking loneliness, because I know you like fucking jerking off to every guy on this stage. You fucking ass eater. Fucking A. 5 years.
I bet you wish you have some action, Brad. You're at home alone.
We should
bitter and angry. You're home alone.
Gay men.
Home alone and angry.
All of a sudden.
You're bitter, home alone and angry. Threatening men on the internet. You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. Why does it go into your mind to talk about people's 2-year-old children, Brad? Why do you talk about people's 2-year-old children, Brad? Why do you talk about people's 2-year-old children, Brad? Why? Why? Because you're a weirdo. You're an angry, lonely, middle-aged man on the internet.
Angry dude.
Yep. Middle-aged man on the internet. Middle-aged man on the internet. Middle-aged man on the internet. Being a tough guy. Being a tough guy on the internet. Middle-aged man being a tough guy on the internet. I can rip somebody's spine out on the internet. I'm gonna threaten people on the internet. Oh, I'm such a tough guy on the internet.
And then you
on the internet, Brad. You're a fake fixer on the internet.
Problems. He's
I have cocaine. This is crazy.
This
is crazy.
The motherfucker's passing out. He doesn't have food. He doesn't.
This is crazy. Yep. I don't have any food.
Place to live.
I don't have any food.
Doesn't have fucking shit.
Yep. I don't have any food. I don't have any car.
And now all of a sudden, motherfucker's gay. Wow. Motherfucker's gay. Trying to get a sugar.
And I'm not even really gonna be nasty. Because at the end of the day, Brad, I'm not gonna be nasty. I'm not gonna drag you out like the rest of these people drag you out. Nobody's gonna drag you out the same way. People are talk about your gay wife. Do better. Mrs. Pussy so much. Mrs. Pussy so much. This is what he does on the internet. What he does on the internet. This is crazy.
Dude, you're just
This is a random weirdo. You're a weirdo. You're a middle-aged man and you're a loser on the internet.
AIDS infected.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Did you wish your wife a Mother's Day with a silver, Brad? Did you wish your wife a Mother's Day with a silver?
The best thing that happened was when your mom died. So we shouldn't have to look at your
Mothers are supposed to go. Your mom's supposed to get on your bitch ass.
So she got
at the end of the day,
fuck no, I'm going out for fucking
don't sell your wife a Mother's Day card with a silver, bitch.
So there you go,
Mother's
motherfucker.
Day card with a silver, bitch. Thank you. Yep,
Go to court, man. You ain't got shit. Everybody else, all the lawsuits you filed in the clubhouse, everybody's so scared of you. Everyone's so scared of you. Everyone's so scared of you. You ain't got it. You know what? You're tiny, man. You're a scrawny little fucking crackhead. You're an AIDS fucking victim.
Keep digging.
What the fuck?
Keep digging. You might find the wedding ring.
You might
find the wedding ring, Brad. Keep digging.
Dude.
Keep digging. Keep digging.
Do whatever it takes. because you're a nappy-headed little crackhead? That's it. That's what nobody tolerates. That's why everybody's sitting there going, hey, guess what? Adams is a fucking bullshit. Adams is a fucking married. Bitch, you ain't getting married. You ain't getting married. You ain't on the ground. You ain't getting married. You can't even fucking talk. You can't even hold your own. You can't even do the shit you want to. That motherfucker has to beg fucking money on the ad for fucking money. You begging money. You steal money from people and give them like fake stories about your fucking life. Bullshit, fucking idiot. And then you're like, oh yeah, I don't have all that. You got all that shit. Fuck you. Angry man. You're right. Angry man. Keep digging. Because I don't like guys who fucking sit there and manipulate fucking people. Try to get fucking money out of them. And have them have them out. Because you know what?
I've never asked for a dime from anybody on this app. Thank you.
You fucking pathetic.
Never asked for a dime.
Don't say that.
Never asked for a dime. Adams actually set himself up for a good business. This is crazy. Never asked anybody for a dime, but there's people on
You're fucking crazy.
Adams, you did ask to borrow money from me.
Oh, shut up. Anyways, I want to say there's a lot of fucking dumb countries in the audience that are really fucking Americans for shit. It's very alhamdulillah.
Okay.
I say go after the alhamdulillah. I said there's a lot of alhamdulillah that's going after Americans in the chat, if anybody has noticed. Would you bring the alhamdulillahs on the stage?
Bring them up, I'll deal with them.
Alhamdulillahs. I want the alhamdulillahs, guys.
Alhamdulillah. Ya Dalam Salam.
Habibi, bring them all up.
They come.
Invites to them.
Adams needs a date. Bring them all up.
You sound like you need a shovel. Go wish your wife on my Happy Mother's Day.
Adam,
go wish my wife on Mother's Day? Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? I'm going to take you off for shit in her fucking mouth.
Hey, mother's supposed to die at old age. Your old age supposed to die on you.
Yeah, I got you, dude. I got you. I promise you. I'm going to skull fuck your mom's skull right out of it and drink bourbon after I get done with it.
Oh, yeah, still not going to bring your wife back. Still not going to bring your wife back.
Yeah, I know. Because you, niggas like you always got that fucking thing. You always want to go back.
And dead bitches like your wife will still stay dead, whether you want to dig my mother up or not.
Your mom
Dead bitches like that will still stay dead.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you all day. That's too bad you're an AIDS fucking baby.
You got me, but you don't got your dead wife.
You know what? You're still fucking good behind the dumpster begging for fucking money.
don't have your mom on Mother's Day either.
Yeah, dude. Did you kiss your mom with that mouth? Man, it hurt me.
No, I just said that's right. That's what's supposed to happen at my age.
Wish your mom happy Mother's Day.
That's what's supposed to happen at my age.
Adam,
right? You're not supposed to be feeling your wife back.
You're not supposed to order fucking A.
You didn't do enough to keep her alive.
Fucking little one. You didn't do enough to keep her alive. Fucking coming on and then thinking somehow or another, here you go, I'm gonna be a supporter of Karen Bass.
As much energy as you have towards getting in my business, you should have put the energy into keeping your dead-ass wife alive.
Gay revolution, begging for money, anti-gay revolution, back black women all the time. This guy, this
who's begging for money, Brad?
Dumpster baby.
Who's begging for money, Brad? Who's begging for money, Brad? You're worried about everybody else on this island. See your wife's head starts begging for flowers. Don't put some flowers on your wife's head, so stop minding other people's business, Brad. Stop minding other people's business. Stop minding other people's business. Again, you red bitches because your wife is dead. You red bitches because your wife is dead. She's not coming back. She's dead.
You're just screaming to a mic thinking you're so cool, and you're not. I'm gonna give you all the shit you want to, all the attention, dude. All the attention. I let Serendipity, KK, all these people fucking calm me down and for going after all these people fucking say, hey, you know what? Adams is in trouble. Adams is doing fucking shitty shit. You gotta stop here. What's that one girl that used to hang out here that was always drunk? This girl, and she said you can stay
This
for
man is
one
just
night.
making
And
shit
for
up.
one
This is so
night,
triggered
this
with
motherfucker was on the street.
This man is so triggered with fuck. His dear wife left him with nothing. Left him with nothing. Regret, bitterness, and anger.
Begging for fucking
Bitterness and
everything.
anger. He was begging for anything.
Like he's
He was
not
begging for
fucking
anything, bro.
all
The difference between me and you is I should have been go to work.
and he's
You don't work, Brad. You don't work.
And
You're
now
not
you went
work,
through
Brad.
and
Go get a job.
gave that
Go
shit
get a job.
fucking
You're
work.
a middle.
Fucking crackhead fucking AIDS winner.
We're gonna get off this. I tried twice to get off it, but you guys wouldn't.
Matt, you're good. I was minding my business.
Alright. Ralphie, what are you saying? You're really quiet right now.
I was walking along.
Come up and defend the title, American, or the great president that people are having issues in the chat with. Come on.
They're not coming up. They don't want to come up. I mean, I think it's. I don't know all the. Alpha's trying to sing.
Alpha's in a good fucking movie.
She's in a good mood. Whatever she's yelling.
I am so drunk right now, and I'm feeling good. Yes.
Nice. So, Sunday night drinking, celebrating Mother's Day.
That's how you do it.
Nice, beautiful. That's a beaut. Oh my God. No, but seriously, come on, guys. If you believe in Muhammad, come up, talk to us. If you think President Trump is a pedophile, yeah, come up and talk to us.
Well, mostly what we want to ask them about, Rafi, is about Sunan Abi Dawud 4717, where Allah says that he sent or maybe sent home. That's what we're trying to find out. Clarification.
I don't want to hear that.
Alright, let's behave. Everybody behave. We've had some good topics. We had aliens. I don't know if anybody wants to continue that.
That was awesome.
That's
I would say yes.
I mean, yes,
No.
that's Rich's dog.
You want to get off that already?
Yeah.
Of course it was
Seriously,
awesome.
I don't want to talk about it. I had to leave.
You want to be able to sleep tonight?
Yes, it's scary for me.
What, Ashton, are you there? Ashton? Ashton called me once, come twice. I wanted to get that.
Oh, don't fucking wake that up.
No, stop it. Do it. Don't do that, Rich. What do you think of aliens, Ashton?
Some of the stuff that was released, I found it to be interesting. They saw, a craft flying toward winds that's not normal, you know what I mean, for us to fly into winds 500 miles an hour and then stop on a dime, that's not normal. I don't know, you know what I mean? Whether, whatever you want to call it, extraterrestrials, things of the unknown, there's something up there that's unknown. So I think that.
Let me ask you a different question. And I swear to God, yesterday I was drunk and I couldn't see till like 6 in the morning. 7, my head was in fucking running random shit in my head. And I'm like,
Let's go.
aliens, because I was thinking about aliens, but I was thinking about different. Everything we believe in, God, the scriptures, everything, you think it was given to us by aliens and we just fucking worship like these gods, but realistically it was aliens? Because they came back then, they just didn't know the difference.
Wake it up, Rafi. How do we separate the two?
I don't think so.
Like they don't know the difference.
No, I don't think that no, I'm sorry, sweetheart. No, I don't think that some alien, you know what I mean? Because then that would defeat the purpose of God. Why would, you know what I mean? So, no, I'm sorry.
That was his point.
Because I'll explain to you, Ash, there's scripture saying 2 birds hitting something like that, but like, when we look back, the way that birds are, we see aliens as airplanes hitting structures, the way that it was written out is different, but like again, there was no word for UFO back then, so they would use something else to explain it as, or like a flying object or something, or, okay, go.
What about the spaceship?
Unknown phenomena.
What about the spaceship accident?
But there was no word. There was no word for stations.
Yeah, they didn't have those words.
They would have to describe it in like pictures or like these other things, and we're like now thinking like this is what
Right.
the meaning is.
They were in the pictures though.
Correct, but there's like weird pictures, like weird description, and like if they saw a plane, they could draw a bird because what they know is flying. Only birds can fly.
So the spaceship and the Jesus theory, right? So you know the artistic interpretation of what they say is the biblical Jesus or descending and or extraterrestrial UFO. They're saying that the technology of Jesus' so-called ascension and or transfiguration, right, from his, I guess, transformation is extraterrestrial. Does that make sense?
So is there something to it?
Supernatural, yeah, the supernatural maybe, you know, things that may be unexplained, you know, to natural science or other, you know, quantum means, you know, things that we can think of. There are some things beyond our understanding. There are things we may not ever know.
Remember what I said earlier, guys. These are going to be the people that worship the aliens as God.
But again, back in the day,
No way,
like the way that they would describe is very limited. So now we are sitting today trying to, what's the word? Like decipher, or like trying to understand what the fuck they wrote back in the day.
Yeah, I think there's more to this, Rafi. I'm with you. I don't think it's just cut and dry. I think, yeah, good, yeah.
No, I'm saying that I think
Bang theory either. So what is the flying pod then? What is the flying pod that they are referencing that is in that art for the Renaissance artwork in the monastery? So I guess it's in like what, Bulgaria, right? They were saying that it's the interpretation of God, but it's of Jesus, and it is a flying pod or some kind of what they are interpreting as a rocket ship that is right underneath the sun in the photo.
Well, listen, it could be people hovering or something like that, because again, extraterrestrial, they have different, they're a little bit more advanced. So I just think we are worshiping aliens, to be honest, or we were told by aliens, or there's a mix-up in the translations. But I do believe aliens are involved with this. I agree. With respect.
I didn't expect that from you, Rafi, to be honest. Shane, you trying to speak? I think you're in the blender. Something going on with your mic. You want to try again, Ashton?
Just say good luck with, him, what he's saying. I just don't think that we were just created by some alien that you see on TV. I think it's a more complex, I think it's just something a little bit more complex than that. I don't think the Big Bang Theory either. I don't think we just blew up. I think it's more complex than that as well.
I'm saying the way that the scriptures, everything we follow, not the way we were created, but the scriptures and everything, it was given to us by something above, as they say, it was above humans. What is above humans that we know today is aliens.
With the scriptures, then if you correlate that, you would correlate it to the Nephilim, right? And or a other type of being mixing with a human being. Is there not still, are we not still walking among hybrid beings, whether they are Nephilim derivatives and or I guess what you'd say.
Yeah, the Ashkenazi Jews.
Alternative. Oh, okay. That's what we're doing.
The Ashkenazi Jews are the Nephilim.
Yeah, rich.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, it explains it why we run the world and we have the highest median IQ of any ethnic group on Earth. I mean, we are like gods amongst you simpletons.
Well, just because you're Jewish don't mean that you supersede us.
No, Ashkenazi Jews. We weren't incorporated with the others.
Okay.
Yeah, specifically Ashkenazi.
Ashton, he's strong.
That is absolutely absurd. Don't do it.
We are the superior group.
Trying to bait you, Ashton.
Don't fall for it. If you do fall for it, that's certainly I can help you, Ashton.
For that, I just was like, that's dumb. They fall.
No, well, once you hear that voice, you understand it's stopped. It comes with the voice. I said it comes with the voice. Once you hear the voice,
Wait, Ashton's
you
dumb,
understand
you said?
nothing is good coming out.
I agree with that. Alright, be nice.
Say Ash.
Come on, man.
Alan, are you there, Alan?
Apparently.
Apparently. Are you an alien by any chance? I don't know what's going on with you these days.
I've already said too much.
Uh-oh, they're coming for you?
No. They
fucking
is me. They is me.
Crying. Alan is the anomaly. Remember that.
No, but seriously, what do you make of aliens, Alan? I actually don't even know your take on that.
He's the lineage of the truth.
He is.
I haven't. I heard the files were released. I haven't looked into it because it's still not. It would be nice if a benevolent race of aliens came to Earth and they gave us a book and they solved all. They gave us force fields so we could never fight and solved all human diseases, and then eventually let us visit their home world. But of course, at the very end, we would finally translate the book that was titled To Serve Man and realize that it wasn't a book about helping humans. It was a cook.
The answer was 42 also. No, not the cookbook.
Yeah.
Okay, how many people got the Twilight Zone reference?
How many people got the 42 reference?
How many people bought begonias?
No one, because we're not retarded. Alright, Bima, you're at fault for a lot of this. You need to correct this. What other things can we talk about?
Well, I got something, but it's gonna get everybody awake, and then I might be called bad things. You wanna do it?
Why not? It's already been an interesting evening the last 2 hours.
I mean, it's only 12 o'clock almost. It's an exciting time. What a better time in the world. So I was looking at some news articles that were popping up. There was some boring stuff, something about Hegseth calling for an investigation of somebody for like a second time. Don't know who that person was. I don't know, I didn't look into it. It was kind of, And then there was this other article where I thought it was interesting. There was these people, and they were burying their father in this cemetery. It's like it's a cemetery that this village, this nearby, has been burying their dead in for a long time. And there's been disputes over, the land around it and who gets what. And anyway, these other people dug up this guy's father that they just laid to rest because they didn't want him in the cemetery. Isn't that mean? I think that's horrible. And they made him, they had to go and pick out the body of this guy, pick the body out of the grave, and they had to move him to a different cemetery. Okay. So, because the people in the area didn't want the other people burying their dead in there. Well, because they didn't want him around. The two parties don't get along very well.
Oh, if the person paid for the plot and stuff, you just exhume their body. They have to go. I mean, that is strange. That sounds like something legal that would need to end up in some kind of court. That's concerning.
Well, the worst part was that police were there. Police were on site and they watched it happen, so.
Yeah, it's pretty, you can't really, I mean, as soon as he's alive there and then move to the dead body, you gotta move to the dead body. The live person speaks over the dead man, no one else.
Like they said,
They said,
you gotta get a permit to have your dad here. And they went and they got the permit and everything, but it still wasn't satisfactory. So the other people went and started, just people, villagers just started.
Did he finally get an arresting place?
Yeah, he did.
What country was this in, and why was this guy not well liked? Or it was just these two different factions, and what was the difference between the factions? Were one side vegetarian and the others were meat eaters, and what was it?
I can't say.
Oh man, no, one for cannibal.
So what happened back there? I mean, it really does sound like something that needs to end up in a court or a judge for the police to stand there and not do anything. That can't be America, because
that's pretty gnarly. Well, you know, Ashton, I mean, I told you the dead man can't speak for himself. So the person that believes always gets, it's easy here. It's easy. It's a dead person, and it's people talking about they gotta go that are alive. It's easy. It's an easy fix. You move the dead person. But you can shut the fucking live people up. You're not gonna. You know what I mean? It's an easy fix. And I'm sure like the timeline was almost up. There's probably like a whole lot of part of that situation where like, I mean, they were gonna like, I mean, they buried people over other people's eyes, right? Like 27 people in this something you thought were your grandfather's still in. Right? You go back and visit. What?
No, yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, I heard about that too. Do you know what's interesting?
There's a lot of shit going on there. You know, like,
yeah, and it's true. Like, there's where I live, there is this cemetery. The oldest date on the stones was like 17 something and early 1800s. Like that was the average, like this era. And these stones are like falling apart, and it's weird and it's creepy, but we still haven't like touched it, and we just like built around it. And it's interesting because it's like in the middle of it's between businesses now. Like businesses built around it, so there's stores and whatever else. But we still didn't touch it. Just left it to leave them.
Well, they left it so that it could be tax-free property for those businesses. Yeah, that's why they left it.
Yeah, but I gotta be honest, it's kind of creepy. You don't feel comfortable running up to a corner store and looking at headstones. Oh, there was this one cemetery that you go through this town. This town is so little, and it's the cutest little cemetery over here. But the interesting thing is the cemetery is really close to the road, but they have this beautiful, it's like a vintage clock. What it is, it's like on a pole, right? It's on imagine this big pole, and at the top of the pole, it's a big circle clock, and it's right in the cemetery, like right on the edge of the cemetery. And so basically, like, it forces you to think, like, wow, the time is ticking. You know what I mean? Like, what else? I'm thinking, like, what else was the person who just randomly wanted to put that random ass clock there, right next to the cemetery? Yeah, to remind everybody that drives by. I would have to drive by to think. I appreciate it though. That's what made me love my life so much, and I was so appreciative. Every day I would go to work, I'd have to pass through and watch it, and I would do as I got there. Yep, I only got a few of those, so many of those TikToks left. Just gotta run them right, you know what I mean? But yes, it's very interesting. But yes, begonias are beautiful.
Hilarious. I love that. I love it. Everything about it. The time is ticking, girl. The clock. Okay. By the time he's sitting up there with his little Zendel, it's like, come on, be my
real. It really is. It really is. And you're forced. And what's interesting is like the road, it's like 55 miles an hour, and then right when you hit this town, it goes down to 25. So you gotta go real slow right past after you're going fast, like on this long strip, and then boom, you have this little space to go through the town, and yeah. But it's interesting. I have a friend that just went to Lake Tahoe. See, that's my fat coming out. I'm sorry about that. Lake Tahoe. I was so interested. Lake Tahoe apparently has like the clearest water air. Like, does anybody know why the water is so clear at that basin?
Lake Tahoe?
In Lake Tahoe, yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to take a guess or have any assumptions? Or why the water is so clear?
What's your assumption?
I guess I could be wrong, but I'm guessing because it's so cold, because I believe it's all ice melt, and it's really, really super cold, so it just slows growth. That's my guess, because it's cold. I could be wrong about that. So what else? Yeah, that article about the.
Well, I think no.
Oh, Senator Mark Kelly.
And like Tahoe, right? They have a really good. I mean, from what I know, because I used to do conservation.
Really?
They have a really good cleanup, like natural cleanup. Also, they do the zooplankton as well, right? So I think that's why it helps with the water and the granite. I guess like there's not so much erosion in the water, and also it's gonna make the algae a little bit less than other places. So you have to really look at that part of where you are in the location more than, the water is kind of the latter part of what the environment is actually doing. Just knowing that from conservation.
So I guess we also got, so the guy was, that Hegseth was going for president was Senator Mark Kelly. Does anybody know why he's asking for him to be investigated by the Pentagon? Do we care? Who is this guy? Senator Mark Kelly. Defense Secretary Hegseth on Sunday called for Senator Mark Kelly to be investigated over comments he made about U.S. weapons stockpiles, marking the second time the Pentagon chief has opened review into the Democratic senator. Hegseth slammed the retired Navy captain and former astronaut. Oh, he's a former astronaut? That's interesting. For expressing concern on CBS, quote-unquote, Face the Nation over U.S. weapons stockpiles amid the Iran war, saying Kelly was blabbing on TV about a classified Pentagon briefing. Did he violate his oath again? Department of War legal counsel will review. Hegseth posted on social media. Oh wait, so that was the Department of War legal counsel that posted this? Hegseth posted on social media Sunday. Kelly said earlier Sunday that following briefings by the Pentagon on munitions, including Tomahawks, ATACMSs, and Patriot rounds, he found it, quote, shocking how deep we have gone into these magazines, unquote. Quote, we've expended a lot of munitions, and that means the American people are less safe. Whether it's a conflict in the, oh God, he's fucking saying, oh man. Whether it's a conflict in the Western Pacific with China or somewhere else in the world, the munitions are depleted. Shit. I told you, Iran was winning that shit. Kelly, who sits on the Senate Armed Services and Intelligence Committee, oh great, that's even worse. And he's a senator? Told CBS News Margaret Brennan.
So you just told me that, the father loved the son or something like that. I couldn't notice it was
files. That's not.
Hate to break the bad news to you, but Sagittarians are really